Within God, we are live.
Well, the enigma of human being is to be smart. And this code defines that each one of you who have joined in today. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the PIT CMO Virtual Summit, a place where the insightful, the smart mind, and the futuristic come together to understand what it takes to be in the current and in the future. Well, before I proceed ahead, a big thank you to our partners, our presenting partner, Times Now. Action begins here. Powered by partner, Nickelodeon, the #1 kids entertainment channel year after year. Co-gold partner, Trell, India's largest lifestyle social commerce platform, and a reward partner, Zozo Day, reward partner, build a happy workforce. Well, I am Mithun Upadhyay, your host for this afternoon towards evening, and making sure that you have a delightful, memorable 24th March 2021. Well, I would like to inform you that the hashtag we have for the event is hashtag PitchCMO, and that is hashtag with the capital P, ITCH, and capital CMO, just as seen. And it would be great if you could live tweet about this event and make sure this hour is well spoken about it and what we have in store for us. Well, we also have a great lineup of speakers. So do post your questions in case you have any to our esteemed speakers, and we will try and get them to respond to you as quick as possible. The theme for this virtual edition of the Pitch CMO Summits is brand purpose, the game changer in the new normal. Well, today is 24th March, exactly a year to date since the nation went into a complete lockdown, something no one had ever seen in their life, as we all grappled with living in a new reality. Companies too forced challenges on how to reach their consumers. Last year, companies increasingly realized that the brand purpose is no longer a nice to have, but increasingly a morale imperative in the eyes of consumers and even their own employees. Marketing really isn't just about selling things anymore. The Pitch CMO Virtual Summit uncovers why being a force for good can be a game changer in a competitive marketplace, and how bringing purpose to life as a part of a business-wide strategy drives brand, trust, sales, and growth. The Pitch CMO Summit has over the years always focused on bringing the top marketeers of the country together as one on a single platform. And that's what the agenda of the summit is: to talk about life as a marketeer, share experiences, and brainstorm insights and the best practices in this ever-evolving space. Today, we will get to hear from the iconic brands and that adapted and embraced change and transformed their businesses to remain relevant to these times. But just before we begin, let me take a moment to acknowledge our partners. Yet again, a big thank you to our partners, Times Now, our presenting partner. Action begins here. Powered by partner Nickelodeon, the #1 kids entertainment channel year after year. The co-gold partner, Trell, India's largest lifestyle social commerce platform. And of course, our reward partner, Zozo Day, build a happy workforce. Can we have a look at the AV of our partners, please?
For more than a decade, India's most influential news channel has built its unimpeachable reputation by keeping an unflagging vigil on every now moment of our times. 24 hours a day, Times Now serves as a perfect foil for India's diversity. A kaleidoscope of images and a cornucopia of views. As the day dawns, so does the common man on his favorite platform, Times Now. Times Now's vow to fight for the rights of the common man has led us to devise change-inducing campaigns, never failing to fight fear in the face of adversity with the power of the fact. To ensure our viewers were fully aware of the gravity of the once-in-a-century pandemic, Times Now unfurled the one-of-its-kind India Outbreak Report. When the COVID ghost of gloom haunted India, your channel, Times Now, shed light on the road to revival. Like the ever-blazing, life-giving sun, without fail, without exception, you will find Times Now's intrepid teams first on the horizon of the big national news story. While others resort to malpractice and drive a personal agenda, Times Now has never compromised on its credibility. Unwaveringly, unafraid, unflinchingly, honest, always. Just like India's democracy that empowers the last citizen, your channel has pledged to give voice to the most marginalized. Times Now's aggressive reporting style has made it the relentless force it is today, because your channel's only motivation is the people's conviction. Unblemished, uncompromised, unrelenting, unbiased, unintimidatable, unsurpassed. We are Times Now.
The actual action begins here.
We love to take risks. We never fear obstacles. We like to break our own records.
We are the one and only Nickelodeon. बस नाम ही काफी है.
ये निकलोडियन तो नंबर 1 से हिलने का नाम ही नहीं ले रहा.
और तो और उसके अकेले के पास 32% मार्केट शेयर है. सोनिक तो सीधा नंबर 4 पे आ गया. यार 2021 में तो पता नहीं और कितने कमाल दिखाएगा. Tremendous growth and maintain the rank too.
सोनिक जूनियर का ग्रोथ तो डबल से भी ज्यादा हो गया है.
2 new show launches. पूरे साल न्यू एपिसोड्स, न्यू मूवीज. निकलोडियन बस नाम ही काफी है.
Well, round of applause one more time to all the partners, and delighted to be here with us right now. Quickly, as you all know, and you're aware of that after the summit, the most important PIT CMO summit, we have the PIT CMO award as well, and that is the headliners for the evening today. Well, with that, let's get started. Let's get the ball rolling. It's now time to welcome someone for the welcome address. Please welcome our chairman and editor-in-chief for Exchange for Media Group and BW Business World, Dr. Anurag Batra, with a big round of applause, please.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the annual Pitch CMO Summit. It's the largest gathering of CMOs in the Indian business ecosystem. Also, today in the evening, we have the Pitch CMO Awards. We recognize CMOs who have done pioneering work and purpose-driven work over the last 1 year. We're doing this Pitch Brand Summit, the Pitch CMO Summit, in the backdrop of Corona. It's exactly 1 year since the day of the first lockdown, and the last 12 months have been very different from any year that we've seen in the past. Clearly, businesses and brands have reorganized themselves, they've found their purpose, and the theme of the Pitch CMO Summit is the brand purpose, that is being the game changer. Tesla defines its brand purpose as providing sustainable means of mobility. Clearly, brand purpose is what endears consumers to the brand, make sure that the consumers year after year, generation after generation are aligned to the brand and consume the brand. The purpose was once a statement that hung on the walls of the company, but over the last 12 months, really the purpose has come into play. We know profits are important, but what is more important is people, planet, and most importantly, purpose. So today, when we talk to throughout the day, business leaders, brand owners, CMOs, we'll be talking of how.
Well, that's right. There you go, Dr. Anurag Batra giving us an insight about what is going to come our way today, the whole day, along with the summit and, of course, the award. Well, we have a great lineup of speakers, so do post your questions to our esteemed speakers and we will try to get them to respond to you. And now, kicking off the summit with a keynote address, and it's now time to welcome the gentleman right now. Well, he is the CEO and whole-time director, Zydus Wellness. One look at Zydus Wellness portfolio with iconic brands such as Complan, Sugar Free, Glucon D, Ever Youth, Nycil, Neutralite, and Sugar Light. And it's no surprise that the company believes in the philosophy of wellness for all and tries to reimagine wellness and health in a holistic manner. Our keynote speaker, please welcome with a big round of applause, the one and only Mr. Tarun Arora, as he speaks on the topic, health and happiness at the center of changing consumer dynamics. Hi, sir. Good afternoon to you. How are you doing this afternoon?
Hi, good afternoon, Mithun. How are you doing?
Very well. I am so delighted to have you this afternoon with us and can't wait to understand the futuristic thought of yours in terms of what it takes for India to become as well as we all can imagine to be. So over to you, sir, and looking forward to hearing from you.
Sure. Thank you, Mithun, for a nice, very kind introduction. Good afternoon to everyone who's attending it. It is indeed an honor and privilege to be addressing the August audience on this forum of Pitch CMO Summit 2021. I would like to thank Exchange for Media team on giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts with all of you. And of course, Dr. Anurag Batra also for sharing some very interesting, starting points for what lies ahead in the, meet today. Talked about people, purpose, and planet. And I think people is where I'm going to focus my attention on. I think it's become extremely important to focus on people and their lives in the current environment. And I take this opportunity to focus, therefore, on the health and happiness at the center of changing consumer dynamics. I think it's very important to really, reflect back the fact that it has been exactly 12 months since we as a country went into a lockdown. I mean, I was, when I was invited and I was thinking about it, I said, wow, what a day to, pick up the, CMO Summit for. So, today, despite, and we're going through something which looks like a second surge, which is far more aggressive, probably more worrying than we thought it would be. And despite that, that is building up, we are more confident with navigating through this with a mix of precautions that we could take with the vaccines and few repurposed medicines that the healthcare industry has put together. Because this is one of the worst pandemics the world has seen in at least a century, if not longer. But this journey has been really hard one, where we all have had to introspect a lot of things. Many things around us that we actually took for granted either do not exist or have changed forever. Will this change really last? Will things come back to normal? I don't know. I think there is still an ongoing debate, and only time will tell whether it is here to stay. But let's see about it. But for today's conversation, I thought it would be useful for me to share, the role of my perspectives on changing consumer behaviors that have seen some rapid shifts over the last 1 year, especially the ones pertaining to food and nutrition. Role of food has changed over the years, and I'm just going to walk through the journey and really what this whole thing has happened. Decades back, scarcity, scarcity was the way, life was, and it reflected the food needs of the country. And the key narrative was around roti, kapda, or makan. It was still at a, basic needs of life that was operating. This of course changed over a period of time, and we saw a lot of large impactful developments like Green Revolution, Operation Flood, to name a few. And along with that, changed the expectations related to food. There was more available than government actually worked along with a lot of these, some of these projects which really provide enough availability to the country. However, there was issues of adulteration, hoarding, which started being visible in the subsequent phase, which led to concerns of trust on quality of food consumed. These then helped growth of branded products, because there was a fear that what am I consuming? Is it safe enough? Is there some sort of adulteration? And therefore, the branded foods actually got a good fillip on that. As we move further, and we really see that as the economy started opening up and the disposable income started building up, people got access to newer food concepts, and there were a variety of options available on what you could have. The taste and variety of foods drove the momentum of growth, and also a lot to do with the food adoption that happened. In last couple of decades, I think a lot has changed. Several global cuisines have really become part of our daily life across the country. Innovations, and I would say Indianizations, like tandoori paneer pizza or a Szechuan dosa that could not have been imagined earlier, are democratizing the hitherto foreign experiences. We were not used to it. 10, 20 years back, these fusion foods were not really something we really thought about. But I think a whole lot of have started coming about where, there is so much of Indianization of these foreign, or they were foreign experiences, foreign cuisines, but they've become part of our daily lives. While all that is happening, there are still two Indias that we are talking about: the calorie rich and the calorie poor, the haves and have-nots. One has excess of calories available and figuring out on how to reduce and manage them, while the other ones on how to get sufficient calories. The good news is that various reports, including one from, I looked at Bain Company's report, refer to the fact that growth in income will transform India from a bottom of the pyramid economy to a truly middle class led one. India would add about 140 million and 20 million households to middle income and higher income group segments, respectively, by the end of this decade. 2030 is the kind of dates they're looking at. Hence, some of the trends that we are talking about will further get accentuated, both in terms of speed as well as scale. Coming back to the evolution of the role of food, if you look at the consuming class, what has changed in the past few years is that food is not just about satiety and taste. Yes, of course, they remain the key drivers. Food is still looked from a context of taste. It is still doing the role of hunger satiation, but I think it has gone beyond that. The expectations from food products have evolved to nutrition delivered. I'll take the example of brands offering basic commodities like flour and oil have used fortification to communicate extra to build on nutrition as a differentiation. Even a chocolate syrups and spreads have used minerals and other additives like calcium equivalent to a glass of milk to build on health claims beyond taste. Hence, nutrition is become mainstream across food category and not just led by supplements and specialized food products, which continue to remain relevant though. I mean, people still would need and will continue to seek specialized nutrition foods and supplements. But I think mainstream has started also playing the role of nutrition provider. More consumers have started understanding the roles of protein, carbs, fiber, etc., and started looking for them in the back of the pack labels. It's no more something that they just take it for granted. They really search for what is there inside. And the interesting part is that some experts say that traditional Indian food was already a balanced diet with adequate attention to the nutrition. Moving forward, come pandemic, 12 months back, medical fraternity, governments, people at large were struggling to understand about the COVID and how to treat the infected. They faced several questions about what medicine will work. But even bigger question faced was, why are some people more impacted by infection and others less? One thing that stood out was that your current health and immunity was an indicator of your ability to respond to the virus. And health was a function of food you ate and exercises you did. Immunity came from minerals that were inside the food or could be supported with supplements and some well-known natural offerings. We've all gone through a whole lot of natural offerings, from aloe vera to gillo and chawanprash and things. So a whole lot of these started becoming relevant very quickly. Overnight, food was your best support to fight the disease. The trend that started some time back has got accelerated with focus on reading on the back of the pack label to know what is inside the pack and what will it do to me. The last 1 year has seen an enhanced focus on healthier food products, especially the food products that are offering the right nutrition. And my view is that this is going to stay. People are not going to go back to, not worrying about what they're having. They're going to spend a lot more attention to eating the right food, looking at least what they're eating. So the attention to looking at what is inside that food and what will it do to me is a trend that's going to stay. And what may increase growth of packaged food products is a concern for hygiene that sometimes really goes with a whole lot of loose food items that are really prevalent. Now, what I'm saying is not just my view, but it also comes out of an interesting report that I happened to see, which was, was shared by Facebook in association with BCG, which highlighted the fact that there has a spike of almost 120% recorded in online searches on health and immunity in India post-COVID-19. As 40% of consumers intend to buy more vitamins, herbs, and supplements in the coming days. There have been a 2.7 times rise in viewership of cooking recipes, 2.8 times rise in duration spent on self-help and grooming videos, and 100% hike in how-to trends. The world is clamoring for healthy, organic, and powerful foods. And doctors are no more the only advocates to this. Consumers are more so now than ever, pivoting on brands that care and focus on health and well-being. And that's where, the fact that brands which actually believe in offering these in their purpose, through their positioning, will always hold value in terms of consumers' expectations. As we learn to deal with the fear of COVID and take refuge at home for continuing office work rather than going through a high-risk public transport or going to office spaces or even schools for the kids, we're going through a completely another pressure of reduced social interactions. This has changed the rhythm of many families, actually most families in the country. On one side, it is facilitating them to spend more time at home and together with the families. But on the other side, there are people facing depressions and other psychological issues coping with the new order. The former has given rise to a lot of activities families are doing together, including learning new skills and also trying new culinary experiences at home. There is a lot more cooking and baking, and I'm no exception to that. I've had my performance pressures on cooking and baking as well at home for my kids. So these are things that are really all of us are seeing happen. It is creating a very different kind of demand of food products that have replaced the outside food. On the later, the need for morale and motivational support for people has got further highlighted. There are a lot of people who are going through a lot of psychological pressures. There is an ask to provide them support. There is a lot of public attention on this. The public discourse on mental well-being has never been so open and so loud that we've seen in last few months and quarters. So that's something that I guess we will see a lot more of. Today, with a year-long quarantine, we all feel more connected to our family and value our relationships even better. Consumers now want to see their family feel healthier, and there is a constant yearning to achieve a better, happier lifestyle. They want to engage with brands that meet these expectations. In last 1 year, the momentum on innovation has seen a surge driven by these brands. The number of brands that have launched healthier offerings has seen a rise. Also, consumers today are more open to prophylactic approach to health than reactive solutions. We at Zydus Wellness have been fortunate enough to have brands that are in sync with consumer needs, that help to lead a healthier and happier lifestyle. We have launched more than 10 new offerings in last 1 year. To name a few, Immunovolt under Glucon-D franchise for immunity and energy. Sugar-free delight chocolates, which are focused right now only on e-commerce to provide guilt-free indulgence. Nutralite Choco Spread with calcium and quinoa variants. I did give you an example of a calcium fortification on the chocolate spreads. Nutralite Doodh Shakti Butter Spread, which is a very recent launch with probiotics. I mean, these are just to name a few of the products that we have gone ahead with. Complan has stood for superior nutrition over the last 6 decades. And now with superior protein mix offering as a Complan NutriGo for the toddlers. So we've as a company also believed, and I think many companies, I don't think I stand alone on this. There are many people who have really gone ahead and leveraged these trends. Interesting trends are emerging and taking shape amidst the chaotic settings. We are seeing consumers' interest getting prioritized in indulgences, convenience, health, hygiene, and well-being. In my view, the time has come for brands to embrace the new reality to remain relevant in the life of consumers. Thank you all for a very patient listening, and I'm open to take any questions from you, Miten, or any audience.
Thank you, Mr. Tarun Arora. A big round of applause for our first speaker here who spoke open and out about the current situation in our country, globally, in fact, and what are the needs that one has to take in order to be completely good and fine. But I have a first question that I want to ask you, Mr. Tarun. You did speak about anxiousness, anxiety, and depression being the new law. And as per the new fact, which I was going through, that currently in our country, there's 7.5% population who are suffering through mental disorder or some other type. And in the coming 2 years, it's going to grow to 22%. What are the plans that you have as the company leader to take forward and consider the mind wellness as one of the key criteria in the coming year?
So I think 2 parts to this question, and I will answer as a head of business, head of a company with a responsibility for my employees, stakeholders, and as well as focused on consumers. So first, as a head of a business, I think I'm very conscious of what last 1 year has done to all our employees also. So the improvement has to start at home, and therefore I think we are working with our HR team to partnering with the right people to work with our teams to ensure that our teams have who need any help or who are going through this or who have a potential to go through this get addressed to start with. The second part is, I think, from a consumer's perspective, and that's where this forum's relevance comes from. I think I would say that people will want to associate with brands that offer the right values, right, which resonate with their expectations, and happiness being one of them.
True.
And I think we are looking at the offerings which will resonate in that direction with the most relevant consumers, who where they are not just offering them a should I say a functional benefit, but also an emotional satisfaction of having consumed or associated with a brand like ours.
Right. So that's a good news that's coming in from Tarun right now, that yes, in the coming future, you will see something to do with mind wellness that the company promises, of course, the leader promises here. But also, Tarun, do you agree that, in the coming future, mental health is the biggest threat to the world?
Yes or no? Yes, it is, because obviously a lot starts with your mind, and
Right.
many problems that we have seen are related to that. But of course, isolated, there are several others, and I think people are not doing enough. There has been, and not just from our perspective, and not just what we've seen, I think even the regulators have been talking about non-communicable diseases and ensuring that all companies are offering more, should I say, healthier products, more, especially from the food perspective. So health at an overall level is going to matter. And mental health is something which was probably under the carpet, not discussed, and has come out in the open, and it's going to be important. But will it be single largest? I don't think I'm very, I would be the right person, but it will play an important role. But there are so many dimensions of other parts of the health, physical as well as mental, which will matter. And I think our endeavor is that, as a consumer company which is focused on these spaces, we are providing the right solutions to consumers in a way that is very accessible and helps them lead a better quality of life.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Tarun Arora, there, giving us a little insight about what is going to come in our future and what Zydus is doing to nurture your wellness as to perfection. So thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. It was lovely talking to you. I can't wait to meet you in person, have so many more questions that have been answered, but very soon will happen. But for now, thank you so much again, Tarun, for joining us. And I wish you great luck and great days ahead.
Thank you. My pleasure, and best of luck for the remaining event as well to all the speakers and participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tarun Arora there, giving us a little insight. And thank you so much here again for joining us. In case you have any question, please drop it down on the Q&A, and we'll make sure that most of the questions are answered as soon as possible. With that, let's look into what is coming ahead now at this very hour here at the most amazing place to be. And remember, you can make sure that we are top of the town. Make sure it's been spoken out everywhere that we are the pitch CMO Summit 2021 virtual. With that note, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to welcome the next speaker. But quickly, before I get into the next speaker, is a journey of what he holds and what he brings to the Indian consumers. 2021 marks the 25th anniversary since Hyundai entered India and literally drove itself into the hearts of millions of Indian consumers. Delivering the special address, we have a very special gentleman who's always like a spark when it comes to reimagining future for our country. Mr. Tarun Garg, Director, Sales, Marketing and Service, India, Hyundai, taking us through the long journey from the first car, the Hyundai Santro, to the latest best-selling SUV, Hyundai Creta. From a hatchback to sedan SUV, he is here to give us all the answer Hyundai has done over the last 25 years. Hi Tarun, good afternoon to you and welcome to the PIT CMO Summit.
Very nice talking to you, and thank you for having me here.
Very, very delighted to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. You know, there is so much that I want to first start with questioning you, but I will wait to hear from you. And it's lovely seeing you virtually after a really long time. And let's hear from you first. What is that? We're celebrating Hyundai 25 years in India, and what more in terms of plan or future that you have in mind that you can share to all our viewers, and after which we'll take on the Q&A.
Yeah. It has been an incredible journey, and I'll request Sagar to have my presentation on the screen. So can we have the presentation, Sagar? So, ladies and gentlemen, this is about Hyundai Motor India's 25 years in India. And can we have the next slide? So we started in 1996, when the groundbreaking ceremony happened and the factory construction started. And more importantly, India was Hyundai's first global venture. So you can understand that it has been very, very special for us. And we set up our manufacturing facility in Sripembur in Chennai. And of course, now we are into the 25th year. Can we have the next slide, please? So you would remember that Santro was India's most loved car, the tall boy Santro, and we introduced it in September 98. Uh, and in 16 years, Santro was there. We sold 1.86 million units domestic plus export. It was hugely successful. And along with Santro, of course, came with Shah Rukh Khan. And you remember that was a time when Shah Rukh Khan was making his way to superstardom in Bollywood. So Hyundai's stardom in India coincided with Shah Rukh Khan's stardom in India as well. So until date, he continues to be our brand ambassador. So we have had some 25 years, which we can look very fondly to. Yeah. Can we have to go to the next slide, please? So this is the next slide shows this sprawling plant. We have two integrated plants, in fact, spanning 536 acres, near Chennai. So we have, of course, passenger vehicles as well as powertrains, and and we have been producing vehicles. And we can go to the next slide, where you'll be surprised to know that we are working 294 days a year, 294 days a year, 3 shifts and 6 days a week. So I think that is the level of precision and that is the level of responsive manufacturing we have. Obviously, it requires stringent process monitoring and, of course, IT-enabled preventive maintenances, because we cannot afford any lapses out there. We have 5,000 plus quality checks and, of course, 900 plus foolproof systems. So we are basically manufacturing precision, quality, accuracy, and flexibility to meet demand. I think that has been the mantra at Hyundai. Next slide, please. Of course, it's all about automation. We have 650 plus fourth generation robots and 14,000 plus workforce. More importantly, along with the robust manufacturing technology, we also have flexibility. I think that is very, very important. And in the last 25 years of rich experience, we are moving towards self-reliance, 100% self-reliance. We are very motivated by Prime Minister's mantra of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Of course, energetic millennial minds drive our precision, and we have 50 plus data scientists on the shop floor. I think that is very important because we are really using data to make sure that we are able to improve efficiencies. And all in all, we can say that the humans, machine, and processes work in perfect harmony at the Hyundai plant. Next slide, please. Of course, environment is extremely important, and we are very proud to say that it's a very environment-friendly manufacturing facility. We have a strong commitment to care for employees as well as environment. So we have a regenerative thermal oxidizer, we have rainwater harvesting, we have a storage capacity of over 335,000 kiloliters, and we have a reserve for 112 days. And of course, green belt, 40 acres of green belt with over 20,000 trees, and of course, recycled water for landscaping. Next slide, please. Of course, our manufacturing roadmap is all about being future ready. So we take care of its integration of intelligence, digital, and analytics. And if I take you along the journey, 2012 we had this comprehensive ERP where we had the SAP and the global quality management systems. 2016 we were the digital factory with assembly digital simulation, line monitoring systems, and of course 2030 is only 9 years away, and we are Industry 4.0 manufacturing with artificial intelligence and digital learning. Next slide, please. So market commitment has to be very, very strong, and we are committed to creating sustainable production service customers to enrich the mobility experience. So we have an investment of $4 billion plus, 27 products, 27 models, 9.6 million customers, and And of course, we give employment to 250,000 direct and indirect manpower. I think that is extremely important. So basically, sustainable business expansion in line with our global vision for together for a better future. Of course, we are number one, India's number one passenger car exporter, and Make in India is our mantra. I think that is extremely close to our heart. Next slide, please. So if we see the historical sales, domestic and exports, you would see that we have had a very strong sustainable market share. More importantly, we have really managed. In fact, last year was our 24th year, and I'm very proud to say that we had the highest ever market share since inception in 2020. So we had a market share of 17% in 2020. That means actually we are young, we are strong, and of course we are willing to go. We have also been the largest exporter since inception. So we have really been able to have a balance between domestic and export, because I believe that is very important to showcase to the world the strength of Indian manufacturing. So I think that is extremely important. We can now come to the next slide. This talks about, of course, our strength across segments. And as I said earlier, we started with the entry compact, and then we have moved. And the important thing about Hyundai has been our ability to spot the customer trends, whether it was through the i10 or whether it was through the i20, then 2000 through the Creta, when we saw a climate emerging for the more than 4-meter SUV. And of course, very proud to say that in 2020, Hyundai became the India's number one, the leader in SUV segment. So it's a very prestigious segment, and we are holding a market share more than 26%. And the share of SUV segment in the industry has moved to now 33%. So it is the most prestigious segment, and we have 4 models: the Creta, the Venue, the Tucson, and the Santa Fe, holding our fort in the SUV segment. And of course, we have now announced the launch of the Alcazar 7-seater SUV with a global debut. The next slide, please. So the strength of Hyundai, of course, lies in a wide range of options that we give to the customers, whether it is, of course, about the body type, compact, sedan, SUVs, or the powertrains. We are offering 5 automatic options to the customers, whether it is IMT, AMT, CVT, AT, or DCT. Then we are having a petrol BS6, diesel BS6, CNG BS6, turbo BS6, and of course the Kona electric. So the whole idea is that we want to be in the consideration set of each and every person requiring a 4-wheel mobility in India. I think that is extremely important for us. We believe that customer is the king, and our job as an OEM is to offer him options, and then he can decide as per his driving habits, as per his needs, what is the option he's looking for. Next slide, please. Of course, what is very important is the market acknowledgement. So we have the most modern product lineup. Best customer service, very important. JD Power, number 1 in CSI in 17, 18, and 19. Of course, we were number 1 in SSI as well in 19. We have had some manufacturing excellence award HMC in 17 and 18. And of course, our endeavor has always been to be the most beloved and trusted brand in the Indian market. Next slide, please. We are, of course, a brand with a cause. I think we are very, proud of that, and we are working with the government of India in a most humble way on various aspects. If I talk about education, we have been supporting industrial training, car donations, tuition centers. If I talk about community development, water camp, drinking RO systems, pond rejuvenation, Dream Village project, art and culture, Happy Move, skill development, women empowerment, in terms of health, blood donation campaigns, of course, CPRs. We can move to the next slide. We're looking at road safety, that India has a notorious reputation of, having the most fatalities in the world. So we are working closely with the government to have CCTV surveillance, traffic marshals, awareness camps, Be the Better Guy campaigns, 120, street light maintenance, emergency response teams, quiz on road safeties, tree plantations in terms of environment protection, of course, corporate social activities, small contact program, others, disaster relief. So a lot of activities. Basically, we strongly believe in brand with a cause. I think that is the mantra we believe in. We can go to the next slide. Of course, COVID, we understood that COVID was a pandemic which required all of us to come together. So we worked very closely, not only with the central government, by giving a contribution to the PM Relief Fund of 7 crore rupees, but also to the Tamil Nadu CM Relief Fund of 5 crore rupees. Also, we have worked with various states, in terms of 3-ply masks, hand sanitizers, PPE kits, dry ration kits, whether it was Maharashtra, Haryana, Delhi, and Tamil Nadu. The whole idea was to really work with communities and make sure that we come out of this pandemic as soon as possible. We can now come to the next slide. Of course, continuing on the brand with a cause, we understand that we need to invest continuously in technology and invest into the future. So we are working with IIT Delhi, handing over a Kona to them. Then we are also working in Rajasthan, Chikitsa vans. We have a satellite clinic in Rajasthan. In terms of road safety, we are going to the resident welfare associations. We have, of course, the Saksham employee generation. We have a Shikshak in terms of education tab distribution. So, the various activities basically to, work very closely with it and help them to really grow and to come out of this crisis situation. The whole idea is giving back to society, community development, healthcare, environment, and road safety. We can come to the next slide. This is about the last 20. What about the future direction? So the future direction is on two basic pillars, technology and business. When we talk about technology, we're talking about mobility, whether it is sharing, hailing, and subscription. Electric vehicles, affordable electric vehicles fuel cell. In fact, that is a very, very important part of our strategy going forward. Connected cars, whether it is data analytics, whether it is membership, whether it is online sales, autonomous cars, self-driven cars, and artificial intelligence. So basically about meta, mobility, electric, connected, and autonomous. When I talk about business, it is about the operation and the mindset, whether it is flexibility, agility, and adaptability. Then about customer experience, personalized, unique, and differentiated. The strategic business management, insightful, informed, and data-driven. And of course, the corporate responsibility in terms of being participative and inclusive. I think these are the core values on which we want to move ahead. Next slide, please. Of course, digital excellence has become very, very important. And we are very proud to say that we had introduced a click to buy, which was India's first and only end-to-end online car purchase reform. In fact, we had piloted it even before the COVID had struck. And we understand that the customers are changing. And 75% of the buyers are using internet to research before buying a car. And of course, 90% of the automobile sales in India are digitally influenced. So this click to buy not only helps the customer in the discovery phase, but also helps him in the consideration phase and as well in the purchase phase. The entire journey it can take care of, whether it is, he wants to check the models, the 3D configurator, he wants to select the dealer's Google ratings, he wants to see the finance options, he wants to have an online sales consultant, video conferencing, online car financing, and of course, ending with a doorstep car delivery. So we had a good response, more than 8 million plus website visitors, 60,000 plus inquiries, and 4,000. So it's a one-stop platform for convenient and seamless digital retail journey. We can go to the next slide. Next slide talks about our, online service, because we need online service to give an end-to-end, customer experience. So whether it is service reservation, whether it is repair order opening, whether it is pickup and drop, whether it is in repair update, whether it is vehicle delivery, whether it is service feedback. The whole idea is to have an integrated end-to-end online service platform. So I think that is what our endeavor is, to give the customer a holistic experience digitally. We can now move to the next slide. So connected cars has been a forte of Hyundai. We started this with Venue in May 19. We moved to the Elantra, the Creta, the Verna, the Tucson, and of course the all-new i20. And the features are continuously increasing. When we had introduced the Venue, there were 39 features, and in the all-new i20, there are 50 features. So far, we have sold more than 100,000 plus vehicles. The whole idea is we have laid a very strong foundation in connectivity space, because we understand that the customers in India, whether it is in terms of internet or mobile usage, they are really looking for connectivity. We believe that their home is their first space, the office is the second space, and the car is the third space. And more so post-COVID, seen that customers are really wanting to stay connected even when they're in the car, and we want to do that. We want to really integrate technology, and we want to do that advancement in technology through voice recognition, IoT, and AI. So that has been the mantra, and you will see more and more connected cars from Hyundai going forward as well. Next slide, please. This slide is very, very close to my heart because at Hyundai, it is not only about selling the car or servicing the car, but it is about really customer engagement through mobility and lifestyle convenience. And that is where the Hyundai Mobility member comes in. So we are really trying to continue to enhance customer value, basically adding new partners and new offers, providing personalized offers, benefits to the customers. So 285,000 plus customers have already registered for these offers. We have our partner brands ranging from Mobis, Drivo, Ghana, Chayos, Yatra, VLCC. So not only are we looking at the in-car benefits, but we're also looking at lifestyle experiences. We're also looking at mobility. The whole idea is to give the customer a personalized, delightful, and unmatched customer experience. We can now move to the next slide. So, friends, this is about Hyundai's 25 years journey in India, and like I said, it has been a great journey, and we feel that at 25 we are young, we are strongest, and of course we are full of optimism. We are looking at the future with a lot of faith. We have a strong belief in Atmanirbhar Bharat, and we have strong plans of investments in India, and we would like to really make sure that being a customer-centric organization, we continuously, set new benchmarks in terms of customer experience. So thank you for hearing me out, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Tarun. That was very delightful. And indeed, you know what the best part I like is the last line you said, we're 25, but we're very young. And that's the kind of mindset that the youth of our country also has about Hyundai, because the vehicles that you launch are all youth driven, for people who are 40 but feel at 30 or 20, people at 60 feel at 30 and 40. And that's a mindset from venue to, all your cars have got so much more about it. And the Creta, oh my God, that car can be an eye catcher among the bunch of ladies as well. That's the kind of car Creta is, standing alone, and the back tail light is the talk of the town. When it launched initially in the Auto Expo 2020, I was there and I saw the car, Tarun. It was just so amazing. But I'm going to talk about the electric car Kona. Now, we are all talking about the futuristic India, talking about is India ready for electric vehicles or not? I'm sure you've got this question many times, but I just want to reiterate your thought on this. What is your take about Hyundai playing a big role in electric segment, and is India ready with the infrastructure?
So that's a very important question, and let me answer it. In 2019, when we introduced the Kona, it was India's first, SUV electric, a range of 450 plus kilometers. So the whole idea is somebody has to take the lead. That is what always believed in. You cannot wait for the charging infrastructure to be ready and then say, okay, I'm going to launch. So it's about the chicken and egg story. So we thought that we should take the lead. That is where the Kona came in, and it has received some great response from the customers. So to answer your second part of, I think the movement towards cleaner mobility has begun. And as far as Hyundai is concerned, we have a very strong parent. You would have seen that we have launched the Ioniq brand. Basically, we'll be launching more and more electric cars. Our MD has gone on record to say that we are looking at producing electric cars for more and more mass customers. So probably in 2 to 3 years' time, you'll see more electric cars from Hyundai in the mass mobility space as well. Because we feel that, yes, both activities have to happen parallelly. The infrastructure, the cost of the battery coming down, the products to be launched. So everything has to work in sync. And of course, we are really working very closely with the government of India to really make sure that India's march towards cleaner mobility, is there. Not only in terms of electric cars, but you saw that even BS6, we have one company which not only made sure that it happened in petrol, but also in diesel, also in turbo, CNG. So we are also studying the hydrogen fuel cell, because this year's budget talked about the mission hydrogen. So we are very excited. As you know that we have an FCEV, next door in Korea and US. So I think there are a lot of options, and we are really looking at cleaner mobility with a lot of optimism, and we will be ready, in due course.
Absolutely, and I can see that Hyundai is always ready, a step ahead for the consumers. For example, first thing is congratulations to you on the fact that i20, the new i20 gets to be the Indian car of the year. And that is a big news in the segment of the car that you got together. But my question talks about existence in Indian market for the last 25 years. And where is Hyundai looking in the next 10 years?
So this is very good, like I said, and I mean it when I say that we are young, because I also mentioned a very important data point. All of us normally see a curve, a curve, a growth curve, and then a saturation curve, and maybe a decline curve. But that last year we had the highest ever market share, in a very, very competitive environment, shows that our passion for growth and our passion for doing even better stays very well. In fact, we have launched 10 products in the last 24 months. So COVID or no COVID, I think we believe very strongly that it is all about engaging the customers with new products, new technologies, and really not sitting back on the laurels. In fact, my request to all the customers is please demand from us so that we can really raise benchmarks, because our endeavor is that when the customer demands, all of us are on our toes, and then we have to do better. You asked about the next 10 years. Like I said, we are really looking with a lot of optimism about electric vehicles, autonomous vehicles, connected cars. So the future we understand is there. As to our parent company HMC, we are really investing a lot into the future. And yes, you will continue to hear from Hyundai. We have just announced the launch of Alcazar, the 7-seater SUV. So
And that's
hold your breath. I'm sure you're going to love that car as well.
Yes, I've seen the outline of the car. The car looks very, very, very appealing. And I'm sure it's going to be fitting in this business that everybody is wanting to have option. And I think that's exactly why this car is being segmented to be placed. And I think it's going to be a big catch for a lot of Indian consumers. I have one tricky question that I want to ask you, and then probably I'll let you go off. So many variants of Hyundai vehicles, so many types, from hatchback to sedan to MUV. Which is your personal favorite, Tarun? You have to give me an open answer. You cannot be diplomatic here.
Look, my personal favorite is the i20 IMT. I mean, it is a fabulous car, beautiful design, and it is something which I believe is going to change the way Indians have been driving cars. Because if you see in India, people, generally have been driving manual cars. Probably automatic is about 20 to 25%, and that is where the new technology of IMT has kicked in, where a customer can still have the control over the gears, but he's free. His one leg is free. And in terms of i20, whether it is the mobility, whether it is the flexibility, whether it is design, whether it is the features, I think it is a sexy looking car, and I love that car. And so my favorite is the i20 IMT.
I totally connect with you. It's a brand new segment with brand new car and something that is an eye catcher. Thank you so much, Tarun Garg, for joining us here. It was delightful talking to you, and I can't wait to see in person and talk to you more about your brand new 7-seater, because that's another eye catcher that Indian consumers are eagerly waiting for. So thank you again for joining us here, and I wish you great luck in the coming future and the new session as well, and all the best to you. Thank you.
Thank you. A pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tarun. Thank you so much again. All right, there we go. Entire journey. Well, 25, but yes, young at heart. And I believe so. Tarun was absolutely right. That segment of Hyundai vehicles, everything from the hatchback to the SUV, to the MUV or the sedan car, they're all meant for every generation. Be you are 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, fill it hard, because that's what Hyundai promised to you every single time you drive the car. Well, thank you so much for joining us again. It's been great having you all on board. And now let's get into the most interesting again. You saw two speakers back to back. And now here we have the Pitch CMO Summit getting into the very special panel discussion. And I can't wait to introduce the panelists, followed by the moderator who will take charge and bring to you all those thoughts which might be in a form of question in your mind. But a moderator will bring all that to the table and make sure that answers are here without you thinking of any question. So let's get ready and call first our panelists. Well, our subject today of talking and discussing is going to be creating a purpose-driven and resilient brand. Now, there's so much around this entire topic, And let's get straight and welcome first our panelists. Please welcome Managing Director, NEPA India Private Limited, Isha Nagar. Joining her is going to be co-founder, Chief Product and Operating Officer of our very, very amazing partner as well is Zozo Day, Manoj Agarwal. Joining the two is going to be Director, Consumer Products Division, L'Oreal India, Pankaj Sharma. Also joining three is Country Marketing Director, Dell Technologies India, Ritu Gupta, and Head of Marketing India, Under Armour, Siddharth Pal. All of them are joining us right now, and all this has been shared by our moderator. Please welcome the very, very happy soul, always smiling, CEO, Starcom India, Rati Gangappa, with a big round of applause, please.
Thanks so much, Mithun. Even though if I was not really happy smiling, I'm now happy smiling. So thank you for that. Good afternoon, everybody. Really, really excited to be here to host this and moderate this panel discussion. As mentioned earlier on in the session, today marks 1 year since India went into lockdown, and what a year it has been. For us who are in the business of brands, it has been a year where we had to relook at how, as marketers, we communicate with our consumers. Also, it is time to go back to the basics to what a brand stands for. What is the brand's core, its purpose, mission, and vision? Consumers today are increasingly looking at investing in brands that reflect their values. And it is here that defining and staying true to the brand purpose can help a brand tide a crisis. That's because a company that leads with a purpose and is relevant to consumers' need can achieve loyalty, thereby translating into increased brand salience, sales, and growth. Joining me today to discuss this is an eclectic set of panelists who will share with us their insights on some of the excellent work that they have done in creating purpose-driven and resilient brands. So a warm welcome to all of you panelists here. Amitabh Pandey, Marketing Head, IKEA India, Isha Nagar, Managing Director, NEPA, Manoj Agarwal, Co-founder, Chief Product and Operating Officer, Zozo Day, Pankaj Sharma, Director, Consumer Products Division, L'Oreal, Ritu Gupta, Country Marketing Director, Dell Technologies India, and of course, Siddharth Pal, Head of Marketing, Under Armour India. Extending a warm welcome once again to all of you and thanking you for joining us here today. So without much further ado, I thought I'll set up this session and hand over the floor to Isha, who can give us a lot of insights based on the research that she has done through NEPA. The question to you, Isha, is how are consumers living and thinking and buying differently today? What are the unexpected routine shifts, newer challenges that brands are facing today? And how are these brands adapting to consumers who are now increasingly becoming socially conscious?
Thanks, Rati, for setting the context. Just doing a quick audio check, I'm audible to you. So just going ahead and taking that question up, I think the whole context setting of this topic would have been so different if we were discussing this March 2020. So we really just cannot ignore how the last year has been and how everything has really changed from a consumer perspective. And while the 1.4 billion, the India that we see has been starting their adjustment journey, so to say, how they have been living, buying, and thinking very differently. So at our end, at NEPA, we have seen both the shift in the consumer narrative and thus also in the brand narrative. We've seen some maxims really changing for the consumer by the virtue of what has been important to them and how the deprioritization of something which was as basic in 2019 and earlier years has been completely, taken up by things which we could have not really think about if we were to take out COVID from the context altogether. So some of the trends that we have been observing on the consumer side has been that there had been a massive, massive shift on content making people content, so to say. That was sort of becoming basic necessity in terms of the consumer's life in the last 1 year or so. We also saw, I personally had been very passionate about this piece, which was the rise of a super me, which was the rise of an individual who was balancing, who was reimagining offices, who was reimagining the homes and upskilling on the way, right? We had been seeing a lot of people doing 5 to 6 tasks or activities in a day to keep them busy. So it was the rise of super meal which made things very interesting. And the last but definitely not the least was we saw a lot of breaking the norms in India, which is things which just completely were foreign in terms of both our culture, in terms of both, I mean, there was a lot of things that people were doing for the first time, cooking first time, exercising first time. And that's the whole construct of what formed the priority in terms of being critical changed, and we were breaking norms on the way. However, for the brands, because you said that it's about how socially conscious the consumers have become, and the panelists would agree, it has been very challenging for the brands because it has been a overly complicated and a very diverse communication landscape. And the challenges have been to understand the new purchase pattern, the new purchase cycle, and sort of to break in the new consumer sentiment in terms of how they are thinking altogether. Because it's no more about just the brand funnel or just the top parameters on salience, but also about the conversions and the net impact on churning out creative communication versus what is really leading to the purchase. So already, as if it wasn't complex, now we are dealing with completely different socio-cultural and economic landscape changing because of COVID. So that's there. Both the narratives changing, but I'll then open up for the brands because it just directly leads into the question of the funnel and the sales sentiments.
Yeah, thank you so much, Isha. I think that sets up a good context for getting the brand folks on board. So I think it's also a nice segue to, asking Amitabh the next question, since Isha spoke so much about the changes that are happening in the home front, right? So Amitabh, doing good business is so ingrained in everything that IKEA does, right? It is representative of the way you use your resources to help address economic, social, and environmental changes. So can you speak a little bit more about how you're anchoring this in every part of everyday life for India with the launches that you've done in the last couple of years?
Sure, Ati, happy to do that. Are you able to hear me all right?
Yeah, we can.
Super good. I think apologies to the pitch team that I didn't do the background that everybody else has. I think one of it was, I think it just kind of slipped the radar is the honesty. But I think if I were to put the brand angle as a brand, we're all about life at home. So I have to show my life at home if I'm being true to my brand. Jokes apart, I think to answer the question, Rati, I think for IKEA, I think we are quite blessed. I think I'm quite blessed to kind of be heading marketing for a brand like IKEA, which kind of has purpose at the heart of the brand right from the word go. So I know there's a conversation around brand purpose has kind of become really top of mind for a lot of brands in the last year post-COVID. But for us, for the last 75 years around the world that we've existed, that's always been business as usual. It comes, I think the origins, as many of you know, we're a Swedish origin company, and kind of we bring those Swedish values to most of the countries, and purpose is one of those things. So how we kind of do it, in fact, the whole point of entering a country like India comes from realizing our vision or purpose, as we call it. The line that we have that we use very actively, like almost on a daily conversation basis, is to create a better everyday life for the many people. Which country has the many people in this world, right? And India becomes the obvious answer. So actually entering India a couple of years ago is part of kind of satisfying this global mission that we have. If I were to take that forward, I mean, if you just kind of break down the many people, I think that's how we kind of, live our purpose on a day-to-day basis. One is, I think, if you look at the many people from a customer's point of view, they're really, our purpose is built into the very commercial idea. So purpose is commercial for us. So when we say better everyday life for the many people, it's about life at home, what their needs are, and giving high quality, great design products at really affordable prices, so that this great design and functionality is not for the few, it's for everybody. So that's kind of almost at the heart of our customer proposition. If you take it from a co-worker perspective and our employees, things like equality, we are 50-50 men and women equal across all functions, across all levels. That's by design. Even in functions like logistics, where which are male dominated areas, we go out of our way to make sure that we are kind of, we have a 50-50 balance in gender. Representing the demographic of the city that we operate in, ethnic wise, income wise, is kind of includes inclusivity and diversity and inclusion is a big part of it. So you talk about co-workers. You take it at the back end from a supplier's point of view. I think the same kind of logic applies there, where we partner with them on a long-term basis to kind of build sustainable, environmental friendly and values that we share with our suppliers. And then finally, I think coming to sustainability, it's almost business as usual. It's right from the design of our products to the sourcing of how we source at the back end, again through these partnerships, including the products and to the products, encouraging people to live sustainable lives at home. So water saving taps, LED lights, curtains that cool down and protect heat in a natural way, making products out of the rice straws from Punjab that are getting things like that. So that's almost built into what we do. So I think if you look at that, it's almost a way of being for us at IKEA, and I'm really blessed to be here, so that it's not something that is it's like, is there any other way to do marketing which is not purpose marketing? It's almost, I think we're at that space, and quite blessed to be in that position.
Yeah, so I like that term that you used, or the phrase that you use, right? Commerciality is anchored in our purpose, right? Yeah. Everything that we do is centered around that purpose. You just, every corner of wherever IKEA touches, that's where, it's ingrained and it's rooted in that particular purpose. Thank you so much for that, Amitabh. We'll come back. But, we've been talking about COVID, post-COVID, pre-COVID and stuff for that. But, there are two brands over here, Dell and L'Oreal, which have been doing and embracing or, working on a brand purpose for a very, very long time. So the next question that I'd like to pose to is Ritu, if you can talk a little bit more about how at Dell, you've been changing people's attitudes and behaviors, and more importantly, even sales growth. I mean, let's even touch upon that, right? How you've been doing that at Dell with purpose, or with, embracing brand purpose.
Hey, thanks, Rati. Audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, perfect. Hey, thanks for, that's a great question. So Dell Technologies, as we know, it's a relatively younger brand. We're all of under 40. We're not yet hit 40. We're a 37-year-old brand born out of Michael Dell's university dorm room in the University of Texas. And it was really back then, the whole thing was founded on the belief and passion that everyone everywhere should have easy access to technology. And that is really what forms the basis and purpose of how we define our purpose. It's about creating technology that drives human progress, right? So even when we look at our culture code, our everything, it's about the way we do things. It's about who we are, and not just about the way we do things. So the way the vision of the company is also defined is in terms of delivering a better tomorrow, because we believe that we are driven by the world we want to live in, right? So everything that we do, right from the word go, whether it's about, and we also believe that technology actually has the ability to actually address a lot of other complex societal and issues, whether it is education, whether it is healthcare, whether it is sustainability, or even digital economy. So in the last 1 year, I think that importance and how technology can seep into the minutest areas and influence the minutest areas of our lives has become very, 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 very evident from that overall perspective. So I'm fortunate, I completely understand where Amitabh's coming from, because when you work for a brand where everything that you do and everything who you are and what defines you is so seeped into the purpose that the brand delivers and derives, and you live it as part of your DNA, it's a very different experience. And that's as a marketeer, as a brand custodian, that's the filter, and that's the cap that you wear at every point of time when you're looking and evaluating your marketing actions as to how does this go back and tie back to my brand's purpose, to my brand's vision. Whether it is in the area of sustainability, whether it's in the area of inclusion, whether it's in the area of driving more skill-based employability, because we believe that when you look at a country like India, which has demographics as its core dividend, we are a very, very young nation, and education is a key driver for economic growth in any country. how can technology play a very strong role in that place, because that forms the basis of the skilled workforce that you are creating for the future. In a world and an economy which is moving towards being more and more digitized, so you cannot just keep your eyes closed from that. And hence a whole lot of activities that we do, be it marketing or be it outside of marketing, and I'm not going to use the word CSR because they're probably not necessarily in the CSR space, right? Those are the activities because they do have a commercial aspect. Now, it's not something as blatantly commercial as I'm giving my pieces away at a 50% discount, because you're not eroding into brand value. But what you're actually doing is you're demonstrating the value that the product, and particularly in the space of technology, that it can bring, whether it's about making sure that there's a mobile school which is running in Africa, or you make sure that they are technology education which is imparted to even the to teachers in our schools. And I want to bring an example here of a program that we've been running almost, I would say, in different avatars for the last almost 10 years now. But I would let's say I talk about the last 4 years. So when we're really looking at, like I said, education is core to any country's progress, right? And we know that, particularly in a country like India, where you have the demographic dividend and you have education, but how do you make sure that this population, which is going to be the future workforce for a country where you don't necessarily want it to be a country of consumers, you want it to be a country of creators, because that is what propels overall growth in the economy. How do you make sure that you're doing that? And we said, okay, so how do you really demonstrate the use and benefit of technology, particularly in the space of education? That's where that really started from, and it's evolved over the course of the last 4.5, 5 years. And when we looked back at that scenario, we realized that the core to this education process for a child in their developmental years is the teacher. But hey, guess what? Neither the teacher nor the mother is as comfortable with technology as we would want them to be, because they themselves have not experienced technology, have not worked on technology for them to be able to experience what technology can do, whether it's in lesson planning, whether it's in making sure that the entire learning becomes more intuitive and more interactive, as against rote mechanism that probably we've all been brought up on. And that was the genesis. And also, if I may, this was basically the inspiration behind this was a very young boy, a 10-year-old boy called Shubham, who lives in a village on the outside of Nasik in Maharashtra. And it was really when we were doing a program that he really inspired us, his story as to how that child, despite his circumstances, he was the son of a farmer family. And despite his circumstances, that boy is so bright, absolutely so bright, that his parents invested into buying a PC for him. And the guy actually was able to, he was explaining to us how a windmill works. When I was 10 years old, I probably did not even know what a windmill was, right? But here was this little kid in a school in somewhere in back of beyond Maharashtra, in a village outside of Nasik city, where he's talking about it, and his parents are so happy. They're not educated, but they're super proud of what he's doing, because he's like, we kind of sure that he'll be able to make something of himself, right? So whether it's interaction with doctors or whatever, they're sitting there, and this little boy converses with the doctors in English, and you have this pride that you can see in his parents' eyes, because he's very, they're very happy that he's actually able to move in step with the times. So that little experience for us created this program called Aramb, which is Hindi, for as we all know, is Hindi for the beginning. And Aram was a program whereby which we started training teachers in schools about the use of technology in lesson planning and in education, and how classes and learning can be made more fun. So, and I think over the course of the last 4.5 years, we've actually trained over 100,000 teachers, over 130,000 mothers across 80 towns, and we've touched about 4,000 plus schools. All in all, to make sure that, as they grow, now these are people who may not buy a PC tomorrow, or they may not buy a Dell tomorrow, equally importantly for me. But it's about bringing that mindset shift, that yes, it is about, you cannot be ignoring technology as you go along. And last year, when, like you said, today is probably the anniversary for the first lockdown that we had in the country. And when that lockdown happened, this entire 4.5, 5-year-old program came to a standstill, because it was a school contact program. We pivoted the whole thing to become online and digital. But the kind of response that we got from parents and from teachers from far and wide across the country because this was a need gap. This was a gap that they were all looking forward to. How do I make my classes interesting? How do I even plan for imparting education online? As a parent, how do I prepare my child to study online? What kind of shifts or changes I need to do in my home, in my attitude? What do I do? How do I provide the right set of security features and everything? So that's just one example that I'm saying. And there are lots more that I can talk about. But yes, to be able to make sure, because we believe when we're combining technology with human spirit, and that is where the whole combination comes through, is probably one of the most positive forces in the world. And that's what we would want to go and nurture.
Thank you, Ritu. So, would you say that COVID to a certain extent helped change things around, gave you the impetus in terms of sales growth? Was there a sea difference from what it was before to now, or is it the same momentum that you see that keeps going?
I think COVID definitely, to answer your question, has COVID definitely given this whole category and an impetus for sure. Cannot take that fact away. That said, even before COVID, when we did an impact assessment study amongst those 4,000 schools and the teachers that we had trained, we could measure a pre and post attitudinal shift. And the fact that they had begun to use technology, even if it was piecemeal, the fact that whenever they brought technology into the classroom, the students were far more attentive. They were far more focused. The classes were a lot more interactive as against struggling to keep a child's attention in place. So the teachers and the principals, they could start using the technology and we could sense that shift. I think the behavioral shift got pushed by COVID because of all the learn from home and the work from home things that came into place. But I think when we started this journey almost 4.5, 5 years back, it was really about demonstrating and building in that technology into our education system to make sure that we're preparing a workforce which is ready for the digital economy of the future.
Thank you. Pankaj, with the launch of Green Beauty, right? I've seen your brands. I've grown with using your brands, both L'Oreal and Garnier. But I've seen a sea change from what it was earlier to what it is now in terms of what you're talking, out there to the consumers, or the work that you're doing in the brand purpose space. And more recently, with the launch of Green Beauty, Garnier has taken on the challenge of becoming the most sustainable, natural, and accessible beauty brand, right, in the mass market. And of course, L'Oreal, earlier on in the last couple of years, I've seen a couple of, communication pieces on where it's standing up to sexual harassment on streets. So when we talk about purpose, which is closer to the brand, how do you select what is a right fit, right? Also, how do you make that choice? And more importantly, how do you believe that these initiatives that you take help build the brand equity, whether it's Garnier Beauty, Green Beauty, or even the L'Oreal stance on sexual harassment, or whatever else that you are doing right now in the space?
Yeah. So thank you, and very happy to be here. Before I talk about the Green Beauty Initiative and the L'Oreal Paris initiative, just to again go back to the point you were making, that today we feel at L'Oreal that the strength of the brand will be very much based on the purpose than it was in the past. It's not that purpose was not important before, but I think the kind of crisis we all have gone through in the last 1 year has accentuated the need to have a very sharp purpose. And today, the world we live in, right? I think consumers are demanding much more, from their brands. Before, you could have sold a brand on its performance, on its power, on its saliency. But I think in today's world, that is no longer enough. Okay, consumer everybody loves progress, right? We want our governments to change the society. We have a lot of expectations from the government. I think similarly, consumers are having expectations from the organization. Okay, what is the progress? It's not only the selling the product, but what is the larger impact an organization is having on this planet? And today, like we vote for the governments, I think consumers vote for the brands or vote for the organization by buying their products. So there is this trend, and I think one is COVID, which has made this trend more prominent today. But the second thing I think is the most digital, because today it was a very top-down dialogue, but today it's a two-way street. It's a dialogue. Before it was a comment. It was a slogan from the advertising from the top down. So once it's a two-way street, I think consumers can have a very meaningful dialogue with the brands, and that is also pushing the boundary. And I don't think any brand can hide, right? Every brand is in open. What do they do? What are the ramifications of their action? Everything is out there in the open. So that has changed for me. That is the biggest shift which has happened. COVID has accelerated that, but I think the shift was happening before that because of digital and the social communication we all are engaged in. Now, coming to, so once you see these trends, obviously L'Oreal has been committed as an organization, and it's not about turning around a purpose in 1 year or 2 years, as I think other people spoke about it. It has to be ingrained. It has to be the part of the DNA. And 50 years back, when we said on a brand called L'Oreal Paris that you are worth it, everyone is worth it, we already insinuated that the values of inclusivity, the values of respect, and values of harmony. What we have done recently, and again to the question that how do we take on the purpose, and we know it very well for the brands. There's obviously also a big task on building brands to the right cohort of the consumers. So you take a purpose which fits with the which works well with the brand equity, the core brand equity which brand wants to develop. An example, what you spoke about, Garnier. So Garnier is a big natural beauty brand, a mass beauty brand in the world, and the task which they have taken is the green beauty, which in the next 3 years there's strong commitment made on the usage of plastic, on the sourcing of the raw materials, and these commitments are made very open, right? And they're very bold commitments, and obviously the work for these commitments started a long time back. And an example, we have been recently recognized as a cruelty free, by an international Leaping Bunny program, by the Cruelty Free International Organization. So that's another piece on Garnier, which we have rolled out. So it's a big purpose on Garnier Green Beauty, which has been rolled out in India, and it fits with the brand equity. And that means it assures even a marketer or even the brand manager that, okay, as long as they build the Garnier Green Beauty, they're also building the brand. If both things are disconnected, I think then the journey is not very long. And similarly, on L'Oreal Paris, we have taken a very strong cause on street harassment, and educating people, a bystander, how could they prevent street harassment? What action could be taken? And again, it ties up with the goal of the brand, which is again women empowerment. So again, in the women empowerment, this is the initiative which have been rolled out. And I think important pieces on the purpose when these things are announced is how transparent it is. So we have taken extreme step. Okay, while we announce this purpose for the Garnier Green Beauty, we have transparency is important. So we have something called a progress report, which will be available on the Garnier.com every month. Anybody, you and I, anybody can log into Garnier.com and see the progress report, all the commitments where we stand today. Similarly, our goal on the street harassment part is not to create awareness. The idea is to change, right? And the change would happen is the focus is much more on the training part. What we are calling a 5D training, which any one of us can take, which clarifies or recommends the kind of steps which we can take to prevent sexual harassment. And hence, I would say, yes, purpose is important. It's more important than yesterday in today's time. But it's also important to tie the purpose with the DNA of the brand and with the positioning of the brand, and at the same time make that purpose more meaningful and make it more transparent, so more and more consumers can involve and participate in it.
And would you also say that embracing a particular purpose, or which is core to the DNA of the brand, helps you in the every single consumer part of the single consumer journey? It's not just about awareness; it's about the full funnel, that it plays a role in every funnel, part of the funnel, when it comes to the consumer journey.
No, it definitely it does help. Obviously, the big goal is not to make it a complete marketing mandate. It's I think it goes beyond the marketing mandate. It reflects on the organizational values. It reflects on the brand values, the brand what it wants to be famous for. and the intervention of this purpose could be installed in every every consumer journey. And an example on Garnier Green Beauty, today we are working on a label which will declare in the, I think we'll launch it by the end of 2022, the impact label. So like you, on the product you see the price, you see the manufacturing date, you see when it is going to get expired. You'll also see social impact label, where which will range from score A to E, A being for the best on the sustainability score. So it will be that transparent to the consumer, helping consumers to make more sustainable choices. So which is the last mile of the consumer journey when they're buying the product. So, and that's what we have worked backwards, covering all consumer touch points. And also I think Amitabh spoke about it with the vendors, with the back end, because once you once you say something or purpose or a mission, then it goes across the organization end to end.
Thank you, Pankaj. Siddharth, this is over to you. I mean, Under Armour is one of the most exciting brands that I'm privileged and my team is privileged to be working on. It's really excited that you launched finally in India. Fairly young brand compared to all the others on this panel. So can you just spend some time, talking about your journey so far, and
Sure.
what are your plans to bring your brand purpose to life?
Cool. Are you able to hear me?
Yes,
Am I
sir.
audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, in fact, we are a 24-year-old brand versus other sports brands who are more than 50 years old. We are the brand of the 90s. So, we are fairly young. And in India, we launched in 2019. So we are younger than most of the brands here. And, 2019, on the 25th of March, we opened our first store. Everybody here, I mean, Pankaj, Ritu, Amitabh talked about brand purpose and sustainability. What COVID has made us realize that you need a bigger purpose, even if you're a brand or professionally as well as personally as well. So there is purpose defined to everything that we do now, and more so after COVID. Sports is something that it's inbuilt in sports to help you be better. Team sports make you learn a lot, many things. Sports as a category, when you play sports, you learn a lot of things. And for a brand, it's more exciting to be in that space, right? I mean, all the other brands who are in the competition, be it our competition, Nike, Adidas, or even Under Armour, right? And Under Armour's core purpose as a mission is to make you better. I mean, because you can actually wear our products on the field when you are training or when you are playing sports. So I think that fulfills our purpose in terms of delivering better products and helping athletes become better whatever they do. And what we've realized that in 2019 when we launched, we thought that we launch it with one of our core ambassadors, and who've been with us for nearly more than 10 years now. And he's the all-time Olympian in terms of what he's achieved, Michael Phelps. And I'll just share an example of when he was in India and what he saw. And he was chatting with me, and the first thing is he asked me that there is this level of passion that India has. And he interacted with kids, he interacted with trainers, he interacted with cricket players. He had the opportunity to interact with a lot of people from aged from 6, 7 to 40s, and across categories, sports categories. And he was asking, you guys are young, right? We are 50% of the population is below 30, and what is that one thing that is missing when it comes to being in Olympics? And I mean, there are a lot of things. And he spoke so passionately about sports. He had the chance to play cricket with one of the IPL teams. And what I garnered from him is that there is this part of discipline that comes when you are a professional athlete and when you are working with a brand, and that discipline is making a routine of yourself, doing what you're passionate about, serving a life's purpose. all of us in Under Armour have a purpose to help our athletes perform better. And with his, his passion, he was speaking about it. He, for 18 years of his life, he hadn't had a sip of alcohol or nor a Coke, nor a Pepsi, nothing of that. So for 18 years, after he retired in 32, that's the first sip he took of an alcohol, and he said, that's what athletes go through. And he was just passionately speaking about how Under Armour was with him, throughout his journey. I mean, he suffered some losses in the way. He talked about mental, depression during his time in the Olympics, and he spoke freely about it, onto the media. So I think and that's what we speak about when we've been with that athlete, who's reached at his pinnacle and served him with the best of products. I mean, that's something that we at Under Armour, and I'm particularly proud of. Considering that we've been in India for 3 years, right now I think that what has happened in COVID, people have realized that one of the key things to survive this century is to make sure you're healthy, right? I mean, our general perception about health, workout, being responsible for what you eat, being responsible for what you do, has taken a major step forward in terms of other wants that people have, and we've seen that come through our ambassadors that we have in India, who are not at a level of what a cricketer is, but we managed to get deep dive into understanding authentic people who bring out authentic change, and not maybe that's a strategy that we built into, but some of the examples that we have a trainer who's in the name of Zoe Modgill. I mean, she doesn't have a massive following on Instagram, but she tells me that she does this class every week where 100 women take part in it, and she has changed lives of women who've been going through a lot of post pregnancy fat and stuff like that. And she has this module that runs through, and it's that passion that really drives her to do that stuff, and her passion really drives us to help her in whatever way we can. And I think that's where our purpose comes through. I mean, we don't want to go out in the open and announce that we rather serve the purpose with an athlete, and through that athlete help others who are motivated to get into a healthy routine. So, and you will see a lot of people coming in the brand space, joining us in this movement of uh, training, and be it running, be it contact sports, be it Olympics. And soon I think and India is moving in that kind of direction, right? I mean, there is a lot of push across brands, across industries, to help India become a superpower in terms of being one of the biggest contenders in Olympics. I think that's where the goal is, and that's where the game is. So our idea is to just help each and every athlete, and an athlete can be anybody, right? Who it can be you, Rati, it can be Ritu, it can be Pankaj, who goes to the gym 4 or 3 days a week, who are passionate about their health. They eat right. They want to make sure that the kids work out and go outdoors, and and that's what our audience is. It's the focused performer. That's how we say it. Who's focused in its own discipline of sports or training that he or she does, and we are just ready to support them. So I think that's our purpose, and I think that's my purpose. And I've been in the industry for more than a decade now. So I think that's my purpose, to bring out the best of sports in each city that India has, and bring out the athlete in every person that I meet. So yeah, that's the purpose.
Is it also a conscious effort to stay away from mainstream sports? And I know you have an association with the Indian women hockey team. That's wonderful. But is there a conscious effort to actually stay away from mainstream sports like cricket?
Because of what we've done, I think we've made sure that we stay away from cricket. I mean, the signings that we've done and the things that we're doing, I think there are other brands who are taking that responsibility of making sure that they sponsor the big cricketers and help cricket grow in India. I think it's our responsibility to make sure that we serve the underdogs. And that's one of the big example is the women ice hockey team. We signed them. We did a campaign with them. We supported them in whatever journey they've been through. And, there aren't many ice skating rinks in India. There are hardly any, actually. So, the team has to go to countries like Kuwait or other countries to, practice. It's difficult to practice here in India because of the conditions. So I guess we have our own purpose to serve the underdogs, and there are other brands who are, serving the purpose of helping cricket grow. So yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I know that's a good thing. Even we are fine with that, Sid. Moving on, thanks so much, Sid. Manoj, I kind of purposely left you for the last. I hope you don't mind on that, but I thought you'll have a different perspective as a startup, as an entrepreneur. How has your journey been so far? I mean, is it any different in terms of building a purpose as to what the others spoke about over here? Is it more or less the same? Can you talk a little bit about what you went through and what your purpose is with Zozodie?
Yeah, thanks, Rati. I hope I'm audible.
You are, Manoj. You are.
Yeah, so I guess I'm the youngest brand here. I mean, we are the youngest company in this panel, and today I'm wearing a dual hat here. So being an entrepreneur and also being part of a marketing panel. So I'll try to balance my answers, keeping in mind both those hats. See. Many times you are not purpose first companies. I mean, purpose is kind of acquired over a period of time, because when you talk about early stage companies, and I'm sure that each of the panel members, if they ask their founders that, okay, how was Dell when Michael Dell started it, and how was L'Oreal in the early days of L'Oreal? It's like, how can I save the world when I'm barely saving myself? So that is how entrepreneurs go through that journey. That, okay, it's like the popular saying in your flight that, okay, help others only after you help yourself, while putting that mask and so on. So that is all about early stage startups and then founders, and all these companies go through that kind of a mindset. So first establish yourself and then try to kind of help others. Otherwise, whatever purpose you build for others, it won't be sustainable. I mean, you might be doing bits and pieces of this and that, but can it be long term? Maybe no. So yes, I mean, in the initial 4 to 5 years, we were just navigating through our own journey. That, okay, what are we doing as a company? What is our product market fit? What is the customer liking us for, and so on. And over the last 2-3 years, yes, we have established that what we are doing, and then now we have that bandwidth and we have that clarity that, okay, yes, now this is the purpose of the brand, and this is what we can do, and this is how we can make some impact in the lives of others. Now, so just like millions of other businesses in the world, we are not purpose first company. I mean, I would say an Akshapatra is a purpose first company because Akshapatra is started with that motive. Or I would say some kind of an NGO who might be doing it right from day one as a purpose first company. We are all purpose acquired companies. We try to kind of give it back to the society when we have enough of it. So I think that is how most of the brands are doing their purpose-driven kind of marketing. Now, in terms of our business, we are in the business of human motivation, and we, through our technology products, we help companies to motivate and add some kind of smile in the lives of, whether it's their employees or their channel partners or their sales guys or maybe their consumers. That how can you really drive some performance, some productivity by adding some ingredients of motivation. And motivation is simple, but I mean, simplest things are hardest to build. Now the COVID period especially also highlighted that there is a huge scarcity of motivation in human beings. I mean, COVID actually exposed the entire need of human motivation, and it expose the need of human gratitude. That, I mean, a simple thank you or a simple gratitude can change your life and can change your day. And we all went through that. So as a business, that is what we do, and that is how we help our clients to kind of achieve that kind of a purpose. That I mean, it doesn't take a lot to say thank you to your delivery boy, say thank you to maybe your employee, say thank you to your customer care guy who has just forgotten his Holi and Diwali and is just working day in, day out, and facing the wrath of the customers on the one side and facing the wrath of the employees on the other side. So how do you balance that? So I mean, we have found the purpose on our way by taking this motto of gratitude, thankfulness, and the entire science of appreciation. That yes, I mean, appreciation really matters in everybody's life, whether it is personal or professional. So how can you really add appreciation in the lives of whomever you are working with, and then make their days better, and create, I mean, add a Zozo into the day. So it's like, just like you have a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you can also add a Zozo day, more hugs and kisses, more appreciation, more gratitude. So yeah, I mean, this is how we have figured out our purpose. I mean, we never planned to do the purpose right from day one. I'll be very frank. We acquired purpose on our journey. Yeah.
So Manoj, I mean, if I were to, bring in what one of the comments that Byron Sharp had done, he says that it's purpose is what I call a distraction. Is that what you're talking about? I mean, do you think it's just the talk that the companies are doing, or companies are actually walking the talk today?
Yes, see, a lot of companies have actually walked the talk. I mean, if I talk about, say, purpose first or purpose acquired, there are a lot of names, and even if we talk about, say, a person, an individual is also a brand. So, I mean, I might sound theoretical, but let's say if we talk about people like, say, Mother Teresa or maybe Oprah Winfrey and so on. I mean, these are brands by themselves, and they have walked the talk. I mean, they have not just talked the talk. And I will recall that book from Simon where, I mean, most of us are generally busy in the what and how. I mean, and then why is tough. I mean, answering the why and then really committed to that why takes time, and then it requires a lot of perseverance. It requires a lot of sacrifice. So, I mean, not many brands have been purpose first brands, but yes, I mean, there have been a lot of success across the world. Whether purpose and profit can coexist, yes, very much. Purpose and profit can coexist. I mean, we have a panel here where and then they have shown both of them together, and I can name some Indian brands who have done fantastically. I mean, most of the brands here we are talking about are international, but let's talk about brands like, say, Hamdard, or maybe brands like Vico, or maybe a Borolane, or maybe brands like Akshapatra or Jindal Naturopathy. All these brands, and then even the brands like, say, if you know Super 30, the IIT coaching guy in Bihar, or maybe a Lijat Papad, so all these brands started with a purpose first, and they've been doing it for, like, say, decades and decades. And at the same time, there are a lot of brands who acquired it with time, and they have been doing fantastic as well. So as long as it is adding value to different stakeholders, I think it is perfectly fine, and people are actually doing it very well. Yeah.
Thanks, Manoj. I mean, actually, that leads me to the next question. I mean, allow this to either, Pankaj or, even Ritu to take this on. Just taking off from where Manoj was speaking, right? What are the challenges today of articulating a brand purpose? I mean, how do you actually ensure that you maintain consistency? Or from an IKEA perspective as well, how do you ensure that every piece of a connect that you come across, whether it's the consumer, your stakeholders, what goes into it? I mean, when I was working towards this, setting up this panel discussion, one of the questions that a lot of people came and asked me is that, what are the challenges? Can you help articulate it for me? Pankaj, do you want to take this on?
Yeah. So as I said before, when you make a commitment or when you declare your purpose, it's not an easy journey. It's required a lot of clarity, the way the organization thinks, the way the values of the organization are embedded in across all functions. And when we took this journey of green beauty, it's so easy to say that we reduce plastic, but now when you have to do walk the talk, the kind of work it needs, from we have to make sure that the raw material which we are sourcing, they are renewable, but at the same time people who are giving us, our vendors who are giving us these raw materials, they are also following the sustainable roadmap. And then how we produce them in our factories, our factories are carbon neutral. How quickly they can become carbon neutral? Obviously in India we are becoming carbon neutral by the end of the year. And our supply chain, in that process, is there again a leakage, or is again how can we make it even more sustainable? Our packaging which we use, how it should not use virgin plastic, and how can we have a recyclable plastic in every packaging? Once it gets consumed by the consumer and it comes back to the environment, whether it is again safe for the environment. So you have to look at the whole value chain and work and commit yourself that you walk the purpose which you have declared. So, and that's what it entails. And then everything you do, if sustainability is our purpose, if the purpose of L'Oreal is beauty for all, then how it should transmit across all brands, all functions, all organization, and it should not become one good part for the consumers, but actually it becomes your DNA. So when you take a bigger purpose and ingrain it and install it in your organizational values, then it's a very different take. And yes, purpose first brand required purpose. I think in any ways it's a good to have a purpose, because it works as a lighthouse. It also makes sure that the things which you are doing is aligned with the overall purpose you want to do. So it creates a good check mechanism across the organization for the people, and it creates value. It does create value, and hence I would believe it does. There is no compromise on the profit, because when you're talking about purpose. Yeah.
Yeah. Amitabh, I mean, it looks like for IKEA it's so easy, right? I mean, do you think there are any challenges from your front when it comes to, embracing brand purpose?
No, I think it's maybe make it sound easier than it is. But I think where I think we come from is to keep it simple. I think the minute we start putting jargons like purpose or even sustainability, I think that's where we kind of complicate our lives, and then it becomes like this thing that we have to do separate from everyday business. It's like if you take sustainability, right? It's a concept that comes in a post-consumption world. But if you look at Indian culture, we've been recycling and reusing forever, right? I mean, we've been living sustainably forever. So if you go break it down into the basics, then I think it gets easier. And I think that's kind of our endeavor, to kind of not get caught up in these words of purpose-driven marketing and because then it kind of then it's a fake concept that we are trying to chase. I mean, similarly, if you look at purpose, fundamentally, it's as simple. We all seek purpose, right? It's something. It's very natural. As a human being, we are driven by purpose. I mean, at the end of the day, that's why we're living. The purpose could be raising our children or our families. It could be whatever it is. But our entire life, purpose is very natural. It's a very normal human emotion that has come to us over years of evolution. So in that sense, it can be as simple as that. It's just kind of being able to kind of remind us that, hey, that's all it is. Fundamentally, people want to do good. It's a new school of thought of saying people are not bad. It's people fundamentally want to do good, right? Humankind, the book from Humankind, and all those kind of thinking. Fundamentally, all purpose is just making sure that we're kind of going back to that basic human fundament, rather than kind of overcomplicate it and say, okay, let's write a book about purpose.
I know. A little bit on technology. I mean, I don't think we can, not bring in technology at this day and age, right? So, Ritu at Dell, you're transforming businesses and driving human progress by harnessing technology, right? Similarly, Siddharth, you spoke about when I spoke to you, you spoke about how you're using technology in this whole brand purpose piece. So, can either both of you touch upon a little bit about this in the last few minutes that we have before the panel closes? Ritu, over to you.
Sure, sure. So, I'm going to pick up the thread from where Amitabh left, because yes, it's important that we don't overcomplicate things, right? And also to the fact of what Manoj said, it really has to be, and what Pankaj said, it really has to be tops down. So if it is something which is seeped into your DNA, then it's easy to execute it and really live it by the day as part of what you do day to day, right from to every single employee in the organization and to every single thing that you do, right? So whether it is sustainability, whether it is DNI, whether it is for us, whether it is education, whether it is skill development and employability, every single aspect of this, there are different manifestations of it, either as part of day to day or even as part of separate effort that you would want to do. So just to give an example, right? If I'm talking about sustainability, there is a India-based startup called Chakra. So what these guys do is they actually convert diesel soot. They have that ink, that black soot that gets collected at the with the diesel operation. So they actually collect a lot of that and they convert that into print ink powder. And Dell has actually worked very, very closely with them, and we use that ink to create that ink, which then is used on the boxes that we package our computers in before we ship them out. Now, what this required is the complete process, at the back end had to be changed to make sure that there is the earlier ink is being kept aside, and this new process needs to be woven into the entire manufacturing process to make sure that you are using and leveraging that as much to that possible. And then you're also saying, okay, if I'm doing this, what's the kind of impact that I'm able to create? So a rough calculation that we arrived at, if you look at the amount of PCs that we ship out of India with that ink printed on it, we're probably taking care of the air that about 110,000 people breathe in and out on an annual basis. But is that enough? No, it's not. So the idea is to see how can we increase it more. The second example is in terms of inclusion, right? Amitabh said about 50% diversity ratio. So I think as a technology company, we're definitely not at a 50% right now, but at an overall employee base, we are probably at a 35. But as part of our 2030 moonshot goals that we've unveiled, some months back, we are focused on making sure that our overall employee ratio is at a 50%, male gender diversity, but at the leadership level, and which is where we see a bigger challenge, because we know that a lot of women opt out, as they progress in life for various personal professional balancing reasons. We have actually given ourselves a goal of having a diversity ratio of 40% at that level. So to make sure that you are encouraging women to be in that space and providing the right ecosystem in the right environment for them to build on and work in that space. So there will always be challenges, and some things may seem, like we said, these are moonshot goals. We need to make sure that we are working towards employability. We've taken upon ourselves a goal on 1:1. For every PC that we will sell, we will recycle another one. So it's literally is a 1:1 ratio that we want to maintain to make sure that we are giving back as much as we are taking in from the environment. So things will have to be, as long as they are really top down driven, and they form the ethos of everything that we do as part of the culture code as we define as to how do we do things, not just who we are, but how do we do things. And a combination of this, I think it will be able to it's going to be not as difficult as it sounds.
Okay. What about you, Sid? I mean, innovation and performance enhancing technology, right, has been the genesis at Under Armour. So, how are you leveraging new technology across your products and your new offerings?
So the thing is, people, I mean, generally we are expected to work till our mid 60s, but for life of an athlete, usually used to end at early 30s, in the 90s and the 80s, and very few people used to stretch it to late 30s. But what we've seen in the last decade, if you've seen the kinds of, Tom Brady, who's our ambassador, he's now, he won a NFL championship again, and he's been winning since a decade now, and he's 43. He's a quarterback. He's playing one of the toughest sports in the world. There are other athletes like him, LeBron James, who's a basketball player. He's 36 now. Dhoni, for matter, who's still playing the IPL. I mean, there is this big shift of athletes who are now pushing their limit, and part of this reason is obviously what you eat, but recovery is a major component to all of this. I mean, generally we don't account for recovery as much as we do training. We are more happy and excited to get those 20 burpees and 30 burpees in, or play football for an hour, or run 5 kilometers. But recovery is more important than actually in my, and in our age group. When you are over 30, so people don't tend to get that, right? I mean, that's why you've seen a lot of injuries that happen at a pro or amateur level as well. One of the recent technologies that we've developed is called Under Armour Recovery Products, which is in partnership with Tom Brady. I mean, he's helped us. What it does is you can wear it after training. We have sleep wear as well, so it helps your body recover faster than normally what it takes. And there's a sleep wear collection. You can sleep with it. You can wear it after training, and it helps the blood flow, and you can recover faster. Things like this. You need when you are playing sports in a day in, day out. The other thing is, from a technological standpoint, wearable technology is one of the biggest things now. Smart watches have become big. Apps have become really big during this pandemic as well. And what we did, before brands really thought about it. We already have a Bluetooth chip in all our running shoes. Most of our running shoes, which is hover shoes, which is a technology, and they just sync it with the app, so you don't really need to wear a smartwatch. You just need to sync it with the shoe, and they identify the shoe color, what kind of shoe you're wearing. So I mean, there are spaces of performance of technology that exists within the sports ecosystem. Is how brands are leveraging it in a way that helps us as who are focused performers or who are amateur athletes, as well as the level of the Tom Brady's of the world. So I guess there is a lot of progression that we're going to see through in the next decade of technology, but this is something that we've already worked on in the past 3-4 years.
Thanks, Sid. Mithun, I don't know, do we have any audience questions, or could I end the session, the panel discussion, with some sound bites from Isha? Do we have some time, or do you have any audience questions that you would want to ask the panelists?
So I have all of it. I have so many questions and more, and I would love to hear Isha talk as well. But unfortunately, we have time constraint, and our next speaker is already joined in at the back of the entire summit. So I think you should take charge and call it an end to this entire session.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Really enjoyed speaking to all of you. And if there are any questions, please, Mithun, send it across to the individual panelists, and we can see if we can answer them. And over to you, Mithun.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Siddharth. Thank you, Ritu. Thank you, Pankaj.
Thank you.
Thank you, Isha, and of course, Mr. Pandey. Thank you so much again. My apologies, I completely missed out that you were joining as well. But yes, thank you again, Mr. Amita Pandey, for joining us. And of course, not to forget our moderator, Rati. Thank you so much for joining us again. And I wish you great luck. I personally have so many questions because it's my subject that I really talk and read about. But unfortunately, sometime soon, not now.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks. Thanks, everyone. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye.
Have a good you and great luck for 2021. Well. You heard it all. You heard them all. There's so much about the subject, and I'm sure you all have so many questions. So please do pin down your question in the Q&A chat box, and we'll make sure the answers are with you as soon as possible. Now, quickly, Apart from this very interesting, insightful session, we also have something interesting for you. To do it, I hope you are doing it all. Tweet with the hashtag pitch CMO and make sure you talk about our experiences so far on the day, and there's so much more to come our way. Also, the Pitch CMO Awards happen post the summit, so hang around with us. We got the entire day packed for you and planned for you with some interesting stories, great conversations, great leaders, and all this with awards and much more. Now, let's quickly get into a very interesting session and welcome a very, very interesting speaker. Now, who is the person? Quickly, I'll tell you a little story about the person and his partner who started this. Well, with no intentions earlier to do this, they got into this because they had a personal experience about something. And then the couple decided, let's take a next level rather, to make sure the consumers get the best than what is being served to them already. And today, in 2021, they are top notch in bringing products which are with well, the lack of safe baby products I was talking to you about, which led Varun and Ghazal Alab to create Mama Earth in 2016 and offer parents toxin-free products for their tiny tots. Since then, the brand has seen an exponential growth, become one of the most talked about brands in the country, and remain committed to its brand philosophy of goodness inside. Telling us why consumers connect with purpose-driven brands is the man himself, Varun Alam, co-founder and CEO of Hansa Consumer Private Limited, the makers of Mama Earth and the Derma Company. Please welcome with a big round of applause, Varun Alam with us this evening. Hi Varun, good evening to you, and very, very happy to have you here with us right now.
Hey, good evening. Thank you so much for having me here. And thank you for those kind words of setting up some really kind things that you had to say about what we have done and what we have built. And thank you for that.
So Varun, I'm talking with my personal experience itself. I have a little niece at home, and we are very attached to your products. And I can totally get the difference of when I was born, I did not have this. But now that I have it, I would rather give it to the coming generation as well. So I know how great the products are. And today, as you join us here, all our audience and me, mostly all of us, are eagerly waiting to understand the story and what more do you bring to the table. So over to you, Arun, and post which I'll have a bunch of questions ready for you for sure.
Super. So let me actually go back and start from the story itself, and then I'll jump in to talk about our belief in purpose-based brands, and why they matter to millennials, and how at least we look at building purpose-based brands, sharing you the secret framework of doing that internally and with the audience as well. And so this story, like Mithun talked about, goes back to honestly 2014, not 2016. And 2014 is when we were blessed with Agastya, our son, and that's when the platonic relationship with personal care became a little more serious for us. And because before that, while I've been in the industry, I've worked with Unilever, sold shampoos, conditioners, lotions, etc., but never really cared to check the ingredients that go in there. And
Are you with us, Varun?
because kids have 2x the transdermal absorption compared to adults, and they are at even higher risk from some of these chemicals. And that kind of made us think. We of course, like anyone else would, we started ordering stuff from abroad, and tried to figure a way around this problem that we were facing. And but after trying to latch on to a lot of friends, relatives, etc., we realized it was really painful and expensive as well. And so we finally sort of started talking about this idea that someone should solve this, and not only the problem of creating toxin-free products, but also problem of creating great personal care products meant for India, meant for Indian problems, coming from the cultural heritage that we come from. For example, as parents, we would use the mix of hing and coconut oil on our son's tummy for better digestion and for colic relief, and we didn't want to give him anything to sort of consume at that time, because as much as possible you want to avoid they're only on mother's milk, right? But there was nothing available in the market which could easily solve that. If we had to do that late at the night, we had to get up and sort of do it, right? We wanted to build a brand which would understand these pain points of consumers, right? And build for that, right? Rather than starting the build idea from assuming what is the kind of market size and how will I get share in that market size, right? Rather than starting from that as a assumption, starting from an assumption, what do people need, right? And how do I solve that, right? And all of these, the problem became passion, and that passion became this brand. 2016 is when we left our full-time job, started working on this, and at the end of the year is when we launched Mamaearth as Asia's first made safe certified brand with a set of baby care products. And since the beginning, one of the core things, apart from listening to consumers, being digital first, that we have been married to, so to say, and is that this century belongs to why-based brands and not what-based brands, and which is actually my segue into purpose-based brands, right? So we believe that in the last century, a lot of brands that were created were largely actually category creations, right? Where you were trying to explain to a consumer, hey, what is a shampoo, right? And why should they use it, right? Especially when you look at Indian market. And you were trying to create categories. And when you're trying to create categories, it's the what that matters. And now, at the evolution that we are at, where there is strong penetration when it comes to category development, and people are not as bothered about a what, right? They know it's a shampoo and it cleanses, right? Um, they're more bothered about the why, right? As to when they buy into the brand, right? What are they buying into, and what would they talk about when they have to tell the story of their choice to themselves or to someone else, right? And which is where why sort of comes into play. And when people, and there are a lot of examples of this change happening. Apple is a great example of a why-based brand, right? And when you buy into Apple's design philosophy, you buy into whatever Apple sells. It's not just phones. You'd buy into that ecosystem. And back home in India, what Patanjali was doing was again a great example of a why-based brand when being built, because you were buying, whichever households were buying into the why, and were actually buying then Patanjali across categories. And so that's a strong belief that we have, that millennials will want to find differentiators beyond what, right? And that differentiator is going to lie in the why and how of brands, right? Rather than what you're selling. And as why and how becomes more important in making some of these brand choices, and is where purpose sort of comes into play. And that's what we've been married to since we started. And we've been building a purposeful brand. And Goodness Inside has been that the culmination or encapsulation of that purpose. And Mamaearth is born out of that purpose, right? And that purpose actually, the framework that we use internally, and which I'll talk about in terms of explaining how we are sort of then building and communicating the purpose-based brand, is on 3Ps structure. And the first P is product, right? How does the brand live its purpose through the product, right? So if Goodness Inside is a purpose philosophy, then at a product level, and it basically means that there is no nasties in this product and it's only goodness inside, and from the product construct perspective, and that is very important. That your purpose shouldn't lie only in your communications. It has to start from your product, and then comes the how, right, which is processes, and which is where we have multiple pieces which point back to the goodness inside way of life that Mama Earth believes in, right? So we are a PETA certified brand. We don't test on animals, and we are a plastic positive brand. We recycle more plastic than we consume. In fact, last month, for example, we would have helped recycle 120 tons of plastic, and we have a first in the world initiative called Plant Goodness, and where every time you place an order on our website, we actually link it back to a tree that we have planted, and we send a picture of that tree, a geolocation of that tree, to you in your email, right? So that you can actually see the contribution that you have made to the world, not just to yourself by buying great products, right, but also to the environment because of the action that you took. And now that's our how, right, which is our processes part, where goodness inside comes to life because of these things that we do. And then there is the part about perspective, and which is really where the why sort of lies. And this is where the brand brings forward its point of view or a cultural point of view into the world, and where we believe goodness is an action, right? Goodness is a choice, and hence for us, beauty, and while for some other brands it could be beauty could be how you look, and for some other brands beauty could be how you feel, and but for Mama Earth, right, beauty is a verb, and hence beauty is what you do, that makes you beautiful rather than how you look or how you feel, and that's the big perspective and point of view through which we want to sort of communicate our purpose and connect emotionally with our consumers. And when you communicate all of these things together across multimedia, is when you're able to get a consumer to connect with your why, and when they buy into your why, then like I said, they'll buy whatever from you, not just what. And they will also have a strong story to tell, and when someone asks them why this, and they will be actually able to tell them, right, that this is the reason why I believe I buy this brand. And we'll see this philosophy shaping up far more, in India over the next couple of decades, and as categories evolve, as brands evolve, as the digital ecosystem further evolves. And in US, for example, there are great examples of Tom's shoes or Patagonia, right, and Seven Generation, where some of these purpose stories have played really well. And we believe, in the next couple of decades, it's the time for purpose-based brands to sort of take shape and do exceptionally well, and especially with the onslaught of social media, and which is really all about storytelling, right? I mean, it is social which has turned into media, and earlier, Avatar, social used to live in form of word of mouth, and which used to be conversations about conversation worthy stuff, and you would not do conversations about the fact that you've used something which was a watt based, or something which was good at cleansing in the morning, right? But you would have conversations about conversations worthy stuff, and that's what social media helps you do. And we have seen the influencer ecosystem, the social ecosystem shaping really well to again support these purpose-based brands, right? And to provide impetus to how they will take shape in future. And we have closely used some of these engines to get our story out there, to spread it in the right manner. And we will continue to do more of that as we sort of get into future. And I think in a short sweet summary, that is what I had to say from a purpose perspective, and how we believe building purpose-based brands is going to be extremely useful for all large CPG companies, as well as it's a way through which we'll all end up driving a 360 impact rather than just impacting top lines and bottom lines, right? We'll actually be able to have a triple bottom line impact as well. And hopefully we will see a lot more purpose-based brands getting built over the next decade.
Right. Thank you so much, Varun Alak. I think in the last 15 minutes, you spoke out everything that was in my mind. But I just have one question that is coming in. Your market is, your TG is consumers in tier 1 and tier 2 cities. But tier 3 is still a long way to go, is what I see. What are your plans for tier 3 city in the coming days?
Actually, I wouldn't say tier 3 is far away from us. In fact, especially during the last 12 months, and we have seen our tier 3 and beyond contributions to go up significantly. In fact, from a contribution perspective, it has gone up by 50%, and in the last 12 months, right? And we now are servicing more than um, you know uh, 2,500 towns across India, and from our own platform itself. And then beyond that, the other e-commerce platforms would be adding further reach to this number. And even physically, from an offline presence perspective, we are there in close to 100 cities, right? All the smart cities which are there. And so, especially the last 12 months, we have seen a lot of positive pull for the brand because of what it stands for, what it believes in. And people are clearly looking for options which are safer, more natural, and have a positive impact on the society. And so because of that, we have seen a lot of pull from all quarters, not just a tier 1 and tier 2 specific quarter.
So 2020 must be the year where the numbers would have increased, the business would have increased, the consumer requirements must have increased, because a lot of babies were born in the year 2020. I'm sure you agree with that, right? Right, Varun? So where do you see 2021 going from here?
In fact, one of the things that I must qualify is that while we started as a baby care brand, and baby care is one part of our portfolio now, and it contributes, about 20 odd percent to the brand. Right? And, our adult skincare, adult hair care, body care business is actually fairly large as well, and that is what a Y-based brand sort of helps you do, right? Because when consumers start buying into the brand, they'll start buying it for the whole family, and when they start using it themselves, they'll start referring it to the friends, relatives, and hence the category is also sort of start spreading. So the same person who's buying baby care is also buying stuff from themselves, right? So it's actually expanded quite a lot in terms of scope. We have over 200 products now. And from a 2021 perspective, yes, I think going further deep and building the awareness funnel would be one of the core objectives, right? And hence, outside, while 2020, large part of our advertising was limited to digital mediums, and you will also see us going live aggressively on traditional mediums like TV in 2021, and to push out our awareness into deeper quarters, as well as to provide cover for the horizontal and offline distribution that we intend to do.
So in the coming days, I'm going to see a lot of TV commercials that's going to be all about your brand and products. I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. They're already on, by the way.
They're already on. Okay. So I think I'm missing out completely for sure. But Varun, thank you for joining us here. One last thing I have in mind. There's so much you're doing for, if I look at it from a prospect where you're serving to environment, you're doing so much more across, and just about 2 days back was the World Water Day. And so did you do anything special about those days? Do you celebrate these days in your organization?
Also, honestly, we strongly believe that there are few things that if you can do them really well rather than doing everything to a little extent, then it makes a much bigger difference like that. And we also believe that in the longer term we're building a company which will have a house of brands. And so while Mamaearth has chosen its play around a certain areas of let's say, environment or sustainability where it is making an impact. And there are going to be other brands which will stand for and which will take stand on some of the other issues, right? Could be varied from water conservation to, party to education, to girl child, we don't know. But the view is that over time, and the house of brands and will try to make as much difference to the society because of the brands that we sell and how they contribute back. And hence, as a company, we'll have a much wider footprint in being able to make that dent.
As you say this, Varun, I have no doubt about it. And so is the consumer of a country who has no doubt that, you know what, Mama Earth and the entire Derma company that you're leading right now is got so much more in the coming future. Thank you so much for joining us here. It was great talking to you. And I can't wait to meet you in person and discuss much more in terms of what's the plan like for the coming days and coming year. But thank you so much for joining us. And I wish you great luck for the year 2021 to you and your partner and your entire team. Thank you so much again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure being here.
Well, thank you again. That was very interesting. That was Varun Allah giving us a little insight about what he's brought to the entire country from 2016 onwards and much more in the coming future. Remember, if you have any question, go on a Q&A, drop it down right now. And if you haven't done a tweet as yet, go on Pitch CMO. And all you have to do is go write a tweet and talk about it, how the experience been so far. We'll get straight into the next speaker. Well, he's here to talk about the consumers don't buy what you do. They buy why you do it. Well, this quote has got its definition. And why this quote? Well, moving on to a brand that has made a lot of news in the recent past. Sebamed. This is one company which has not hesitated in standing up and calling out its competition. The company strategy, asking consumers to choose products backed by strong scientific research, has drawn traction, and now Sebamed is moving beyond bathing bar category and building its personal care range with shampoos. And we have someone very special joining us to talk about this and what more. Please welcome India head Sebamed, Mr. Sashi Ranjan, who's here to talk about consumers don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. Well, good evening, Sashi. Good to have you here with us. How are you doing this evening?
Good evening, Mithun. I'm good and I'm really happy to be here.
Likewise, Sashi. I have so much to talk about this and so much to hear from you. And the best part is when we speak about Sebamed, it's just transforming so strongly in our country at the current time, and it's only shaping it bigger, better, and meant for India kind of product. So we are all ears to you, and I request you to please go ahead from here and give us all this good news and the future plans that you have in mind right now with Sebamed.
Thank you so much, Mithun. So thanks, Section for Media, for having me here. Well, before I get started, let me, kind of take a slight diversion and talk about history of human evolution, and possibly also from anthropology perspective. So maybe let me share my screen. Mithun, can you allow me to share my screen, please? Yes. Okay.
You have rights.
Cool. So I said we will talk about brand purpose, but let's talk about the top ancient civilization. So let's start with, I have put in 3 civilizations as such. Indus Valley, all of us know, we live, it's basically India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. You have Mesopotamia, and then you have Egyptian civilization. Now let's understand, why did they existed? What was the reason? What was the commonalities among these top civilizations which existed thousands of years ago? If you see, there are basically 3 elements. One is, it was all about people. It was all about partnership, coexisting with others. But the most important part was all these civilizations had a purpose to live a better life. So the point which I'm trying to make is it's very humane when you look at how human think, how human evolution has happened. It's driven by doing things which can impact lives. In fact, our evolution happened with asking this question, why we existed. And that's why I thought it's apt that we try to understand human mind, human psyche from an anthropology perspective. And all these civilizations, if you see, they have done from agriculture perspective, they have enough and more grains. They had art and culture, which even today, if you see, it doesn't feel like it is prehistoric. The third one, which is most important, is it was more about coexistence. It was about a shared purpose. Now, if you move to the next part, let's talk about brand. And I don't see, when we ask this question, why do we exist? It's any different from the way humans think. And that's why this question is very pertinent, that consumers or people do not buy just what you sell it. They buy why you sell it. What is the reason for your existence? Why do you exist? I was listening to Varun and he was also talking about brand promise. I certainly echo, it's not just top line and bottom line. It's the bigger purpose, what you solve. Each one of us, all the brands need to ask this question to ourselves. Are we really making a difference in the lives of consumers? Because this is going to be pretty important. When we talk about branding. So just to set up the context, CBAMED 2.0 in India as such, which started almost 3 years back. And I was pretty happy working with Johnson & Johnson in a range of country and global roles, working with some of the top iconic global brands. And this opportunity came to me. And I'm a big fan or a strong proponent of Blue Ocean strategy. And I feel there are two things. One is, if I look at Indian personal care market per se, it's ripe for disruption. Traditionally, for the last 3-4 decades, we're all talking about make-believe concepts, fairy tale stories. And I thought it's time to disrupt this market. Only thing which was needed is to take a step back, re-spiritualize, identify your point of uniqueness, and then really build onto it. So that was one driver. And the second one, when I came to know about this particular brand, CBAMED, the brand ethos which talk about science for healthy skin. And in fact, they have been really living with a purpose of ensuring they're eco-friendly, no wastage of water, not being cruel to animals. All these things were there. But one thing which really clicked with me, it's a brand which really believes in encouraging people to ask questions. So when I married these two thoughts, one is my affinity towards creating a new paradigm in personal care in India and the brand ethos, I thought it's a good marriage of really disrupting this market. And that's how this story started almost 3 years back. So we had a portfolio. We had portfolio baby care. We have portfolio, entire holistic portfolio in personal care, which is skin, hair, wash. But the idea was this. There was a reason, there was a rationale of why we went ahead with certain approach for one category, not other category, and what we will be doing going forward. It's about looking beyond boundaries, looking beyond obvious, try to understand at times the need gaps, which are not so explicitly explained, because at times latent need gaps could identify or can potentially identify huge opportunity for any business. And the driver is, how do you really find those points of disruption and be bold and courageous enough to deploy it and deploy it meticulously, and that is what matters. So just to set up context, why CBAMED and why this journey started 3 years back and took a different route altogether. And when we look at brand purpose for Sebamed, and why, when we ask this question to ourselves, I've heard about this. I mean, we all read this, that a better purpose, what can be a better purpose than impacting lives of people you serve? And to impact lives of people, there is nothing better than educating them. All of us have read this, kind of quote: "Give a man a fish to feed him for a day, or teach a man to fish to feed him for a lifetime." So we are worried, we are concerned. As a brand, it is onus. I thought the onus is on us to educate and empower consumers with new knowledge. Create a culture of inquiry. The reason I started with human evolution, because the civilization which survived allowed people to ask questions, allowed people to have dissent. I'm a big fan of this tagline which says, unanswered questions can be less dangerous than unquestioned answers. So let's ask questions that if I use a particular product, what it does to me. Be it, just like we are talking about blood pressure, so there is a standard blood pressure 120/80, there is standard body temperature of 98.4. Similarly, when we talk about skin, there is standard skin type. And we thought consumers had a right to know what is standard skin type mean. It might not be the only thing, but it is certainly one of the important enabler when you think about your skincare, because skin is the largest organ in human body. So our purpose as a brand was to create a culture of asking questions, create a culture of inquiry. And it is not just limited to product or services which we offer, it's across the system, be it about employees, be it about partners. Let's ask questions so that it can unravel lots of truth. Things at times we might not have an answer, but at least we know this is the question or this is the problem which we need to solve. Going forward, if I see what we have done so far in terms of creating this culture, is right from people, as I said, to our distributors, to partners, to our R&Ds, manufacturing, supply chain, distribution. We have imbibed this. Many times we might not have an answer, but we encourage people. It's not just the product where we are asking people or consumers to ask questions across. We want to imbibe this throughout the value chain. And the way, as we go along, everything what we do is focused on these three enablers which you see. So possibly what was there in the news a couple of months back was just one of the segment. We operate in baby care. We have a holistic portfolio in baby, which is skin, wash, hair. Similarly, we have a holistic portfolio in adult care or personal care, where we have bathing as a segment. We have hair care, we have anti-aging or skin care. And each and every category is very different in terms of the approach, in terms of consumer expectation and our own motive. But what is common, which is very much aligned with our brand purpose, is these three things. For everything, for every category, for every product which we create, we want to empower consumers with new knowledge. Second is our entire portfolio has a pH of 5.5, which is supposedly the standard skin pH. So the third one is whatever we communicate, it's backed by robust scientific data, research, and facts. So you pick any category, right from say baby category, which we started. In fact, we went, with 360 campaign in 2018 for the first time, 2019 for the first time with baby care, and we have done well. As we speak, we are number 3 in value terms in India in a very short span of time in baby care. Then we moved on to personal care. We started with bathing as a category, and we thought once again imperative is on us to use the right anchor to demonstrate the differential value of what we offer as a brand. And we have chosen pH as an anchor. The intent was never to be flash in the pan, because it was a thought out approach. Every category, each and every category is different. So we started baby care with a different approach. Bathing was different. And then now we are moving on to hair care. In fact, as we speak, we have just gone live 2 days back with our 360-day campaign for hair care. If the time permits, I might share a 30-second snippet of that as well. But the idea is there is a congruence, there is an alignment in terms of the key tenets of the way we communicate our values, and that is pretty much aligned with our brand purpose of creating a culture of inquiry, creating culture of asking questions. That what it does to me, why am I using this product? What it will be? So with that, I will also kind of take a few seconds to also share the new campaign which we have launched just 2 days back. It is about hair care. And once again, the new knowledge which we are imparting is the difference or decoding the difference between hair loss and hair breakage. So have a look at it. It goes with a campaign called Sirf Science Ki Suno. So maybe just let me play this audio visual for 30 seconds. So if you see, the congruence is again there in terms of imparting new knowledge, because there is a difference between Balu ka jharna and Balu ka tootna. And traditionally, for the last 2-3 decades, possibly we were still confused if there's a difference between hair breaking from, say, roots or the split ends. So that is what we are promising that this product is targeted towards hair loss, which in addition to hair breakage or helping in hair, reducing hair breakage, also helps in reducing your hair loss. So with that, I come to the last slide, which I want to share is the takeaways. Is when we think about brand purpose, it's very deep rooted. So take a step back and reconceptualize the market. Be crystal clear. Why do you exist? And what impact you are creating in the lives of consumer. And once again, I would reiterate, Indian personal care market is still ripe for disruption, it's still ripe for paradigm shift. Identify your point of uniqueness, your point of differentiation, and be bold, courageous, and meticulous in deploying it. Because what you sell, why you sell it can be at best imitated, it can't be duplicated. With that, we'll just kind of end my presentation. Feel free for any questions you have.
I like how you said it. It cannot be duplicated, but you can implement it, and that's very rightly said. Actually, you have so much more point. I've been following you for so many years now. I have so many questions to ask you, but 2 years and plus now with this organization right now, where do you see this? One last question: where do you see it coming along in the next 5 years?
Well, Mithun, so yes, I'm here for almost 3 years now, and in the next 5 years, we are planning to grow 10x. So we have grown quite close to 5x in the last 2.5 years. We plan to grow 10x in the next 5 years. But having said that, Mithun, having said that, it's not just a growth or 10x number which excites me. What excites me more is how do I impact, influence the life of consumer by imparting new knowledge, new education, give them new information. And every category, every product which we launch would have this element definitely, which is about imparting new knowledge about how this industry has behaved traditionally.
I'm so glad you mentioned this, that, educating the consumer is most important than increasing the number in overall. So with that thought, I want to thank you, Sashi, for joining us here. It was delightful listening to you and great conversing with you. And I can't wait to meet you in person, jahan par hum aur baatein karenge. And we'll talk about your days back in old organization where you've been there and you have just done so much amazing work. I'm sure it's all made you only take this organization ahead in a bigger and larger way. So thank you again, Sashi Ranjan, for joining us there. And let's go quickly into who else is joining us next here.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you again. Okay, well, an industry which benefited with all of us cooped up in our homes last year was the OTT platforms. We witnessed a big shift in the way consumers consume content, with theaters being shut and other entertainment platforms being closed as well. One platform that benefited, and especially due to these viral Indian content such as Mirzapur, Patal Lok, Panchayat, Breathe, was Amazon Prime. Yes, yes, all that. Who can forget those dialogues, those popular lines, those screenshots and stories and ever-gripping shows that just makes you go on and on and on and on. And there's just about Indian content. There's so much more content from across the world on the same platform. And I'm so happy to welcome right now the director, Marketing India, Amazon Prime Video India, the one and only Sushant Sriram. Hi, Sushant. Good evening. You're here to give us insight in curating culture, entertainment, marketing. Good evening to you. How are you doing this evening, Sriram?
I'm good, Mithun. How are you?
Very well. Look at that. What has happened to the lockdown, Sriram?
I wish I could say I've traveled the world, but unfortunately, that's not been a reality for many of us. No, I think it's been a time where personally for me, as you said, right, spending that amount of time at home is obviously a great opportunity to connect with everybody at home, and at the same time find those moments to really share. And I think entertainment and what we have been able to sort of do at Amazon Prime Video has been that opportunity to say, hey, let's do what we can to make the entertainment possible in spite of new realities. So yeah, it's been an exciting, unfortunate but a very busy time.
I totally understand. Before I kind of jump into Amazon, I want to quickly talk about the kind of shift that they've had. Xiaomi to Amazon, how was the shift taken? Tell me about that.
It's obviously starts with a very, very different category. Smartphones and technology products. You're talking about drivers of consideration that are fundamentally different from how customers watch entertainment. So
just tell them I'm already on the phone.
Yeah, sorry. So it's actually been I think it's the fundamentals of looking backward from the customer remain the same. However, the drivers of what excite customers, what they're looking for, are so vastly different. As we say at Amazon, it's always day one. We're always learning. We're always going back to the customer, trying to do better. And yeah, I'm excited about what lies ahead.
Absolutely. And so is the consumers, and across the globe as well. People are really excited in terms of what Amazon is giving it to us. But now I leave the platform to you. You go ahead. I'm really here to listen to you. And after which, I'll just have a couple of questions in a very snippet. I'll ask you, but for now, you can have the platform for yourself, Sushant, and let's hear it from you.
Thank you so much. Let me see if this works. Just let me know if you're able to see what I'm projecting.
Yes, I can. Curating culture as the first slide.
All right. Yep. Curating culture. That's what it is, right? Good afternoon, everyone. For those of you, joining in from other time zones, good morning and good evening. My name is Sushant. I'm part of the Amazon Prime Video team here in India. First off, thanks to the organizers for putting together, such a fantastic event. I got the chance to sort of jump in through the day, and it's clearly been a day of some very interesting sessions. So kudos on that. A round of applause for everybody who's been involved in pulling this off. Curating culture. Now, at the risk of sounding like a chef, I want to take you, quickly through how at Amazon Prime Video we see marketing of our amazing shows, movies, and the brand itself as essentially one of the right ingredients with the right balance, and the right resonance really. Please bear in mind that I have what I want to show you all is but a fraction of the amazing work the team's done. So if you're curious to learn more or have culture defining ideas to collaborate around, or are looking to be a part of this amazing team that's helping shape entertainment, feel free to reach out. Before I talk about how we've been thinking about curating culture and what we've been able to accomplish, I just wanted to give a quick look or a sneak peek, really, a quick sampler of what this culture or what the intersection of our content and entertainment and our brand, what it has shown up as in pop culture, right? And you truly know you have entered the cultural zeitgeist when the guardians of the Mumbai galaxy start conversing in a language that you have shaped, that you have helped shape. This is obviously a reference to the Amazon original Patal Lok, and the Mumbai police beseeching everybody to stay indoors because that's the safest, which is true. This is another example of when some dishes, and this is absolutely true, by the way, some dishes, especially in the world of Mirzapur, are best served cold. This was by another service brand, and this is when our shows cause the nostalgia to kick in, right? And friends are reminiscing their old friendships or current friendships or potentially future friendships, all inspired by the women in FOMO shorts, please. Now, when I was thinking about what curating culture can, what's the best way to summarize it, in the context of Amazon Prime Video, I realized that it's essentially two things. One, a very compelling slate of entertainment that is blended uniquely with the culturally authentic and relevant perspective, right, on how we present this entertainment. Because for entertainment to operate in a silo or without adequate appreciation for what's happening around us, I think will essentially make it fall on deaf ears, right? So when the emotions and the meaning of a piece of content, right, of a show, of a movie, speak to our values and speak to our social behaviors, that's when we have really tapped into something far deeper, and that's when really we've been able to be a part of the cultural zeitgeist. I mean, I could speak of many examples, but I'm just going to quickly run through some of them. It starts with, as I said, it all starts with the right ingredients, right? In this case, a compelling catalog of entertainment, right? And at Amazon Prime Video, we've been able to build a fantastic slate of local and international original shows that have found an audience, not just, the local shows have found an audience not just in India, but globally, right? 1 in 5 streamers of most of our local originals are actually from outside India, right? So that gives you a sense of, the fact that, stories really can travel anywhere. And as customers, as we spoke about earlier, as customers have spent increasing an amount of time at home over the last 12, 13 months, we and turned to streaming for entertainment. Obviously, we brought in highly acclaimed and anticipated movies like Dilavo Sitabo, Surarai Potru, and many more across languages, right? Direct to Amazon Prime Video, right? So what that really helped us do is be able to go back to our customers, start from what their requirements, what their needs are, and make those changes and make those decisions to be able to serve always the best and the most compelling entertainment. India is at the cusp of this creative explosion, and we want to be at the forefront, right, leading this transformation. We want to bring to the fore interesting and impactful stories with new voices and unique characters that you can't find anywhere else, right? And we've been successful so far in creating, what I consider to some really, amazing characters in our shows that, supported by how we have weaved them into pop culture, have actually lived beyond the show, right? And live sports is another area that we are particularly, very excited about. We recently made some announcements in that regard. But we're always looking at what is the raw ingredient, which is a compelling slate of entertainment, right? And then once we have that, we start working into, okay, how do we present this, right? What is the cultural relevance? What is the most impactful way that we can, present this to customers and our fans? And an important element of influencing culture is, first, to build intrigue, right? Because the moment we enter somebody's, environment, I think obviously that creates a bit of intrigue, and to do it in the most interesting way is always, so much more fun. And this is again an example from the Amazon original Patal Lok, where we, before we said anything else, we first wanted to, have our customers, look up and ask us, hey, what's going on? Because that really creates the starting point for a dialogue and a conversation, right? The other element is creating a language. right? An important element of influence in culture is create that language for the exchange of emotions and ideas and feelings. And this is an example from Mirzapur. I'm guessing many of you, or almost all of you, have heard the phrase MS2W, which is, as fans of Mirzapur kept asking us for when season 2 of Mirzapur was releasing, we saw an opportunity to, shape the mnemonics associated with Mirzapur, right? And as we saw fans continue to ask us Mirzapur season 2 when across, digital social platforms, we turned that into a catchphrase, right? We turned that into MS2W. And what's interesting is today we see this language permeating across shows, right? We see it for The Family Man, we see it for FOMO Shorts, we see it for Patal Lok. Creating a language is really a great way to help people express, right, and communicate, and really, make that content or that entertainment part of their reality. Tapping into existing behaviors, goes without saying. We saw fans beginning to converge in what we call Mirzapur speak, and obviously GIFs and other formats are formats of choice for many of our fans. So we said, let's help them, right? Let's enable that. So we created this entire GIF pack that we released that, as you can see, has been used hundreds and millions of times. This is again an example of tapping into an existing behavior versus the previous one, which is about creating new languages. The other thing is, inviting action, right? Because that really defines, behaviors, right? Which are an important element of culture. Now, this is an example again from Mirzapur. As we realized that we needed to put together a rallying cry, not that there wasn't one, there clearly was, for all the fans of the show to really, get targeted on, on a call to action, right? So we got in the talent of the show as well to jump into it, and that really became this really, hot boiling topic for everybody across the country, and really permeating across, across the length and breadth of the country. Connecting worlds is another great idea to bring culture and entertainment together, which is to figure out really interesting and exciting ways of being able to meld worlds, right? So we've been able to do this with many of our shows, in fact, both local and international originals. It always provides for a natural sort of entry for one world into another world, right? And you kind of go through this multi-world phase, and that really creates for some interesting dialogues and conversations. Creating a tactile environment is always a really good idea, and something for people to bite into. Because then what they take away is not just the marketing messages, but really their experiences, right, of having engaged in something, right? So this is a big area of focus for us, where we're always looking for ways to create these worlds of the show, right? Sometimes physically in the real world, sometimes digitally, and all kinds of really interesting ways to do that. In looking at Mirzapur, and again, or any show really, through the lens of cultural influence, we always are looking at what are the facets of the show, and how do they speak to cultural nuances or topics, right? And we started doing that. What you see on the screen is but an example. It was Teachers' Day in India, and we realized there was really interesting element of the show Mirzapur, which talks about the different types of teachers, or it's a let's call it a lesson in the different types of teachers. So we kind of merged the two again. It was National Tourism Day, and we again merged the show with what is happening around us. So we constantly keep weaving in the world and characters of a show into the fabric of everything happening around us, and that really creates for relevance, right? That really creates for freshness. That really creates for that salience for customers, to keep conversing, talking, exchanging ideas around the show and around the Amazon Prime Video brand, and that really helps us permeate into all kinds of subcultures within. Provoking conversation. It's a good attention grabber, but it needs to obviously be authentic, because otherwise it feels lacking purpose. So we very choiceful and careful about how we provoke conversations. We ask ourselves really key questions on, do we have the authenticity to follow through, right? And that really is a core component, because otherwise, customers will easily be able to see what is just a shallow idea, really. Easing discoverability, again, it's one thing to build intrigue, create the language, create the the subcultures, but we need to give people the ability to act on it, right? And in that, across our shows and across our movies, we've actually come up with some really interesting ideas on how can we make it incredibly easy for customers to be able to tap into and discover and find the shows and movies that they love and they want to watch, right? It's really important because without that fulfillment experience on Prime Video, what we are essentially doing is just creating a very large pool of really engaged audiences that we're not really doing adequate justice to. So we spend a lot of our time on how are we curating our all touch points, right? Whether it is on the PV app, whether it is on a living room device, across touch points, and how best can we optimize this experience. And really, a large part of our curation efforts actually go into all of these touch points as well. Engaging across the Amazon ecosystem is a really interesting sort of area that we repeatedly go back to across working with teams across obviously the Amazon retail team to Fire TV, Alexa, and other services, and brands like IMDb. It creates a very diverse set of touch points for customers to be able to be exposed to different parts of the narrative, right? Whether it is around a show or around a movie or around the Prime Video service itself, it helps customers really peel different parts of the layer instead of just one unidirectional message. And what that helps with is they start constructing the world in their head, right? With all of these stimuli, and what that helps is customers create the world in their own minds, and that really helps form a very, very strong linkage with how strongly they feel about the show, and how strongly they want to watch the show, tell their friends about it. We're looking for ways for our fans and customers to be able to interpret the shows, soak them in, and then be able to evangelize and talk about them in manners that they see fit. As I said, inviting engagement. I don't know if everybody can see, what's below that. Even when we do things like, traditional, advertising, we're always looking for ways to actually do them in ways that are meaningful and interesting. So this was again an idea for an outdoor campaign for Mirzapur, where instead of just a one-way broadcast message, we actually invited people to with a simple QR scan to actually enter the world of Mirzapur. So it's always looking to not just have a one-to-many conversation of a broadcast, but actually being able to pull them back in and give them touch points, right, that they can engage and interact with. And lastly, Easter eggs, always a core element of any culture defining phenomenon. Are these little things that customers and really passionate fans discover. And this was for an example for a QR code that we had on a whole bunch of Amazon deliveries that were happening across the country. And customers could scan it, and out pops this really in quotes secret message, right, for those who have cracked that Easter egg. And this becomes a huge talking point, right? And it creates those binds of between people who have actually been able to crack this Easter egg, and they start talking about it and they start transmitting it. Yeah, and just lastly, we know we're probably becoming salient, and our shows are becoming these really powerful forces, shaping what people are really passionate and excited about. When you see instances like this, this was from when Jeff Bezos was down in India early last year, and he was going across across multiple cities and sharing his experiences of his amazing trip in India with all of his social followers. And we had Twitter users responding on his feed, saying, hey, this is all great. I hope you're really having a fantastic trip. But can you please tell us when Mirzapur season 2 is releasing? You have entered, the cultural zeitgeist when you see things like this happen. And yeah, that was a quick rundown of how culture and the influence of content and how we think of marketing our shows and movies in the context of the realities of how people operate, engage with each other, the social behaviors that are inherent within all of us. And hopefully, when we do that right, we are able to create these moments of magic. And that's really what I find incredibly exciting and passionate about. As I wrap this up, I want to leave you all with the core sort of people who actually make truly all of this happen. We are mostly reacting to what our customers are telling us, right? As we think about entertainment marketing, and we have realized time and time again that going back and listening into customers is usually a fantastic starting point. And when we kicked off the marketing campaign for Mirzapur season 2, we realized the best way to kick that off was actually in acknowledging the love from our fans, and we put together this really short 1-minute video that I'd love to show you all. It's a note to our fans, it's a note to our customers. It's really where our entertainment marketing thinking begins. And it's always, we're just getting started. Super excited to have shared this. I hope you found it useful. Thank you so much for your time. Can we play the AV, please?
दुनिया में 2 तरह के फैन होते हैं, एक सिर्फ फैन जो किसी के भी होते हैं, और एक जो मिर्जापुर के होते हैं। सिर्फ फैन चाहने वालों का इंतजार करते हैं, उन्हें देखते ही तालियां पीटते हैं, पर मिर्जापुर के फैन सिर्फ तालियां नहीं पीटते, वो ऐसा भौकाल मचाते हैं जिसकी आवाज सिर्फ कानों में नहीं पड़ती, रगों में उतरती। मिर्जापुर एक नाम नहीं, जुनून है जो आपके दिलो दिमाग में घुसा हुआ है। जल्द मिलेंगे, बहुत हुआ इंतजार।
I just love the way you ended this, Ashant. Just love it. And the entire marketing strategy, the differences of being fans and what Mirzapur fans can do. I think that's the thought itself is such big thought that, can create a story or write a life all around it. And I'm a big fan of Mirzapur. So I'm sure you too are a big fan of Mirzapur.
Totally.
Most of the Indians. But thank you so much for joining us. I have so much more question to ask you, but at this moment, I have time is constrained. I wouldn't be able to ask you much question, but yes, I'll connect with you very soon and we'll talk more about what's coming up with Amazon Prime. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Mithun. It was a pleasure joining in.
Wishing you all the great luck for the 2021.
Thank you. Cheers. Take care, everyone.
Thank you, Ashant.
All right, bye.
Now, all right, that was very interesting with Ashant Sriram. Absolutely love what he spoke. He spoke the mind of those millions and billions of people in our country who's wanting to know about the difference of thought and what it takes to present to the consumers and what do they really want. With that note, let's get into the next panel discussion, very interesting one. And let's quickly call the panelists. And from there on, actually, first call the chairperson, the moderator, and she herself will take it into the panel discussion. So please welcome CEO of The Glitch. That is Pooja Johri, our moderator, and she will introduce the panelists and take it forward from here. So over to you, Pooja. I hope you're doing great.
Thank you, Mithun. I'm doing very well. I'm going to get right into it because we're running against time. So hello, everybody. I'm looking forward to having this discussion with all of you. I am Pooja Johri. I'm CEO of The Glitch. We're a gender-blind, inclusive, progressive, high-performance workspace. And welcome all of you to the Pitch CMO Summit. Okay, today I'm going to get, we've got a brilliant set of panelists, some of who I'm big fans of. And I'm going to start introducing them right away. Bidisha, who brings in over 25 years of cross-industry experience in marketing. She joined Schneider Electric India as CMO in 2016 and runs the marketing function for the company. Welcome, Bidisha.
Thank you. Thank you. Great to be here.
Hi, and hello, Samir. heading marketing at policybazaar.com. Samir has extensive experience in leading the brand and consumer marketing, digital marketing, media planning, and investments, market research, and social media initiatives. Well done. Welcome, Samir.
Thanks a lot, Shilpa. Thanks for having me.
Moving on to Sandeep, who's responsible for the development of global branding, marketing, and communication initiatives at the Jaguar Group. Sandeep has been a crucial player in establishing the Jaguar Group as a leading global brand in the complete bathing and lighting solution space. I'm very excited to speak with you, Sandeep. Moving on to Supratit, who is head marketing at Consumer Healthcare and Lupin Limited. He has more than 2 decades of experience in brand marketing of consumer healthcare, FMCG, and food. Excited to have you on the panel as well.
Thank you, Pooja.
Hi, Gaurav. Gaurav leads the Times Network revenue team and is responsible for driving monetization strategy and overall business growth for the network's bouquet of channels. It's a great group of people, and we're going to have an interesting discussion on building brands on English news. Now, English news in India opens doors to a very interesting cohort. The genre has very often, and I've been part of these meetings, they've touted to attracting HNIs and influential millennials. However, it is a cluttered and noisy medium, at least a few of them, right? So let's start with, and I'm going to go one by one, how important and relevant is English news as part of your media plan today? So Bidisha, may I start with you, please?
Sure. Can everybody hear me? I'm just trying to, am I audible?
Yes, very
okay. Well, I think, with the, and when I talk about English news, I'm talking about cross platforms, right? It's not just television or print or the internet or, consumption on mobile app platforms, etc. I think you can't, I'd like to break this up into 2 bits, right? One is the news itself, and the penetration, etc. Right? I mean, we are set to reaching about 1 billion internet users by 2025, and of course, English news plays a very important role in reaching out to all those people. The other important thing I believe for English news is, when I look at the consumption of English news versus entertainment or sports, I mean, it has a low shelf life. If you don't consume news then and there, then it becomes stale news, right? So to that extent, I think there's a huge opportunity to leverage the nature of the content itself, and that's why it becomes a very, very important part of any media plan. And here I'd say the other great thing is that today the way consumption of news has happened is completely democratized, right? I mean, Twitter can be a medium for English news. Of course, the InShots and the mobile app and all that is there. So we've seen a huge evolution in the way English news is consumed. I mean, that's my 2 cents on this.
Thanks for that. In fact, I am going to cover the evolution of the news as we move forward. And Vidisha, I'm going to come back and, double click on that a little bit. Sandeep, may I move to you now? I've seen you're everywhere across a lot of the English news, and I'm making an assumption to say that it is an important medium for you. How would you like to back up what Vidisha has just said?
You're taking from what Vidisha was saying. See, Jaguar is into bathroom and lighting, and if you see this category, if you see, India is the only country where you do advertising, and where B2C advertising, you make TVCs on a product like bathroom products. World over, there generally is more of a product film. You talk to plumbers and all. So largely the TV and that too English news was there to set the narrative, in terms of the audience were, who really were the early adopters. But unfortunately, what has happened that today, because not only the advertising on TV or, for example, gives you a higher recall for a category like bathroom, where we don't have a tons of money to spend. So it's, it keeps you on the top of mind recall awareness. And you're building a category which is very functional to an aspirational. So you need the help of a TV, which is the last screen. Yes, digital, as Bidisha is saying, you don't have to see news from only the prism of a TV. There are OTT, there's a digital, there's a social media news, And actually I think the construct of news has changed. It has become more of a news analysis. News today is available. By the time any city get bombed or any news thing happens, the people on social media tells you. So we just only do a post-mortem on all these channels. I've seen a lot of these OTT platforms. They only pick up those relevant news only section which is available for you. So as a brand, we largely on TV and largely on news, whether it's social media, from a two perspective. One is the higher recall for the brand, for a brand which is a niche category, which has to be on the always on the top of the mind, and you cannot afford to be on a GC or a large budget marketing activities. Second, more you be there on an audience which is the trend setters, the narrative setters, which is HNIs, the who's in the country. And typically you see with English linked with that kind of a perspective. Right or wrong is a different subject, but that's the reality of the matter. So yes, news is very, very important. English news is very, very important, but the dynamics are changing now. Yeah, because if you really see that as compared to Hindi news, English news was even less than 1%. So it was never a reach business. It was always an impact business. So from the impact point of view, yes, we consider English is very, very important for us as a category, and news particularly in say that. Yeah.
Thanks for that, Sandeep. In fact, I'm going to come back to you as we get to the end of the session, because I want to talk about really the advice this group will have for how English news is now evolving. Okay, so I'm going to come back to you. Keep your points ready. Samir, I'm going to move to you, and Gaurav, I'm going to come to you absolutely last because I know you have a lot to say here. So Samir, over to you. How important is this medium for you, and what are the newer things you'd be able to add to this discussion?
So while the fellow panelists have already touched upon the premiumness of the audience, and that could be one of the reasons why advertisers are attracted to the medium, I would also like to draw the attention towards a slightly different reason why maybe advertisers like us would want to do it. So to give you some perspective, Policy Bazaar is not a seasonal advertiser. We are on television for 12 months a year. And we are predominantly HSM driven in our media planning. We don't do very regular regional advertising. So what English news does is it democratizes the audience a bit. It cuts across language boundaries also. So which means that I do get a fair bit of exposure in the south of India as well, while I'm not regularly doing regional campaigns in Tamil Nadu or Andhra, for example. That does mean that, that audience is still reminded of me on and off, even though I'm still not very heavily invested in terms of media in those markets. So that is one. And in terms of what new maybe I would want to expect from the genre, couple of things really. So I think the genre has done very well in terms of capitalizing on the prime time. I don't need to say much there. But in terms of, I think, the weekends, I think there is an opportunity to bring out a lot more feature-driven shows during the day as well as during the evenings, because I think maybe those time bands are slightly underutilized. And if I may, I think maybe it's time to look beyond debates for prime time.
Oh, I agree. Absolutely. But thanks for that, Samir. Supratik, over to you for, from a large client who spends a lot in this medium across TV. What are the points that you'd like to add here?
I think, see, if you look at the fundamental of a media plan, and if you look at just I think Sandeep and Samir talked about it, is that if you look at a fundamental of a media plan in the sense of reach, frequency, and the cost per contact, the English news would not make sense in those numbers, but you need to look beyond those numbers. And if you start looking at beyond those numbers, then you see some interesting pattern. See, if you look at news as a genre, and if you look at the entire TV audience, of the total population, around 90% watches TV. Okay? You break it down to news audience, out of that 50% watches news. But if you come to English news, it is roughly 5%. But interestingly, when you see that 50% cut, which is at a all news level, the male skew is 55% and the female skew is roughly around 40 to 43%. But when it comes down to English news, that skew is not there. So it's as good as a male audience, as good as a female audience. So there is So actually, if you look at a news as a medium, you not only reach the premium audience, which is the NCS A1, A2, you reach 40 plus, but you also reach a better female audience, which is an interesting thing to look at. The second part is that if you look at uh, the entire demographic, the way it has been changed, if you, there are reports like between 2005 to 2018, today the bottom of pyramid is not the biggest of the chunk. The middle of the pyramid is bigger than the bottom of the pyramid. In 2005, the bottom of the pyramid was around 70% of the population. Today, it has come down to roughly at 40%, and the middle of the pyramid is bigger than that, 50%. So a lot of English consumptions are happening as the language is getting better penetration in terms of the education. The language is getting a better penetration in terms of the content consumption, which Vidisha was talking about. So today, English is not something that the consumers are afraid of. 10 years back, 20 years back, there was something a kind of phobia around the language, but I think that phobia is not there. It has well penetrated. The last point I would like to make, there is one more interesting thing, and I think Samir is here and he would echo what I'm saying. But if you look at the Hindi advertisement, and I was looking a little bit of Metis data before coming to this panel, almost 40% of the advertisers are advertising in Hindi language in the English channel. And that's a great insight to look at, that why they are doing it. Because even though, like, why would anybody who would be advertising in English channel would be advertising a Hindi communication or running a Hindi language communication? But I think the insight lies in there that, okay, it makes you, even though you are there as an English audience, but still the strength of the language, which is the Hindi or the regional language, is still there. So it's a kind of balance which creates. So at the end of it, I would like to conclude my 2 cents is that, okay, it's a channel which creates certain interesting demographical parameters. And if you are talking to a particular class of people, and it should flow down from your brand strategy. It's not that I would pick up a genre because it's doing well. The entire genre selection would flow down from your brand strategy. And if the brand strategy demands that genre, then it's an interesting genre too.
Of course. Yes, thanks for that. So far, Gaurav, we've spoken about evolution of English news. We've spoken about how it's been segmented, also how the importance of it or lack thereof. And how, and since we have you on this panel, how is this medium evolving today? And and things that you guys have planned that's going to make it an attractive medium for advertising, continue to make it an attractive medium for advertisers.
Yeah, thank you, Pooja. Firstly, I must compliment you. You have a news person on this panel and you have kept him quiet for 15 minutes. Cheers for that.
I'm having a good evening.
All right. So, okay. See, as an evolution, I would say that news has evolved definitely in the last, say, 15 years. And, I've been fortunate to be part of that evolution. I remember when we had launched Times Now almost 15 years ago, we went to the market saying that, in India, news is all about reporting facts and, taking that forward. But here we come forward with a new format of a channel that will not only bring the facts, but we'll start moving from news to views. We were the first channel to actually in India bring forward views as a big game changer. And there are not many channels who were doing it. One of the competitor channels used to do a weekend show with, 20 people sitting in a room and discussing subjects, but it was once in a week. We said we want to change the narrative. India can't work at that pace. We want to discuss threadbare issues that matter to us then and there. And that's where we launched Times Now, being in the now zone. We said we want action now. We want to discuss it now. We want to bring it forward now. So that narrative changing actually started 15 years ago. And today, if you see what Times Now was doing 15 years ago, almost every channel is doing that. Evening 8 to 11 is only debate. But when this started, it was a novel idea. So that's where it started. Moving forward, the evolution is in the fact that news as a medium, as a category, is all about being in the now. And you develop the now in very many ways. So today you have the benefit of technology, and you use technology to make your now even more relevant. I'll give you a small example. Maybe I'm sharing a bit of our trade secret, but we partner with Twitter in a very, very deep way. This started many years ago. So what we do is we actually we have a massive backend team, right, who picks up news and stories on a daily basis. So we actually put those stories up on Twitter on a daily basis. In the morning, maybe half a dozen stories are put, 10 stories are put up. And then we start seeing how the stories are trending. And you know what, when you put the story of Mamta having an accident or whatever, she was attacked, you don't know what was the truth, right? So we start seeing whether that story trends, or, you know, evening some player is dropped from a cricket match, will that trend more? So by the time you come to about 5 p.m., we already know what the nation is thinking, if I can use that term, right? And when you go back home in the evening, we pick up 3 out of those 6, 7 subjects and we start doing debates on that. So you know what? You have already been part of the narrative, because somewhere down in your canteen, in your lunch, or at coffee, you have seen you have posted something, you have commented something, and you actually helped us decide what story is of interest to you. So if Mamta breaking a leg is more interesting than a cricketer dropped from a team, that comes up for debate in the evening. So the evolution has changed in such a way that we are harnessing the strengths of technology in real time to bring forward news that you think is relevant for you. And you know what? You helped us decide that. So to that extent, that evolution has already taken shape. Moving forward, we see technology playing an even bigger role, just not being part of the content creation machinery, but also, like some of my fellow panelists mentioned, as part of the content distribution machinery. So that's really where the next level of realization is expected to come, and getting more real time, getting more involved in conversations. For example, on our news channels, we have a very interesting service. On some of the bigger issues, we actually give a opportunity for a viewer to ask a question in live to an anchor or to a guest. Of course, there is screening happening. Nobody should come forward and ask a stupid question. But yes, once you screen that, it's the real time is in as little as 2 minutes. You can actually come on board and ask a question of an anchor or a guest. So we are again trying our best to get closer to the consumer, closer to the viewer, and bringing that forward. So those are some of the things that we are busy with.
Thanks, Gaurav. Thanks for that. Vidisha, I'm going to come to you. When you spoke about evolution the last time, you were talking about the importance of being on this medium. What is if you had to give inputs to, this genre to make it extremely attractive for advertisers, what are the kind of changes that you would like to see on this medium, or evolution that you'd like to see on this medium?
Again, I'm talking, I represent a very strong B2B company in the energy efficiency space, etc. So for us, the digital platform is perhaps more relevant today for a B2B customer than television platform. I think what I'm seeing very interesting today is snapshot of news. If you look at the consumption of news today, perhaps people had more time in the past to enjoy their cup of tea, poring over a newspaper, consuming content, or in the evening the family gets together and watches the news on television, etc. Now that continues. But there is a layer on top, and I think that's something that we constantly need to look at, which is how are you slicing and dicing news by personas, right? I know of somebody who had very interestingly started a news platform, a digital news platform for just the working woman, keeping in mind that the working woman, is always rushed. So what is the 5 things that she needs to know to empower her for the day,
Personalized news.
Personalized news, exactly. I mean, today I push my daughter to keep reading news, and what is it? How do you slice and dice news by persona? I mean, to me, that is something that I'm constantly looking at, and that probably is the next stage of evolution of the way news is going to move from where it is today to perhaps in the future. I mean, that's my point of view on this.
I like that, Vidisha. Personalized news, right? I would like that as well, to get snippets of what someone's learning or what I'm interested in and giving me that. I think Google is doing that well, on what comes on our homepage. But yes, it'd be interesting to see that from main news channels as well.
I think I just want to add one more thing. Credibility, source credibility is very, very important here, right? Because today news is coming to you from every side. I mean, whether you're on your, I, for example, consume Facebook as a newspaper. I get my top news in the morning, just going through what's going on, or from Twitter. So since news is going, coming to me from every side, I'd love a very credible source which can build up credibility over months, which just speaks to me. Because the world is moving to personalization, whether it's shopping, whether it's entertainment, whether it's what have you. So why shouldn't news be? That's my point of view.
Thank you for that, Vidisha. We're running out of time and I have so many questions for all of you. So I'm going to move quickly now to Samir. Samir, the last time you made a point, you did speak about evolution as well. What are your inputs on how this medium should really grow to keep it more attractive?
Sorry, you're on mute.
I'm extremely sorry. So see, television is a mass marketing medium, right? So personalizing experiences or personalizing content consumption is very tricky on television particularly. But borrowing a bit from what Vidisha also said, digital news consumption is an opportunity where you could personalize news serving as well as consumption. I'll give you an example that could really get me and a lot of other advertisers very kicked. Various digital platforms through various signals are able to identify which audience is intending to buy which category, right? What if I were to identify the intenders of my category and serve them a piece of news which would influence them to buy a certain category? We're already doing it with advertising, with banner ads and everything else on digital. What if a simple news article is also served to a category intender? Because those signals are already available. Those signals basis what has the person searched in the last few days, what has the person consumed in terms of content over the last few days, etc. So I think those personalization opportunities are more relevant for the digital news space than the television news space. So yeah, I think that is something that could get me really kicked.
The more focus on digital, more focus on personalization is what we have so far. Sandeep, how could you please add to this?
See, as an advertiser, I think, is for me, as I think one of my fellow panelists has said, that I think the job is to reach out to your right audience in the most cost-effective way. So it's very difficult for me to talk on news as a whole, because eventually news is what we listen and what we see is a reflection of the society. If people want the same Sushant Rajput debate for, almost 24 hours into 6 months and same panelist, at the end of the day, commerce takes over. But see, I think if I say news for me as an advertiser, because, as I'm also in a cusp of a category, which is both B2B and B2C, idea is to always top of the mind recall for the customers. So whenever you are into that buying space, you consider Jaguar as a brand. So obviously, depending on, we have RTs, which is luxury segment, Jaguar is premium, ESCO for masses. If, for example, if I say English news as a genre, okay, obviously I have to see in digital, yes, it's a great recall, but you can't build brand on digital. I'm a slightly old school thought, you have to build brand in the right context. So if you have 10 panelists, trying to kill each other and, there is a 10 minutes, 2 minutes break and you want to have an aspirational light, doesn't cut across. If that's the audience, then you have to see whether your brand fits in there. So I think more you have to really study rather saying you change the news, change the format. I think it's very important that you be contextual. You have to be very clear that what kind of an audience coming and watching. For example, English news was largely an impact in India. You have to build brand from the top. And in that case, you need an audience, which, for example, today, case in point, the original English audience is not more a fad now. I'm sure in a coffee discussion, you will never say in a cafe, hey, I watch news. I watch English news. You will be like from a dinosaur age. People really, they may be watching, but they will never commit that they watch news, because news is something which is not something which is very, very important for them in the format which currently is there. Digital always a challenge, even for the news for that matter, all OTT platforms, that, how I will fit in as a brand. So in terms of recall, yes, digital is a great medium. I think the way the news is consumed on a daily basis, whether it's Facebook, whether Insta, whether any Twitter, any medium for that matter, or the digital platforms, or a lot of TV news channels. I think what primarily is important, that you have to really study a particular news genre. Hindi news was always about volume and reach. English news was never about that. So if I'm on English, hoping to build my brand in an aspirational way, I have to talk to a really high-end segment of customers. There, maybe some customers are there, but the context is not there. The kind of conversations, the kind of topics are discussed, the way your brand is inserted during the breaks. We need to find much more innovative ways by which, more contextual. The challenge is that you take up a great topic and you run it 3 o'clock in Sunday. Who's gonna watch that? So there is a challenge between, numbers, the reach and the context. So I think some of the channels, I'm sure they have good content also. I think we have to really believe in that. Is not if the whole challenge today is chasing the value and volume together. News should refrain from, especially if I'm going back to TV again and again. Digital, there is no debate. Digital is something get consumed and you will have your brand inserted in a way. But if I go a big box, a standard TV advertising, which is still the cheapest, still the biggest reach. Digital still doesn't give me that kind of a reach. If we can bring more contextual, if we can bring more of in a good environment, the brand is get inserted more innovative. I still remember, I think the Modi was supposed to make announcement on on a particular date. I think it was second or third lockdown, and something to do with made in India. I could see around his face there 40 brands screaming vocal local. Now this is not the place to build brand. That is, digital is good for me, hoardings are good for me. I think we have to go back to original. You remember the kinds of ad we remember of some of the classic ads. They built from the TV. I think TV somewhere have to stop chasing the volume game. I think the platforms are digital, the OTTs where you can have numbers. But when it comes to traditional advertising, I think TV should chase more of a value than volume.
Thanks a lot for that. That was insightful, and I'm sure a lot of you agree with his point of view. We just have one more minute before we close in and move on. So Prateek, a quick closing statement from you before I try and wrap up with Gaurav.
Yeah. So what was the question? Just if you can repeat that. What was the question initially you started asking?
Question is on how would you like to see this medium evolve? And
okay.
Just give me a quick POV on it. That would be amazing.
Okay. So that entire POV is basically it's not my personal POV. It's me as an advertiser. So you are asking for advice how to make the channels better, the English channels, because you are saying that there are certain channels which are loud. Question back to Goda, would they listen to the advice? I think I have a contra view. I think the news channels are now as entertaining as a GEC. Okay. And as an advertiser, it benefits me because if you look at the COVID period, that as a genre, I'm not talking about English only, as a genre, the genre had basically garnered the highest viewership growth vis-a-vis any other genre. Okay. Pandemic definitely helped, but at the same time, the numbers are in favor of the news genre because it is becoming more entertaining, because it is more, whatever way, the entertainment comes at a cost of journalism, the entertainment comes at the cost of distortion of the fact and all. But as an advertiser, that's okay with me. As long as it gives me the rating, it gives me the bang for the buck. So that's my contra view. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Gaurav, I'm really sorry I have to wrap up. So quick note from you on the things that you guys are doing to make it more attractive.
Well, see, as a channel, as a network, we believe that English news as a combination, I'm saying English news, it includes Times Now, Mirror Now, and ET Now. What we do best is we help set the narrative of the nation, narrative of the brands, and we take it to consumers so they can buy into it. Once you buy into the narrative, then you go with what the product or what maybe even the PM is offering, right? So narrative building is really the strength going forward. So that is something that we are really heavily focused on. Also, like you said, we will also be using a lot of technology going forward to dissect, maybe do region-wise, etc., to do some contextual, news where relevant, more on the digital format. But TV will remain, and I agree with what he said. TV news is all about reality, emotion, drama, entertainment. And why not? I mean, that's what the consumer wants, and he follows it. He likes it. I mean, the news consumption today is probably 5 times more than what it was 6 years ago. So people want it. People catch it up. So that we're giving them what they want. Of course, there should be no distortion of facts. But having said that, we really are on the ball, and we are continuously coming with newer formats. For example, when most people in India were talking about COVID and what it is doing to them in life, we are probably one of the few companies that came with a COVID predictor, which was predicting state-wise the COVID cases 4 weeks from today. And we were giving those reports to the PMO's office as well as to the chief ministers, so they can then plan whether our states are going into an emergency situation or not. And we were almost 90% accurate on that. So, we are again using the power of news, like we talk about internally. It was like a CSR for us. There are companies who donate money, right? We believe we have an excess of intellect, so we donate our intellect in this format to the government and to the PMO, so they can face this situation better. So that's it from me.
Thank you everybody for taking the time today, and thanks so much for accommodating the rest of them, because I know we don't want to make people wait. So thank you so much everyone. It was great chatting with all of you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Pooja. Thank you, Samir, Sandeep.
Thanks, everyone.
Vidisha and Gaurav. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Pooja. Thank you, Vidisha. Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you, Samir. Thank you, Sandeep. And thank you, Supratik, for joining us here. A very, very important discussion. And I think that was a lot more fun. And also, I think most of your questions have been answered. But in case you have more questions, go in the Q&A box, drop in your questions, and we'll make sure your answers are your way as soon as possible. Quickly, I want to thank our partners one more time. Times Now, our presenting partner. Times Now, action begins here. Powered by partner, Nickelodeon, the #1 kids entertainment channel year after year. And it's time for a quick partner review.
For more than a decade, India's most influential news channel has built its unimpeachable reputation by keeping an unflagging vigil on every now moment of our times. 24 hours a day, Times Now serves as a perfect foil for India's diversity. A kaleidoscope of images and a cornucopia of views. As the day dawns, so does the common man on his favorite platform, Times Now. Times Now's vow to fight for the rights of the common man has led us to devise change-inducing campaigns, never failing to fight fear in the face of adversity with the power of the fact. To ensure our viewers were fully aware of the gravity of the once-in-a-century pandemic, Times Now unfurled the one-of-its-kind India Outbreak Report. When the COVID ghost of gloom haunted India, your channel, Times Now, shed light on the road to revival. Like the ever-blazing, life-giving sun, without fail, without exception, you will find Times Now's intrepid teams first on the horizon of the big national news story. While others resort to malpractice and drive a personal agenda, Times Now has never compromised on its credibility. Unwaveringly, unafraid, unflinchingly, honest, always. Just like India's democracy that empowers the last citizen, your channel has pledged to give voice to the most marginalized. Times Now's aggressive reporting style has made it the relentless force it is today, because your channel's only motivation is the people's conviction. Unblemished, uncompromised, unrelenting, unbiased, unintimidatable, unsurpassed. We are Times Now.
The actual action begins here.
All right, thank you so much again. And let's quickly see what more do we have and what more is coming our way right now. So I'm sure you have had a great afternoon towards evening, and it's only going to get better because we have more speakers coming and joining us right now. But remember, if you have any questions, please go on to Q&A, drop in your questions. And as I told you earlier, we'll make sure the answers are followed as soon as possible. Also, the tweet, if you are up and active, go on Twitter or any other social media and make sure the hashtag pitch, capital P, and CMO, all capital, goes live and loud. With this, let's move forward and welcome our next speaker. Well, up next, we have co-founder and COO Trail taking center stage. He tells us how the company is creating a platform for tier 2 and tier 3 markets and targeting consumers searching for lifestyle and aspirational content in the local language. The company also recently launched a new commerce platform called Bharat Dukaan for beauty products. And we have Mr. Vimal Karthik Reba, co-founder and COO Trell, who's here to talk all on it and give us the complete download. So hi there again, Vimal. Good evening to you. How are you doing this evening?
Thanks, Mithun, for the kind introduction. I'm doing good. How about you?
Very good, Vimal. First thing, I want to thank you for being one of those partners with us. Indeed, very great support that you and your team give us. And I'm sure it's just a start for a long, long, long way to go. Before I kind of let the whole floor open up, I quickly want to understand, looking at your face right now, you're smiling, you're very happy about it. So what is keeping the happiness alive?
You know, what we're building today, right, that makes us happy. There's a problem statement that's out there, right? Building for Bharat, as we're talking about.
Right.
The challenges are new. There's no template. So we are trying to, on day-to-day basis, figure out our way around how to build for Bharat. So that's what keeps us awake and also happy at the same time.
Absolutely. And I just love that spirit that you have right now. And I'm sure it's going to be a very, very amazing session that I'm looking forward for. And so is our audience. So over to you, Vimal, and post you're done, I'll have a bunch of questions awaiting your way.
Sure. So I'll quickly jump into what we are doing. Thanks for the kind introduction. I was listening to some of the conversations the previous speakers were talking about in terms of why it is very important today to speak to Indian consumers in their own language. And that is what we are doing with Trell, right? We are building India's largest lifestyle app, right? Our vision statement is very simple. We're trying to organize lifestyle information for Indian users, but in their own languages that they understand the most or speak everyday basis. So here comes Trell. We are India's largest lifestyle platform. But in terms of, we're just not serving content to the people. Our key mission statement is to introduce these users to various products and experiences and also help them transact on the platform, which we call social commerce as of today. So we're India's largest social commerce platform in terms of traffic. I'll take you through how we do social commerce here on Trell. But briefly, the agenda today, we're going to cover about social commerce. Then we're going to talk about the type of the content that we have on the platform, our commitment for the new Bharat that we're talking about, and obviously some of the brand success stories that we have on Trell. So quickly jumping into the evolution. Can we go to the next slide? Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes. So building for Bharat is also has an preeminent threat of this bandwidth issues. I'll cover that too some other day. But so quickly jumping into the, I'm just going to give a parallel story in terms of what is social commerce and its evolution. So why an India and China story? We both are socially similar in nature in terms of how we react or perceive things. And even their journey of e-commerce is quite similar to us. The only thing is we are lagging behind 5 to 7 years because of the nature of evolution of the internet in India, right? So quickly talking about e-commerce, the first roots always starts with horizontal players, introducing people to different products. But again, horizontal in nature, that likes of Amazon, what Flipkart is currently doing in India. Then comes the vertical story, where we would understand that not all categories find their due attention on horizontal platforms, and they need a separate treatment for it. And that gives rise to this vertical players, and that's where you have the likes of today Myntra or the First Cry or the Big Basket existing and flourishing in India. And that's where the things take an interesting turn. With evolution of internet in our country, people getting used to multimedia rich content, it would allow them to not only look at photo catalog, but it would also allow them to understand products and services through more multimedia rich experiences such as videos. And that gives rise to a social commerce or a social way of shopping, where users can get in touch with their favorite creators, understand the products and services through the influences that they follow the most, and then make these purchases on the platform. And that is where we are, Trell, right? A social commerce platform. But why this works in our country, it's not a playbook that we are trying to derive from a different country, but look at the trust economy that we have as of today, right? We are skewed. We worship our idols. We even build temples for them. So if you talk about a trusted economy of it, it's very concentrated. That means if you trust someone, you would actually look into the recommendation. And that is what is happening in the offline behavior too. If you're today walking into any store, it could be a boutique store, or it could be a saloon, you are actually looking up to that particular person over there for their subject matter expertise before you engage in any decision. And that is the kind of a behavior that we are trying to replicate online, right, across these various categories that you see: personal care, cosmetics, home and kitchen gadgets, etc. And more importantly, we are trying to do that in their own language, right? So I come from a Telugu speaking state, and my mother tongue is Telugu. But I do find it very interesting that there's not much content around products and services in my own language. Leave aside the other languages, right? So this is a simple problem statement that we're trying to solve. And why it is important is, if you see, 9 of the 10 internet users today who are coming on the joining the internet bandwagon are actually consuming content in their own language. Now that's a startling fact, but that's the fact to the least. So that means we have to have these services tailor-made for them in their own language. And most of them today, as they come online to shop, they are struggling to actually make a consideration, because the product description is in English. How would you make a sense of it, right? Specifically when it comes to making decisions under lifestyle as a segment, right? It's very difficult. So they do not have these services available in their own language. And the kind of audiences also that we're looking at today, if you see, it's not that they are monetizable. It's not that they do not have a willingness to pay. In fact, the India too, as we see, right, if you look at the per capita average ranging between $1,400 to $1,500, right, their total addressable market size is $300 billion. That's twice the size of the India one that we see today, right, which is predominantly English speaking and 50 million odd. So this is, they are looking to come and join this internet bandwagon and also shop online. But one of the key, entry barriers for these consumers, as we see, is that 96% of our content creators are actually creating content in English. But the consumers, if you see, 73% of them are actually consuming content in their own language. Now look at the disparity, right? So that what does that mean? That means that we need to create a more inclusive environment for these regional creators to come and create content in their own language. And that is what we're doing here at Trell, right? Creating an ecosystem of key opinion leaders who are there online and creating content in their own language. Now, if you see, these are the simple things that we're talking about. There are two promises that we do on the platform. One is for the consumers. It's a one-stop destination where they could watch the content of their favorite interest in any of the lifestyle categories, such as home decor, fashion, personal care, etc. Follow their favorite influencers for the recommendations around products, purchase those products, all on one single platform, right? And we are available in 8 languages as of today. And this, as just summarizing the gap that we are trying to address, right? We know voice and vernacular, visual and video, and social shopping is just not the thing, but it's way how people are going to engage with internet today and tomorrow. And that's what we are trying to do. And the categories we focus, as I talked about, is highly lifestyle. We are not an entertainment player. We focus in ensuring that there is a takeaway for the end users as they engage with the content. So beauty, makeup, grooming, fashion are some of the key categories that are available on the platform, and we have a very equitable distribution in terms of language consumption on the platform, right? That's a simple gap that we are trying to address. And what is social commerce for us? It's a very simple play. People can watch content around their favorite product, look at that product, and purchase that product from the video within itself. So we are marrying all the aspects of social commerce into one single entity of a vertical video that is for mobile consumption. So a quick demonstration. I think we're not able to hear the audio. Is there a way we can hear the audio?
Hi guys, I'm Tarnisha and welcome back to my channel for people in India. Hi, I'm Tarnisha and today I'm going to be reviewing Plum's Green Tea Night Gel. This is an ultra light night gel that ensures not to give you that oily, greasy face in the morning. It
That's it. So we are building for convenience for these users too. As I talked about, the key stakeholders who help us do what we are, what we aspire to do on day-to-day basis are our key opinion leaders. Day in and day out, they create content for end users, ensure that they're factually correct, and also learn more about their particular categories on day-to-day basis, right? And some of the key stats on our platform. We have around 55 million monthly active users who use our platform on day-on-day basis and spend close to around 40 minutes on the platform, right? And watch at least 15 videos per sessions. And most importantly, what we are very proud of about the fact that we are present in 8 languages, and we are looking to expand to further more languages and make ourselves more useful to the Indian consumers as we speak. In terms of gender distribution, again, one of the most interesting aspect of us, we have again a very equitable distribution to male and female ratios on the platform, by the nature of how it talks about how useful they find our platform onto our day-to-day usage, right? Again, a young platform, 18 to 34, is the key user age that we see on the platform today. And in terms of distribution, we have tier 2 and tier 3 occupying close to 60% of the entire distribution. And just quickly talk about, it's just not about what we said. The brands today are also finding this as an interesting medium to come and engage with us. The pandemic has pushed brands to adopt online as one of their key focus areas, right? And today, if you see the offline when you talk about offline, the shelf spaces in offline scenario have been replaced by influencers in online scenario, right? That helps people to discover products, understand products better, and also purchase. And that's what's happening with us. We've tied up with multiple brands. We are also doubling down as launch pads to a lot of D2C brands that are being created today, specifically in beauty and personal care segments, helping them to come integrate with us, create content in multiple languages through key opinion leaders, garner viewership over there, and also complete sales only on one single platform. So we are the true form of also a launch pad for most of D2C platform or D2C brands today in India. So some of the key cases, again, Bombay Shaving Company, a quick demo.
Alright you guys, I hope you're doing good and I'm back with another video. So मेरे पास यहाँ पे the Bombay Shaving Company is a D10 charcoal kit. ये kit जो है ये proper एक skin की routine kit है. So मैं आपको इसमें खोल के दिखाता हूँ क्या क्या है. So मेरे पास यहाँ पे है charcoal face wash, charcoal face scrub.
We can quickly go to the next video.
Mask.
Hi guys, I'm Tanisha. Welcome and welcome back to my RGTV for people in here. Hi, I'm Tanisha and today I'm here with my guy friends. So my guy friends don't really take care of themselves and today I had the opportunity.
We take care of her.
Yeah, they take care of me. They took care of me. So I got an opportunity to give them a self-care day because Bombay Shaving Company sent me all these amazing products. So all these products basically have charcoal in them, which is a great purifying ingredient. So it deep cleanses your skin and it's just like a full-on cleansing facial routine.
Yeah. So, can we go to the next slide? Yeah. So some of the brand success stories we've been helping out there with the brands, also collaborating with them, and we are open to all these D2C brands to come and engage with us for our end-to-end solutioning only on one platform. So that's about it. Try to be as quick as possible. I hope I was clear enough in terms of what we're building and where we are.
Absolutely, you were. Thank you, Vimal. So two things, Vimal. First thing is, your office is like 2 kilometers away from where I reside.
Wow.
And second thing is, you had list of influences on your slide, but you missed my slide, my photo. That is a bad thing. Now I'm not going to be talking about that for sure.
I had an appendix slide in which I talked about the most important influencer. I had to skip because of the time constraints, but Mithun, you are.
Well, thank you, Vimal, so much. It was very, very insightful. In fact, what you're providing the youth generally is a platform to, fetch more in the coming times. And it's really great what you're doing and your team is doing. So thank you so much.
Just to summarize over there, it's just not about youth. It's how India is going to shop in the future. So what we're building is how India is going to shop in the future, right? And so I think it's just not for the consumers, but for the brands today, it's very important for them to understand these platforms and start engaging with it.
Absolutely. India is ready with Trail is what I have to say to kind of conclude this. And I will drop by in your office sometime and hoping that you'll be in your office and we can share a cup of coffee for sure. Yes.
Thanks a lot for your time.
Vimal, thank you so much for joining us here and we'll connect very soon. Thank you so much for being with us right now and all the very best to you and your team in the coming future. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into what more is coming and exciting. Now, this is what I'm here for. This is what you will love it. And let's quickly get into what is the most important thing up next. Well, who do we have right now? Well, moving on to a very special address speaker. He is the Managing Director, TTK Prestige. The purpose of the kitchen appliances and cookware brand, it is to provide quality consumer products at affordable prices. Caldro tells us how the brand has maintained its consistency of purpose and how the brand's expression has evolved over the time. He will also share his insights on why it is important for brands to find their purpose and how marketing has changed the way the activity now towards building a relationship rather than being transactional. It's an honor and we're delighted to welcome among us the Managing Director, TTK Prestige, Mr. Chandru Caldro with us right now with a big round of applause. Sir, good evening.
Thank you.
Namaskara. Hegidira.
Namaskara. Thank you so much for that introduction. And when you come in at 6:20 in the evening and there are so many eminent speakers who have spoken before you, and I don't know what they've spoken. So if I'm repeating what has been said, then I can be very satisfied saying good minds think alike. And I can apologize for having bored everybody with the same things again. So please bear with me if I'm repeating things.
All right, so I'm sure you will not repeat. Even if you repeat, it's going to be reiterating certain points, which is an advantage to all of us. So thank you so much again, sir. And like they say in Karnataka, namaskara. And I hope you're very good. So over to you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I will share a presentation. I have made a presentation.
Please, sir.
Yeah. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay, just give me a minute. I'll go on to slideshow. Yeah, as the topic said, I'm talking about building a business and brand with purpose. And I think it's a very relevant topic for today, and because there are some big trends that I believe define today. First, there is an information overload. Today, all of us are more informed than ever before on every subject. And if we don't have that information, we know where to find it. The second thing is we are all very connected, but also very disconnected. I mean, how many times have you gone across a dining table and found three people eating together and they are not connected with each other and all of them are on their mobiles? So that's the world we live in today. And therefore, there is a lot of impatience. All these are actually important trends. And then this economy of free. I mean, free, as we know, is the most profitable business on this planet today. If you don't believe it, please look at Google, please look at Facebook, and how profitable they have been by offering free services. Everything today is shared because we want to share it, and then we also say that we want privacy. So there are so many contradictions today in people, in me and in you and everybody. For us, we want everything on demand, anytime, anywhere. That's the world we live in today. So these are some random thoughts and random trends that I'm putting together. The other thing is there is this constantly evolving delivery systems of products and services. I mean, just think how the Swiggies, how the Ubers and the Olas of the world have delivered services to us, or the Dunzos, how products today are being delivered online through e-commerce. All of this was not there maybe just 10 years back. And this new trend of environment, sustainability, and governance that has become very important for all companies, all brands. All brands want to be present in this list of good ESG, which I think is important. And you can see that there is something like a purpose evolving from an ESG kind of thought, an on-demand, anywhere, anytime kind of thought, and an impatience kind of trend, etc., etc. Now, what do brands actually fight for? Think about it. Do they fight for profits? They do. Do they fight for sustainability? Of course. Do they fight for market share and leadership? I think that's what we want to die for. And of course, growth. Now, all of these, if we want, we have to go beyond what we used to do yesterday. The pure play product or services company does not exist, in my opinion. Every company has both. And if a company thinks they are only selling a product and not a service, they will soon be extinct, and vice versa. Therefore, for marketing, the key implication is that the standard feature benefit statement today is outdated. If you think that you will just call out features and benefits and manage to sell your product because your product is differentiated, just that much is not enough. So what I believe, therefore, is there must be a higher purpose which you need to communicate, which is what I guess the theme of today's discussion is. And how do I find that purpose? How do I find my purpose of existence, my company, my brand's purpose of existence? Why should I exist? I think we should all ask ourselves this question as often as we can, so that we constantly bother to reinvent ourselves true to the purpose with which we started this exercise. Because you don't change your purpose every day. Ask yourself, what do I offer? What do I offer to the customer? I mean, this is something that we live in TTK Prestige on. I'm saying, what am I offering and why should I exist? Because there are many people who make the same kind of products that we sell. Who am I relevant to? Who do I want to be relevant to? What do I fight for? And why me? And I think this is a question that you must have heard several speakers talk about today, I'm sure. The why me question is critical before you get into the business. Now, therefore, when you are looking at having a purpose that is going to encompass these thoughts, then marketing obviously will change, because companies that answer those questions then have one major task to perform. If they've identified a purpose for which they are going to exist, which is going to define what they offer, which is going to tell them why them and not anyone else, then the next job that they have to do is align everyone in the company with a clearly articulated purpose, so that everyone is on the same page. Because I'll show you what happens if that doesn't happen. So the moment you align everybody towards that purpose, you will find that marketing will then become more and more about relationship building and less transactional. And that is so critical in today's world, where retaining a customer has become so important for maintenance and growth of revenues. So purpose, I think, is the very soul of the brand and company. I mean, if you are talking about a product being the body, I think the purpose with which you brought that product is the very soul of that brand. It's something that is the core philosophy. Some people articulate it through their vision statement, some people articulate it through their mission statement, but it is sometimes not completely articulated, but it is at the core of the philosophy or the culture of the company. And brand purpose, therefore, is far more encompassing than the 4 P's of marketing or the 5 C's or whatever you call it. And therefore, it is far more important. And everything actually stems from this. So how does one find that purpose, align the organization, and then turn into expressing that purpose? And here is where the most important thing is for marketing guys. Whose point of view? With whose point of view will you express that purpose? Clearly, it has to be the customer's point of view. Otherwise, the customer is not going to be interested for a long period of time to engage with the company or the brand. And this is something that many people don't do, and therefore, actually, the customer switches off. Another random thought that came when I was making this presentation was I was looking at all the successful startups that we have, and living in Bangalore, we have most of these startups. And if you see their philosophy, largely it comes through this gene code. They identify a problem which is real and which no one has thought of bothering to solve, and they offer a solution. They do not try, the successful startup does not try to change the habit of the consumer. And they keep the solution simple. Now think of all the startups that have created this kind of thing, an Uber or Ola or a Swiggy or a Dunzo, or any of these people who've come, they've identified real problems which have been lying around for tens of years. But they've used technology to offer a solution that is so easy to adapt to and adopt. And then they keep the company scalable. If they can offer that product or service to more and more people seamlessly, they stay relevant with the changes in the environment. And they build an ecosystem that's good for everyone, all stakeholders. So if you can imagine the number of people who've got employment because of all these startups which I mentioned, and today many of them are unicorns. I mean, think of how many people have actually benefited from this entire game. And the best part is the successful startup actually empowers every stakeholder. And that is what I mean by having a good purpose to actually create a brand and a company. Established companies and brands, on the other hand, have certain problems with them because they are set in their processes and their thinking. They're more inside out than outside in. And I'll give you a couple of examples which you will immediately identify with. They tend to work within self-imposed boundaries. They tend to forget sometimes that the most important part, which is the customer, as they evolve. And the purpose of the brand sometimes is forgotten. So the idea is, if an established company wants to sustain itself, wants to continue answering that why me question which I spoke of, then they've got to constantly evolve, but never lose sight of the original purpose. Business models are evolving. There is a sharing economy that's fast developing. Customer engagement, therefore, is fast changing in character. But businesses and brands that remember the purpose with which they began, they will evolve along with the customer. They are not going to be saying that it is my way or the highway. Because if they do that, they will fall by the wayside. So if the purpose is not based, this is my firm opinion, and I'm sure most of you agree, if it's not based on the customer's point of view, it's not sustainable. If every stakeholder in the system does not win, you shouldn't be doing it. Now, why? Because we all deal with human beings. And I think when you are talking about a purpose, it's about connecting beyond the five senses that we are usually connecting to, of touch, feel, taste, sight, and hearing. It's ideal to go beyond those five senses, and that is you touch the heart and soul. And to do that, you need to have a shared purpose. Unless you have that shared purpose, you find that shared purpose, you're not going to go beyond the five senses. You're not going to go deep inside. What happens with a great sense of empathy, this happens only when you have a great sense of empathy and a complete shedding of ego, that it is I who is giving this. My purpose of existence is because of the customer. I'm not saying something that's new, but I think it's extremely relevant. And more importantly, constantly speaking with the customer. Now, this is something that we at TTK always do constantly. And I think I'm giving you two examples here, and you know both these examples. Both had brutal market shares. I have deliberately kept the byline in that logo. Nokia connecting people. Let's talk about Nokia connecting people. They thought they were in the job of connecting people. And what did someone like Apple come and do? They connected people even better. And Nokia decided that the Symbian operating system doesn't have to change. And if it changes, it is at their pace and not because the customer was looking for something different. And the rest is history. We know what happened to Nokia. It's reinventing itself today. The same happens with Kodak. Look at the byline, share moments, share life. And what did they do? They had the first digital camera, really. They had the first shareable photographing machine. And they decided that they won't launch it and won't give the consumer the benefit of that. And what happened later is history. So brands which do not have their purpose shared with the customer, I think these are two classic examples of what happens when they don't continuously go on that path. It was not technology, it was not competition, it was not complacency. It was this lack of understanding of this purpose with which they actually wrote those lines on those logos that actually brought them down. So the key reason, therefore, is disconnect with that purpose. We at TTK Prestige, I'm happy to say, we put the customer first in the most relevant manner. We constantly talk to them. You know, this is our mission statement when we actually started the company: quality consumer products at affordable prices. It seems like a perfectly nice, reasonable line, but I think that is the purpose with which and the philosophy by which we have actually launched products. Now, when we started the company, it was a period in 1950s where it was a period of shortages. So, I mean, quality consumer products, quality being underlined and affordable being underlined, I think was exceedingly relevant there. Post-90s, we know how this India has evolved. And so we evolved along, and now we say we want to delight homemakers with innovation and provide solutions and not products. And that is something at the core of everything that we do. We want to provide a solution and not products. Our journey to finding that solution is to deliver, and deliver on the purpose is simply, we do this in these 4-step ways. We understand current lifestyles. We understand key concerns of life. Nobody articulates a product to us. We understand what brings them happiness, what brings them problems. And then we try and express all of that with a solution which hopefully delights the customer. This is the simple framework which we find. And we launch more than 100 products every year, year after year. For the last 15 years, at least, we've been doing this. And our pillars of product development and communication are health, convenience, time saving, and aesthetic, which we believe for all homemakers today, these are the 4 most relevant issues in their mind. So the brand purpose is at our very core, and it comes before we actually make a product or conceive a service. And what we say is that the intent must be to deliver on that purpose, but we are flexible on the approach with which we deliver on that purpose. And we always say that if all stakeholders don't benefit, we don't go that way. To sum up, purpose precedes all marketing communication and is the soul of all that communication. Consistency is exceedingly important. And for consistency, alignment across the company is critical. And lastly, customer centricity is paramount. If you can deliver value that will go beyond the P&L, that is good for you because the P&L will fall in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. That was just amazing. And I like how you put things simple most way, and the maximum one can learn from you. I still remember there was a commercial ad back in the days, Jo Bibi se kare pyar, wo prestige ko kaise kaise inkar. I want to understand one quick thing. How did you come out with a campaign like this?
So I'll tell you how. I mean, it's a very interesting story. I mean, we came up with a safety feature in a pressure cooker.
Right.
Okay, it was called the gasket release system. And we said, how are we going to actually communicate this? I mean,
right.
The first way was to say, here we have a gasket release system and your pressure cooker is completely safe. But then I think full marks to the ad agency MA and Sadhika Pirpai, who actually created that campaign, and she came up with this idea saying, and those were the days when husbands used to buy things for their wives, not like today. And she said, then you have that situation in the shop where the husband and wife are going to buy, and the shopkeeper says, well, I'll give you a normal, ordinary pressure cooker if you just about love your wife. But if you really love your wife, you must buy a Prestige. And that's how Jo Bibi se kare pyar, because you're concerned about her safety. So it was a safety-led, very innovative ad. We, of course, say it in a different context today. And we changed the line, jo apno se kare pyar, jo suvidha se kare pyar, jo BV se kare pyar. So it's not the BV alone that we are doing pyar now.
But I like how the word pyar has evolved with Prestige, and that's a true sense of the brand that holds the key for consumers. And this whole campaign is one of those most, somebody can remember it very easily. It's in the whole people's mind, people still remember. And it was so heart-touching because the ad explains it, why Prestige in general. The safety feature was explained so well. So I want to give this to you. I'm sure you've got this many times, but a round of applause to you and your team.
Thank you. Thank you.
One more time now. I'm joined by a very special person who also wants to talk to you, and maybe he's got a question as well. I request Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief for BW Business World and Exchange for Media, to please join in conversation as I will pass on the baton for him to ask some questions. Do we have Dr. Anurag Batra with us?
Yes, very much. Mithun, I've been throughout the presentation, and Mr. Kalro, I must compliment you to be able to bring energy and clarity at the end of it. You referred to ESG. Now, in the last 12 months, give us examples of how the purpose has determined how you operated in this very difficult 12 months.
So, luckily for us, when the first lockdown was announced, we were sitting on a pile of cash. So it was not a problem. We were one of those debt-free, cash-rich companies. And the first decision that I took was that we will do two things. One was to pay all our vendors as per the due date of the payment. because we said everyone will struggle in these coming times. And that's the first thing we did. And the second thing we did was we paid every employee, both on-roll and contractual, full salaries, even when they stayed at home. And that's something we did it before people were mandating it, etc., etc. Second thing, of course, was all about safety, employee safety and all that. And I'm sure every company, every good company went about doing that. The third thing was actually helping our vendors to find the labor and get them there and be patient with them while they were delivering on the supply chain. And we did another thing. We actually told our channel partners that this is the time which is going to be difficult. Walk-ins are going to be fewer. So here is a way we gave them a nice, clear path for them to be more profitable than what they would be. And, they came back and said, no other company actually was thinking about us. They were, that kind of delighted them in this whole thing. I think the COVID, apart from all the other things that we did in terms of making things more transparent, getting more and more technology, digitizing most processes, I mean, that's still a journey that we are on. But I think the whole aspect of making things transparent to each and every stakeholder of ours, whether it was our franchisees, our vendors, our channel partners, our employees. And even if we were not giving them increments for the first half of the year, we made it very clear that we are not going to give them. And then we actually delighted them by giving them in the second half. The idea, because we were doing well, I mean, there was no reason for you to hold back anything for anyone. And I think this year, and we've had one of our best years at the end of it. I mean, I probably will be one of the few companies which will say this. Our 10 months have been fantastic after the lockdown, or the unlock happened. And it is because of that very open-mindedness that we came up with this, I think.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kalro. Now, my last question is that, you're a lifer, so to say. This is your only and first job you stayed in, you've grown. So tell us, how did that happen? Of course, as the company grows and your own value system and the company value system kind of match with that growth, then you tend to enjoy what you do. And again, your core vision as defined in your annual statement is to delight homemakers through innovation, right? That's so tell us throughout these years, what is the kind of innovation you've done, and what is your advice to senior professionals who may not have stayed in one job and grown and made an impact? So because
I first, it's my second job. I did 7 years in BPL and then came here 28 years back. But nevertheless, I think it's my only job. That's the way I do. 2-3 reasons I enjoy this job. One, I think the company's been very nice to me to give me a chance to do things and experiment and give me exposure, which I don't think I would have got anywhere else. Second thing is the products that we sell and serve customers is in the kitchen, and I am a good cook and I love cooking. So it's a job that I really like. The third thing is, I believe, frankly, as a professional, that the more longer you are in a particular organization, your ability to understand how you can contribute back to that organization becomes better and better. The first 2 years, I think a company just invests in you. The second 3 years, you are giving back that investment to the company. After the 5th year is when you are actually giving back to yourself through that exposure. And I think that longevity has helped me to evolve myself and reskill myself. I would advise people to have a long-term view wherever they are serving. It will definitely make them better and more complete professionals.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mr. Kalro. We wish you luck in your mission and your purpose of delighting homemakers through innovation. Clearly, continuity leads to leadership, and you're right that continuity can also lead to continuous innovation. So clearly, these two things have come together in your case and created an ikigai for you. So thank you for being at the Exchange for Media Pitch Brand Summit, and clearly business leaders like you are living their purpose and making it happen on a daily basis. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatt. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batra. And thank you, sir. Before I kind of sign off, I just want to say, when people in India talk about home appliances or cookware, the only name that comes in people's mind and heart is Prestige. And that forever will remain in this generation, the next, and the more generation coming our way. With that thought, I want to thank you for joining us here at the CMO Summit. And it was delightful to have you. It was like an honor for me to come and have an interaction one-to-one with you. Though I know even you're in Bangalore, but still never met across to have a chat. But Khandita, some or the other day, I'll definitely meet you. I will have a great chat for sure. Thank you again. Wishing you and your team a great 2021.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. All right. That was very, very lovely. That was very cheerful. That was very insightful. There was a story that you and I have connected over the decades. And after all, when it stands with one name, it is Prestige with all the pride. With this, let's now take a look at the AV of our partner who have been playing a key role in bringing together the Pitch CMO Summit for you virtually. Here they go.
We love to take risks. We never fear obstacles. We like to break our own records.
We are the one and only Nickelodeon. बस नाम ही काफी है.
ये निकलोडियन तो नंबर 1 से हिलने का नाम ही नहीं ले रहा.
और तो और उसके अकेले के पास 32% मार्केट शेयर है.
सोनिक तो सीधे नंबर 4 पे आ गया.
यार 2021 में तो पता नहीं और कितने कमाल दिखाएगा.
Tremendous growth and maintain the rank too.
निक जूनियर का ग्रोथ तो डबल से भी ज्यादा हो गया है. 2 new show launches. पूरे साल न्यू एपिसोड्स, न्यू मूवीज.
Nickelodeon. बस नाम ही काफी है.
जी हाँ, काफी है. आगे आगे देखो और क्या क्या आता है. Nickelodeon के पास तो बहुत कुछ है. And I'm telling you, it is one of the most amazing channel to watch because there's so much more content and they are bringing you every day something or other new. And that's the objective, that they keep growing bigger and bigger every single time. With that note, I quickly want to remind you that after the Pitch CMO Summit, there is the happiness flowing your way with the Pitch CMO Awards 2021, which gets bigger as well. So be with us because the happiness will prolong and celebration will only take place with that. But now, it's now time to move on and join in the fireside chat. And first, I want to welcome the first person, well, somebody who holds the key of super amazing thought, and that is bringing wellness towards a greater heights. Where he's a man who's driven this towards a great perfection. An honor to welcome him here at the Pitch CMO Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Director, Imami Limited, Harsh V. Agarwal with us right now. And joining him, yet another amazing personality who is a leader, who is a thought person, and always delivers the best in best when it comes to the knowledge and being creative and objectified. Please welcome our head for network sales, Viacom 18, Mr. Mahesh Shetty. And joining the two in a fireside chat, our very own superhero, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and Exchange for Media, our very dearest, Dr. Anurag Batra. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Mithun. Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, for joining us. And, again, Imami really doesn't really need an introduction, but I will introduce what you do and at least bring your brands to the fore. Welcome, Mr. Mahesh Shetty, for joining us. And clearly, again, what you do is well known. Imami is a powerhouse of brands. And today's whole day has been about brand purpose. I mean, Imami has Boro Plus, Case King, Mentho Plus Balm, Imami Golden Beauty, Imami Naturally Fair, Imami Imam Soul, Cream 21, and I can go on. These are brands that are built on the brand purpose of bringing well-being to consumers. Now, Mr. Agarwal, Imami is a very, very venerable brand and business, and it was set up many, many years back. How do you make sure that you live the brand purpose on a day-to-day basis, and especially in the last 12 months, the brand purpose must have been tested. Give us a sense of how you make sure that you nurture the brands using the brand purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Anurag Batra, for having me here and also for introducing our company. I think, see, honestly, brand purpose is something, which can really make a very, very big difference in the overall performance, the growth of the brand and the company. But my belief is, not too many brands or not too many companies have very clear brand purpose, or neither do they follow. In our company, for the company, we have a very clear mission, and I would say the philosophy, and you might also call it the purpose, is making people beautiful and healthy naturally. So basically, the word naturally, is what is very, very core to us. How do we make people beautiful and healthy, but with the help of nature? And in fact, every day, whatever we do, the products we launch, the brands we launch, it's all around the brands and the products bringing in nature to them. How do we bring the best of the nature to the consumers, be it the beauty products, the personal care products, or the health products? So from that perspective, yes, we are always in lookout for the best of the ingredients, because there are so many unknown herbs, etc., which are there, which are used in different parts of the countries, and they might have very, very different benefits, but people are not aware of it. There are herbs which are very, very efficacious, but still which are not unknown to the people. So we spent a lot around R&D as to how do we explore them, how do we find out about them, and how do we bring them to the consumers. Then is the quality of the product, because ultimately, if you have to give the consumers the best of the health, so how do you remain true to it? How do you give the consumers the best of the products with the help of the nature, but with really quality products? So that is something we are very, very particular about.
Mr. Agarwal, clearly, when we talk of health, we these days talk of Ayurveda. You talk to natural health. There is a huge movement towards Ayurveda. There's a huge movement toward natural ingredients in health products and in beauty products. So clearly, I would like to know from you, how's Imami kind of leveraging this movement to be able to bring out new brands and new products that enhance the quality of life. And in the last 12 months, one of the biggest things from a health standpoint is immunity. Health was always very important, but COVID has made sure that our focus on health as individuals and as a society has gone up. And we are looking after health even more than we ever did. So tell us, how are you making sure that the increasing awareness about the source of ingredients, what is being used in the product, is going up? People can search and find out. People look at the product before they buy. So what are you doing to be able to leverage this trend of organic products, of Ayurveda, of natural ingredients? And second is, last 12 months, the focus on health in every product. If you see the average communication of any product category which is utilized inside the body or on the body, the health benefits are being touted, upfront much more than they were 12 months back. So give us a sense of how is Imami building on the brand promise of providing, natural ingredients in its products.
So yes, immunity has been something which the consumers are looking for, and yes, COVID has something really increased the need of that. So in the last 12 months since COVID, I would say, in fact, in the first 3 to 4 months, we launched more than 15 products around immunity. Uh, so we were very, very agile, and with speed, we could launch more than 15 products around that. In totality, in 6 months, we could launch more than 30 products in our company, and all products which were relevant to the COVID needs. So be it health, be it hygiene. So we launched a whole range of hygiene products under our brand Boro Plus, which included, sanitizer, hand wash, the soaps, etc. Because we believed, the brand Boro Plus had the right to win in that segment. And certainly, COVID made us believe that more. Secondly, in the health, Jhandu, which is there for Ayurveda, consumers are looking for more solutions which are natural, which are Ayurvedic. The trust around Ayurveda has increased, and people were looking for these solutions. So yes. And third, we also launched a range of home range of products, which was around the area of hygiene. Again, but not personal hygiene, but home care, be it surface cleaning, kitchen, etc., everything. So yes, as a company, we were very agile, and with speed, we could launch so many products. And yes, all of them based on nature, of course, because that is what we stand for. And we believe, we have given the consumers products which they needed. In fact, I would give you one example of, we have launched a Chawanprash, which is made of jaggery, because all other Chawanprash are made of sugar. They have very high content of sugar in it. So for the first time in the market, we launched a Chawanprash, which is made of jaggery to make it more healthier. So our continuous endeavor is how do we make products which are healthier and which consumers can consume without any worry.
Innovation, the small innovation of using jaggery instead of sugar can have huge impact on the health. Now, Jhandu was an acquisition that you did in 2008, right? The company has grown through many acquisition of companies and brands. As we move into 2021 and ahead to 2021, do we see Imami doing more acquisitions? Are new brands uh, becoming part of your portfolio on the horizon?
Yes, of course. I think, acquisitions have been a part of our strategy, and it will always remain to be. We have done some very successful and very large acquisitions in the past, and we have been one of the most aggressive company in this area in the country, right from Jhandu. Then we acquired Kesh King, and right now what we are also doing, yes, we are open for more acquisitions. To answer you directly to that, if we get the right opportunity, the right brand at a right value, yes, we are open to more acquisitions. Be it small or big, we don't mind. Even if it is regional brands, if it is national brands, we are open for it. And at the same time, not only the acquisitions, because we believe the times have changed, we are also looking for more partnerships, partnerships with the digital first brands, because that's a new ecosystem which has opened up. So how as company, we can partner with such entrepreneurs, with such companies where one and one, where we come together, and instead of becoming two, how do we make it 11? Because everybody has its strength. And we believe, as a company, we can't do everything, right? So it's very important that we partner with the right kind of people, the right kind of company, so that it gives us an entry in the categories or areas where we are not present. So yes, acquisition and partnership will be two areas of future strategy as well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Agarwal. My last question before I bring Mr. Mahesh Shetty into the conversation and make it a three-way conversation. The last 12 months, to build on what you said, have what I call a 3C economy. Collaborative, you talk about the partnerships. Compassionate, because whether it's our channel partners or its employees, we need to be more compassionate, and the environment has made us more compassionate. And third is contactless. Everything has become contactless. We're doing this event virtually. There is a rise of D2C brands, digital to consumer, direct to consumer, Now, I know that Emami is one of those FMCG companies who got into selling their products online pretty ahead of time. Almost all your products are available online. And I want to ask, in the last 12 months, how much of your sales have gone online? And are you looking to build some D2C products, which are new brands, but are true to the purpose that Emami stands for?
Yeah, of course, Dr. Anurag, I think direct to consumers brands products are only going to grow. We very strongly believe in that. Yes, in the last 1 year, our sales have also multiplied. Right now, we'll be somewhere around the range of 3%, but we have aspirations that in the next 2 years, how can we take this to around 8 to 10% of the overall sales? And this will be happening not only by growing the sales of the existing products, but at the same time, we have already launched and we are in the process of launching many new products under the existing brands, which are targeted towards the consumers or which will be only selling through the e-commerce route. Secondly, yes, we are also working on many D2C brands itself, which we believe has potential and which we want to launch again, in the e-commerce platform and maybe, in the modern trade, but yes, more targeting this niche segment and the audience. So going forward, I certainly believe, there is a lot of future. In fact, in Jhandu, we very quickly after COVID. So by July, in just 3 to 4 months, we launched a platform of Jhandu, where we were selling all our Jhandu products to the consumers directly. So apart from the 3P platform, we have also created our own platform where we sell products. Then digitally, we are also, the consumers can come and take or consult with doctors, Ayurvedic doctors, again, because lot many people at that point of time didn't want to go to doctors, etc. So even we launched those services there for the people where they can call and share their problems and consult the Ayurvedic doctors as well. So yes, I think this is again going to rapidly only increase. And as a company, we want to very strongly be part of this trend.
Thank you so much, Mr. Agarwal. Let me bring in Mr. Mahesh Shetty into the conversation. Mr. Shetty, you heard Mr. Agarwal. I heard Mr. Chandu Kalro, who's the MD of TTK Prestige just before that. And clearly, one of the things that have come across that for companies like Emami, companies like TTK Prestige, that last 12 months have been actually very good. They've been able to live up their brand promise, and through what they've done, they've been able to grow their numbers, in a very tough year for most categories. So, as a media brand, as a media platform that partners these brands in growth, what are the top 3 changes you have seen in the brand's approach when they do conversation with you, Mr. Shetty?
If I just look at the overall 12 months, it's not one story. Actually, if you look at Q1, I think Harji would also agree with me. Actually, none of us were sure how things will pan out. And in Q1 of this financial year, most brands actually cut down on their spends. And I think there was uncertainty. And that led to that kind of a decision. Also, in terms of communicating to consumers and generating, brand pull when the consumer cannot go to the store to buy. Okay, and when there was a situation of lockdown, actually did not make sense. And so if you see in terms of brands and their spends, Q1 was a very different phase where brands held back their spends. Around Q2, which is around June, is when the market started opening up. Lockdown kind of came down across the country, and stores opened, supply chains kind of streamlined. That's when brands got back to advertising, and I think the kind of response that some of the categories got, and I would say FMCG being the flag bearer of this entire, I would say, the consumer momentum, and companies like Imami or Prestige and HUL, Reckitt. I mean, I think they really drove the entire category, and I would say the momentum on any media company, including us. And Q2 saw their businesses coming back, okay, and showing strong growth, and that impacted their entire outlook towards media. And I say, media is a reflection of how the economy does and how key categories perform. Overall, I would say television, and I would say that about television because, the bread and butter of television advertising is FMCG. And since FMCG as a category kind of pulled back, and H2, which is the second half of the year, saw very good traction from brands across categories. While there were challenges for most media companies where, there was an anti-China sentiment, and because of which certain categories stayed off, certain brands stayed off actually, which was in the mobile category or in, I would say, gaming. Certain categories within FMCG also faced, headwinds. And in some of our regional markets, some of the local retail channel, clients also faced a lot of headwinds because of the lockdown and people not moving out. However, that got kind of covered up by some of the new categories that came up. So edutech was saw the entire category saw a huge boom last year. I mean, when I say last year, this current financial year, and gaming saw a huge boost. Also, D2C companies saw a huge boost. And one of your speakers today, Varun Alag, his brand came on board for the first time. I think it was their biggest marketing bet. They came on Big Boss as one of the sponsors. And I would say it was a very bold move from his side. He was personally involved in that decision making. And so I think overall there is a entire sense of optimism, and that's also because consumers are going out and opening up their wallets and spending money on specific categories. So and that has also led to brands also going back and going back to communicating their brand purpose, their entire marketing campaigns. Yeah. So overall, I think where we started off, which was a Q1 sense of uncertainty, and we are ending the year, a financial year, with a sense of optimism going, as we go approach the coming financial year.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Shetty, for sharing those inputs. And clearly, yes, the first 2-3 months of the lockdown saw a supply side issue and saw a demand side issue. Retail was closed, physical retail. But what it did subsequently was that it brought in the whole omni-channel experience. Absolutely. And during the festive season, really the omni-channel experience led to record sales for certain product category. And you're right, a lot of FMCG brands have utilized the second quarter to up the ante in terms of spends on television, because an increase in share of voice would augur well for growing the market share in the immediate short term. And clearly, partnerships became the order of the day. If you had to, going forward, Mahesh, 3 trends that you see becoming bigger. These trends may have been trends that you saw in the last 12 months, and some of them germinated during the post-COVID phase, but are possibly likely to stay. What are those 2 or 3 trends that you see becoming bigger and likely to stay from media brands partnering large FMCG companies like Imami?
I think I will go beyond FMCG. I think one of the key trends is that I would say last 12 months has fundamentally changed consumer behavior. And there are new categories which have become very intrinsic part of the consumer's life. EduTech has become an intrinsic part of consumers' life. Today, last 12 months, my kids have just been doing online education, and that's happening across the country, across from small town to big town to, all across. And edutech as a category, okay, is booming. And in that, brands are, looking at, building their own equity and loyalty with their own consumers. I think so. Brands which have been, have become part of consumers' life, okay, because of the behavior change the last 12 months, are here to stay. Because now they're intrinsic part of the consumers, I would say, buying basket. It could be edutech is just one example, but also there is gaming, because youngsters were not stepping out, so online gaming, there was a huge boost. And so what was growing at X pace has gone at 10x space. And again, because as those brands are becoming part of consumers life, so there are brands within that space. There are more brands coming into that entire space, and there are more brands wanting to spend money to build their own equity. So these categories will actually be very important as we go ahead, as far as advertising go. Secondly, I think consumers have become very comfortable dealing directly with brands. So, the adoption of online has again moved up 10x, okay, in the last 12 months. And so if you see across markets, if you just go on Facebook or Instagram, you will be flooded with new brands who are trying to engage with you. As we speak in Bombay, I keep getting notifications from a trouser brand called Bombay Trooper or ice cream brand called Noto. These brands do not exist, okay, and they are also forming their own niche, okay, and with time they are also growing. Now, as they go beyond a particular level, they will have to move on to mass media, okay, to get to their own the ambitions that they would have they would plan for themselves, going from one city operation to a pan India. And I think these brands which are direct to consumer will also be over a period of time in the coming years be an important part of the overall advertising bouquet of clients. Thirdly, I would look at FMCG. I think FMCG, like I say, is the flag bearer of I would say television advertising or overall mass media. I think they understand consumers the best, and they understand the fact that consumer loyalty is very important, and investing in brands is very important. And that's why, when the unlock process started, okay, I think the FMCG brands, and I would compliment Harshji also for, while we have with his team, we keep having, a lot of negotiation discussions. But what I really appreciate is the fact that they went out and invested in, building the brands or, communicating the brands. And this is across board. And I think FMCG brands know it very well. They understand that being in the consumers' consideration set is very important, and hence communicating actively is very important. So I think this is something that will continue. So broadly speaking, new categories which have emerged in the last 12 months, okay, will become big brands in the coming days. Newer ways of engagement, which is direct to consumer brands, which are very small, will, I think, grow. And FMCG will continue to drive to be strong and continue to drive their spends on advertising to hold on to their consumers. So yeah, that's what I think would be the three trends.
Thank you so much, Mahesh. Let me ask Mr. Agarwal the last question before I hand it over to Mithun, and the last question to you. Mr. Agarwal, brand purpose has become more important in the last 12 months. A lot of things that we talked about, they were good in company brochure or in the boardrooms, have actually come into play. Profits have always been important, but purpose, people, planet have become very important. Sustainability and ESG has become very important. And I want to know, when it comes to the planet, when it comes to sustainability, what is Emami doing to be able to kind of stay ahead of the game and contribute to Mother Earth?
Dr. Batra, let me answer it in a different way, because what I believe, sustainability, because all these are always taken as purpose for the corporates. My belief is, they cannot be the purpose of the company. Because if you see, very simply, if I say what is the purpose of the company, it can be very simply defined as why, how, and what, right? So all the companies knows, what they do, what kind of products they sell, right? They know how they are doing it, what are the unique selling proposition, etc. But why they do it, I think most of the brands companies are not at all clear why they do it. In fact, for me, this thing of sustainability, good to the society, etc., has been, because there has been a lot of talk about purpose, mission, etc., and so on. And I think, they are just good to have kind of a purpose. But from the perspective of the growth of the company, it has to be more strategic towards what you do and why you do, rather than, so this, the thing of sustainability, etc., is more very peripheral to the overall company's purpose. They cannot be the core purpose of the company, right? But yes, for every company's agenda, yes, sustainability is always a part of it. So yes, for us also, now whatever plastics that we consume, now how do we ensure that, the same is what is being recollected by the vendors, is what we ensure. So from that perspective, to ensure that, whatever is being used by the consumers is recollected and recycled. And so there are vendors, with whom we have come into some kind of contract where they buy that much kg of plastic, what we consume, and recollect and recycle it. Apart from that, yes, we do a lot of CSR activities where planting trees, etc., are part of that, right? But I wouldn't say that sustainability again is the purpose of our organization.
Fantastic. So you're saying that the why is equally important as how you do it. So clearly, the organization leaders that can bring this common thread across their organization of why and build it in their brand purpose and in the way they build their brand, they build their businesses. Sustainability will automatically be a part of it. It may be a part of the strategy of the organization. Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, for talking to us. And I know you may not want to answer this question, but we're very close to the Bengal elections. Love to know from you who would win.
I think anybody's guess, in fact, I would love to hear your view on that.
See, I live in Delhi. I talk to my friends. I do look at the sector market for trends because they are mostly accurate. I've looked at all the polls, and right now the polls as of yesterday were giving TMC an edge over BJP, but it's a close contest. Today the Prime Minister did his rallies, and obviously that has its own impact. And BJP leaders, including Mr. Shah, have been saying that they'll win more than 200 seats in Bengal. But on the ground, it seems like, it's a close contest with TMC being a little ahead. That's how it is on the ground. TMC is being given between 60 to 65 seats by almost all polls, between 156 to 165.
Okay.
BJP is being given between 90 to 108 seats, 25 to CPI and CPM, and another 5 to others. So really, as of now, that's including the group that Mr. Shetty is part of. These are broad numbers that the group has talked of. But really, elections are fought in the last 2-3 days too. And the Prime Minister's rallies in the interiors of Bengal would also bring some traction. So really, it is a close fight. And we'll wait and watch.
So good to know, good to hear from you these numbers. But yes, what we believe, whosoever comes should be good for the business, because ultimately that is what is going to bring in employment and the overall good for the overall state. So that is what we hope for.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And we wish you luck, Mr. Agarwal. And we look forward to having a conversation in the old world physical way. Before I let you go and get Mr. Shetty go, I want to ask my last question to Mr. Shetty. Mr. Shetty, what is that one change in the consciousness of media companies that has come in the last 12 months? Has cost become a very important factor? Is innovation driving programming and product offering, or clearly it is only about survival?
Difficult question, and I would say all. Actually, Anurag, when COVID hit us, and like I said, in the phase of uncertainty, cost became a very important part of everything we did, because frankly, it was about survival and then growing. So hence, relooking at costs and every cost line became very important. And in a way, it also opened our eyes to many places or spaces where we thought, we realized that we could, reduce cost or optimize cost. And in a way, it was good, I would say. However, cost cutting cannot help you grow an organization. And that is just a short-term thing. It is a quick fix which just helps you. And I think if there is one thing that can help an organization grow, and I would say even for every media company, it is innovation. And if you look at it today, I think we are lucky that television still continues to be very strong and continues to have strong loyalty across the country. And having said that, if we take that for granted, I think that will, I would say, cause our doom. Okay, and this is not like an immediate doom or something like that, because consumers today, I mean, it is not a single screen audience that we're talking about. It is a multi-screen audience. The consumer is consuming television, is consuming content on his mobile phone, his YouTube. So he's exposed to a lot of content, and hence, understanding consumer needs and ensuring that we, and I would say that about all of us actually, that we are right ahead in terms of understanding consumer needs and generating, creating content which kind of engages him. I think that will be a very important part. So yes, costs and all are important in their core for survival, but I think it's innovation which is the most important thing, and that's something that you'll see a lot of stuff from the Viacom 18 stable also in terms of new shows and new content, and I'm sure it will be across industry.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. Thank you, Mr. Shetty. We are moving into our segment of the Pitch CMO Awards. So thank you, Mr. Agarwal. You were our headline speaker. We had a very good lineup during the day, and I watched a couple of presentations. They were high quality, and with the conviction you shared your brand philosophy and the why. Clearly, it would inspire other young brands who want to make an impact. And we wish you luck in your endeavor for Imani and its brands to provide health and beauty in a natural way to its consumers. So I'm sure there'll be many more opportunities to have a conversation. We'll, of course, talk to you after the Bengal elections to see what happens there. And thank you, Mahesh, continuing to innovate and partner with brands in a meaningful manner. Back to you, Mithun.
Thank you, Dr. Anurag Batra. Thank you, Mr. Mahesh Shetty, and of course, Mr. Harsh Agarwal, for that very energetic and very thoughtful session where we learned so much. And always right when leaders come in and they teach you and go. And as a good learner, you always adapt to all of it and make sure you are only nurturing yourself to something better. With that, it's now time for a quick check on our partners, and post which we'll see you with the Pitch CMO Awards 2021. But for now, let's have a look at the partners AV right away.
For more than a decade, India's most influential news channel has built its unimpeachable reputation by keeping an unflagging vigil on every now moment of our times. 24 hours a day, Times now serves as a perfect foil for India's diversity. a kaleidoscope of images and a cornucopia of views. As the day dawns, so does the common man on his favorite platform, Times Now. Times Now's vow to fight for the rights of the common man has led us to devise change-inducing campaigns, never failing to fight fear in the face of adversity with the power of the fact. To ensure our viewers were fully aware of the gravity of the once-in-a-century pandemic, Times Now unfurled the one-of-its-kind India Outbreak Report. When the COVID ghost of gloom haunted India, your channel, Times Now, shed light on the road to revival. Like the ever-blazing, life-giving sun, without fail, without exception, you will find Times Now's intrepid teams first on the horizon of the big national news story. While others resort to malpractice and drive a personal agenda, Times Now has never compromised on its credibility. Unwaveringly, unafraid, unflinchingly, honest, always. Just like India's democracy that empowers the last citizen, your channel has pledged to give voice to the most marginalized. Times Now's aggressive reporting style has made it the relentless force it is today, because your channel's only motivation is the people's conviction. Unblemished, uncompromised, unrelenting, unbiased, unintimidatable, unsurpassed. We are Times Now.
The actual action begins here.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Pitch CMO Awards, celebrating stars of marketing in India. And I'm delighted to have you all here this evening. I'm sure you had a great time at the summit where you learned so much, you see so much, and you're only here to take the advantage and understand who are the winners of this prestigious Pitch CMO Awards 2020. Well, before I quickly go on, I first want to welcome you again. My name is Mithun Upadhyay, and I'm very happy to be here. And I welcome you to the very absolute Exchange for Media Pitch CMO Awards. And before I proceed, a quick thank you to our partners, presented by Mirror Now, You First, co-powered by Colors Marathi, Chagnache Rang Marathi, and our reward partner, Zozo Day, Build a Happy Workforce. Well, through the evening, we will be awarding 30 plus brand custodians, names which have been at the helm of making their brands a household name. And just not that, but we know that COVID has changed the game of marketing. What was considered safe and tried may not have been applicable anymore, causing the brands to make big leaps. These marketing heads have driven their brands in a new direction while staying true to the purpose. And our official hashtag for this segment is hashtag Pitch CMO Awards, wherein P of pitch is capital, CMO is capital, and so is A of awards. So make sure you go on social media platform, talk about it, share it, that this is what is happening, which is indeed for the world to know. With that note, let's quickly thank our partners and let's have a look at our partner AV right now. Here we go.
If it's people's policy, shouldn't the people have a say in it? It's been 15 years. Why is my city still underwater? Why should it be hard to withdraw my hard-earned money? Why do I have to run to 5 hospitals to find a bed? How many of us have to be raped before they start caring? Have humans lost their humanity? This night curfew has been on for 26 years. Will this lockdown ever end? The questions on your mind are the ones we ask. The most important voice of the nation finally gets heard. Your voice, your views, your news. Mirror Now, You First.
लाभले आम्हास भाग्य, बोलतो मराठी, ऐकतो मराठी, जगण्याचे रंग मराठी. कलर्स मराठी, मराठी मनोरंजनाची नवी ओळख बनलेली आपली एकमेव कलर्स मराठी वाहिनी.
भिवू नकोस, मी तुझ्या पाठीशी आहे.
भक्तीपासून श्रद्धेपर्यंत, संस्कारांपासून संस्कृतीपर्यंत, प्रेमापासून नात्यांपर्यंत.
आणि हा माझा चंद्र.
महाराष्ट्राच्या घराघरात पोहोचलेली वाहिनी, जगण्याचे रंग मराठी, कलर्स मराठी.
Well, that's right. A big round of applause one more time to our partners, Mirror Now, and of course, Colors Marathi. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all yet again to the Pitch CMO Awards 2021. And it's now time to invite our very special friend, a gentleman who is indeed a guiding force to many brands and people. Well, just imagine if you did not have a platform, where would you indeed showcase the talent that you have? Well, he indeed built it, and built it big for just not one brand, but many brands. And it's an honor to welcome here for a welcome address. Please welcome Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief Business World, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group for the welcome address right now. With a big round of applause.
Thank you, Mithun. You're doing a great job in bringing energy throughout the day and also bringing relevant comments to be able to have a meaningful conversation with the custodians of brands, senior business leaders from the business fraternity. So kudos to you. I don't want to stand between you and the awards, but I'm being nostalgic. Last year, this event was on 20. It was in the end of February, and I remember we had it was at the Taj Santa Cruz, and out of the 32 custodians came, and it was a physical event. This year we are doing it in March, and we are doing it virtually. So a lot has changed in the last 12 months. I would say that for all the brand owners and brand custodians, the last 12 months were a time of reinvention, of resetting, of reprioritizing. And again, I've said this before, and I'd say the role of business is to be able to build brands, and the role of brands is to be able to build businesses. Business is marketing, and marketing is business. And the role of a CMO is changing. The role of a CMO is also under attack. Why do I say it is under attack? Because today, companies are appointing chief growth officers. Now, if the role of the CMO is not to create growth for the brands and business, I don't know whose role is it to create. The product development function, some of the companies being taken away from CMOs. So CMOs have to reclaim the space. I would say in India, the CMOs have gone on to lead companies. They have become part of boardroom conversations, and they have a lot of say in the strategic direction of the company and the brands. So really, I would say CMOs in India are relatively more, influential than other parts of the world, especially not just in terms of brands, but in terms of business strategy and overall business. So really, today when we reward the CMOs and brand custodians, we are some way rewarding new thought processes. We're rewarding new ways of doing business. We're rewarding what I call the business leaders in the 3C economy of being contactless, being compassionate, and of being collaborative. So I don't want to stand between you and these senior leaders from the business arena. I'd like to welcome all of them and get right into the presentation so that we keep to our time. So thank you so much, Mithun. I'm sure when we do this next year, a lot would have changed. Hopefully, Corona will be a thing of the past. But some of the good things that Corona has brought in, for example, never say never. Second, doing more with less. And also we've introspected into every aspect of our being, whether it's in the business arena or in the personal arena. And we have focused on things that are essential and are needed in order to, live a better life or to build a business. We separated the chaff from the grain. So really, I think the lessons of the last 12 months are many, but to me, the three most important ones are: one, as I said, less is more; second, never say never; and third, there are enough positives to be counted in these times of Corona. I keep saying, whenever it rains, look for rainbows. Whenever it's dark, look for the stars. I think even in the last 12 months, there have been lots of rainbows and stars to look at. You heard the managing director of TTK Prestige. He talked about having an exceptional year in the last 12 months. So clearly, there were lots of businesses that saw a positive impact of Corona and COVID. And the digital acceleration that has happened in the last 12 months. And to give you two statistics, one from India and one from the US. The US, which is the most evolved e-commerce market in the world, was almost out of the total retail sales, 16% of those sales till Jan 2020 were e-commerce. But come Jan 2021, 20%, 27% of that sales is now e-commerce. So in 20 years, we got to 16%, and in 12 months, we got to another additional 11%. So look at the pace of acceleration. Let's look at the Indian stock market. We had 2 crore retail investors in the stock market. We have now 4 crore plus retail investors in a matter of 12 more months. So clearly, more than a crore demat accounts are opened. So clearly, these numbers speak for themselves. So the digital acceleration that the COVID has brought in, I would say COVID has been the chief digital transformation officer for most businesses. And that has, FMCGs are companies, whether in categories like, chocolate, or categories like, we're talking to the Imami executive director, and he talked about how e-commerce is just 3% of their portfolio, but they hope to get to double digits soon. So really, I think these are trends that are likely to stay and get accentuated. And clearly, businesses that have a purpose, brands that have a purpose, will dominate this marketplace. Back to you, Mithun, for taking forward the journey.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batra. That always motivates you, no matter his life in person or on virtual. He's got that knack. I don't know, it's like a power of God that is God to motivate every single person about what's gonna come. And whenever it's nothing, there is something starting for sure. As rightly he mentioned, never say never, and start it all over. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the most important part. I'm sure you all are excited, delighted. I know it's not happening on ground, it's virtual, and I have the energy, but I would have had more energy if you were live, trust me. But for now, let's just imagine. That's the best part one can do. And imagine that I am right before you, which indeed I am, and you all are smiling with joy, and you are all ready for the most prestigious award, the Pitch CMO Awards 2021. And let's have a look at the AV, which will tell us and take us through the process of these awards. Here you go.
The Pitch Best CMO Awards over the years has become a benchmark for any marketing awards. The awards celebrate the stars of marketing in India. Winners are selected for their innovative, creative and collaborative work throughout 2020. Our editorial board, consisting of senior editors from exchangeformedia.com, Impact and Pitch, has chosen the Pitch CMO Awards 2020. The process involves continuous and extensive research and deliberations by our editors. For 2021, the awards are being given to top marketing leaders of brands and organizations that have put purpose at the center of their growth strategy, have invested in purposeful partnerships or in causes that have made a social impact, and how they have responded to the needs of various stakeholders during the ongoing pandemic. We at Exchange for Media congratulate all the winners.
Well, rightly said. Congratulations to each one of you. I'm so happy that I'm going to call you one by one and talk to you and understand how you're feeling about the entire Paid CMO Awards. Well, celebrating stars of marketing in India, selected for their innovative, creative, and collaborative work throughout the year 2020, the hard time, but a time that taught us so much more. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be giving away 30 plus awards, and these awards will be announced in alphabetical order. There is no ranking. So let's take a look at the first winner this evening here at the Pitch CMO Awards 2021. Here we go.
Alok Bhan, Director and Chief Marketing Officer, Max Life Insurance. Max Life's mission is increasing the value of people's life.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Pitch Best CMO Award goes to Mr. Alok Bhan. Congratulations to you, Director and Chief Marketing Officer, Max Life, and oversees the company's product, branding, and corporate communication strategies towards strengthening customer-oriented product design strategies, brand positioning and marketing, as well as managing all the corporate and internal communications. Well, he joined Max Life in the year 2012 as a part of the Executive Management Committee and later transitioned towards the established Max One in 2013. After a brief stint as the head of product, marketing, and corporate communications, in the year October 2016, he assumed the responsibility of Chief Distribution Officer. Under his leadership, he led the company's distribution footprint across the nation with the responsibility of managing and driving the agency and all bank partnership, further strengthening the company's multi-channel distribution architecture and growing its market share. We're delighted to welcome with us right now, Mr. Alok Bhan, Director and Chief Marketing Officer, Max Life right now. And sir, congratulations to you.
Thank you, Mithun. Thank you, Dr. Batra. It's an honor to represent my team, who has a very simple strategy, especially in these times, which was to stay close to our customers and keep an always-on strategy with the purpose that we have to increase the value of the life of our customers and consumers at large. Thank you very much for recognizing the efforts, and I'm very happy to take it back, and it's delightful. Thanks, Dr. Batra.
Thank you so much. Before you go, I want to bring your fist in front of the screen. I know you're not in front of me, and just give me a 1, 2, 3 fist, please. Yes.
I'm hitting your screen.
Yes, you are. Yes, there you go. Congratulations to you and keep up the great work. Thank you so much again.
Mr. Bhan, I just wanted to ask you one thing. That, in insurance as a category, because of the last 12 months has seen at least in terms of interest, it has seen an upward trend. Conversion is a different story yet, right? If in the insurance sector, given the backdrop of Corona, what are 1 or 2 trends that you see getting amplified?
Yeah, so I think this category is a category about care, about love. And in this time, of the last 12 months, the awareness with respect to insurance has gone up multifold. Yeah, the conversion may be lagging, but I think we are moving in the right direction. We as a company have been growing at about 20% vis-a-vis last year. So we are pretty delighted with this growth, but more needs to be done, Dr. Batra, to just work on growth of awareness of India and to make them. We believe that a protected family is a happy family, and a happy family is a happy nation. So we need to be working more along with the media barons like yourself to increase awareness on life insurance typically. Health is in any case a very large category of conversations. Life follows. So it's good news for us, but more needs to be done.
Thank you so much. I'm sure the category will grow and, with more awareness in the last 12 months, focus on health, focus on life, as you talked about it being showcasing care. That is the purpose that you live. So clearly, I'm sure adoption of insurance and insurance products will grow over the next few months.
Absolutely. We are hoping so too.
Well, that's right. Absolutely. I am hoping. No, I know it'll happen for sure, Away. Thank you so much again, sir. Congratulations to you. And yes, celebration midweek party to banti hai, but hogi thodi der ke baad. बढ़ते आगे, let's see who is our next winner here at the Pitch CMO Awards 2021. Let's have a look at the winner.
Amit Gujral, Chief Marketing Officer, JK Tires and Industries. JK Tires' mission is driving future of mobility in total control.
Congratulations to Mr. Amit Gujral, CMO, JK Tire and Industries. Well, a marketing professional with widespread techno-commercial experience and winner of various coveted industry awards. Amit comes with over 25 years plus of rich experience covering marketing and advertising of rich experience and indirect sales as well, product planning, product management, and much more. He is indeed a storyteller with emotional brand connect in his and as his key strength. Again, congratulations to Mr. Amit Gujral, and tell me how you're feeling right now.
Thank you, buddy, and definitely feeling absolutely delighted. Thanks to the Exchange Media team for this coveted recognition. It truly motivates to continue to do good. And I would like to special mention to Dr. Batra. Hats off, Dr. Batra, for curating today's session since afternoon. I think it's not possible in this virtual world to have all those eminent guys along your side. So hats off to you, and my best of congratulations to you for many more like this together. Lovely.
Thank you, Mr. Gujral, for your kind words. It's Simran, Priyanka, Michelle. They really have put it together, and I accept your
super.
Kudos on their behalf. But it's Simran and Michelle and Priyanka in that order who really put together. And I'd like to ask from you is, mobility as a concept is changing. Corona has brought about the need for personal mobility in a private space. As you look at the number of car sales in China or other markets of the world, post-Corona, both four-wheelers and two-wheelers, at least for some time, have seen a spike in sales. That really augurs well for your business. Give us one or two trends that you see happening over the next few months.
See, fundamentally, I would like to answer your question in translating mobility happens via tires. And I would like to educate a lot of audience here. People would celebrate their bikes and cars, but they really know what the tires are all about. It's absolutely technology product. And the life of a tire depends on both the cases, how much you use and how much you don't use. So if lockdown has seized people not to use, definitely they had to change their tires. So as a marketeer, the whole intent is all about making this least involved category into an involved category for our customers, educating them that what they drive on is really very crucial and important.
Fantastic. Thank you for that input that the tire brand matters. What's the technology that goes into tire is equally important. And I'm sure as the information ecosystem grows and as providers like yours educate the buyers on the nuances of the tire in terms of technology, I'm sure that's something that, I know you come from technology, you were with LG, Intel pioneered, Intel Inside. So really,
thank you so much, Dr. Patra.
Clearly going forward, car makers would also tend to, if there's a brand that can emerge, which can become a synonym with performance and technology, then it would be more relevant for buyers to know what kind of tire
Dr. Batra, the tagline is total control.
Right. that's I think in Corona times, achieving total control has been a tough time, but I'm sure you at JK Tires have done that, and that's why you are.
It's pretty interesting and challenging, though, at the same time.
Yeah. So we congratulate you, and we wish you luck in your endeavor.
Thank you so very much, and all the best for the rest of the event. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Before you go, Amit, I want to see you once, and then I want you to give me a fist.
Yo.
Yes, as we celebrate distance. But
lovely.
Thank you again, Amit, and congratulations to you and your team again one more time. And keep.
Thank you so much.
And as always, keep the India safe.
Thank you.
Okay, moving forward. Now let's see who is our next winner. So, ladies and gentlemen, all eyes on the screen, we are presenting to you our next winner here at Pitch CMO Awards 2021.
Amit Tiwari, Head of Marketing, Havells India Limited. Havells believes in creating a paradigm shift in business thought process by adopting a customer-centric approach, leading to sustained business growth and profitability. Practice data-driven business decision-making. Continuously enhance end-to-end marketing footprint with diverse cultural experience.
Well, congratulations to Amit Tiwari, Vice President Marketing, Havells India Limited. And solid experience of over 18 years of understanding consumers and markets, and more importantly, converting those insights into marketing strategies. He is entrusted with the responsibility to establish a strong brand identity and presence in the market across India. And we're so delighted to have him as a winner. Congratulations to you again, Amit, and so good to see you finally virtually.
Thank you so much, Nitin. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Mr. Tiwari.
Nitin, we did an event in the between also. We did an event 15th of August with you. So I think 15th of August event, we did it in the evening. So I remember that. You only did that event for us.
Sir, congratulations to you again.
Thank you so much, Nitin. Thank you so much.
Clearly, Mr. Tiwari has, he's the right Chavanprash. Whichever is the winner on the Pitch CMO, Amit has that Chavanprash. That's why he remembers it and you don't. So, congratulations, Mr. Tiwari.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anurag.
So, Amit sir, how are you feeling right now? This is a great feeling, I'm sure.
Superb. I think anything that you get on the basis of 2020 is a fabulous achievement to look for. And I always believe, and that's what this is what is not to me. I'm just a representative of my particular team and the organization. I always believe individual wins matches and championship is won by team. So I think this is absolutely for the team because they believe right what needs to happen. That's what I say.
Absolutely. And I want you to give me a fist as well. Yes, a high five punch on the face for sure. And thank you so much and all the very best. And I can't wait to meet you. For
sure. Look forward. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. All right.
Congratulations, Mr. Tiwari. All the best.
Thank you so much, Anurag. Thank you so much.
Let's go ahead and do the next award, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who the next winner is. So as the screen presenting to you our next winner here at the Pitch CMO Awards 2021.
Anand Naran, Vice President, Marketing and Customer Experience, Bata. Bata's purpose is to make great shoes accessible to everyone. Today, Bata's customers want more than shoes. They want to be inspired and connected. They want to shop in the moment, in stores or online. Bata makes sure that they can simply have it all.
Well, congratulations to Anand Naran, Vice President, Marketing and Customer Experience, Bata. And I'm so delighted that he's with us right now with the great skills and the experience that he holds. He is just an amazing person and he's so much like me actually. Always joyful, always happy, and I'm so happy to have him right now. So Anand, congratulations to you. How are you feeling right now? Tell me that.
Thank you, Miten. Absolutely delighted. In fact, my team was more delighted and some of my agency partners. So absolutely delighted to receive this award on their behalf. Fabulous work by the team as well as the agency partners. That includes our PR agency, creative agency, and the digital partners. So absolutely thrilled to receive this award on behalf of the team.
Congratulations, Anand. It gives me even more pleasure because you and me share the same alma mater in India. So
thank you, Anurag, or should I say thank you, Dr. Batra?
No, Anurag is fine,
Yes,
Anand, and really happy for your success. Anand, I want to know, you work with Huawei, you work with Nokia, you work in the technology domain, and now you're in Bata. And when you walk into a Bata store, the in-store environment or experience is fabulous. It is standardized, and the designs in the last few years at Bata are really contemporary, and the breadth of the designs is tremendous. So tell me, what is bringing about this kind of experience and the depth in design?
Sure. So Anurag, what we did about 3-4 years back, we created a platform which became a company-wide transformation strategy, and we called it Surprisingly Bata. And we said that we will use this as a philosophy to govern, different functional teams. In product team, we made the portfolio younger so that we could start attracting more millennials and the occasional and the non-shoppers also back into the stores. About half of our store network, so we have about 1,500 plus stores, and half of them we actually renovated. And today, if you walk into some of these stores, they are called the red concept stores. And half of them have actually been renovated and they look very exciting from a visual merchandising and design perspective. Then, of course, marketing, we have been very consistent. So have learned it in some of my previous brands where I worked. To have continuous share of voice, to be consistent. And, we use Surprisingly Bata to change consumers' perception that there are casual styles, there are more sneaker styles, there's more fashion in our stores. And finally, we surprise them with a lot of standardization across the stores, not just inside the store, we integrated a lot of digital technology, but also we scaled up during COVID, our digital presence across Bata.in as well as marketplaces. So that's what is actually behind, the transformation. I think every team has actually contributed all across the organization to make this happen.
Thank you, Anand. And in terms of e-commerce, what is the Bata numbers looking like? For a lot of categories in the last 12 months, e-commerce has certainly become important and center stage. Give us a sense, even if you don't want to give absolute numbers.
Sure, no, I can share. So essentially, pre-COVID, about 5% of our portfolio was contributed by e-commerce. And then post-COVID, this number is 3 times, so it's about 15%. So all the digitally enabled channels, whether it's, and we have, depending upon different consumers, we have 4 different audiences and 4 different channels. So we have marketplaces, Bata.in, we have WhatsApp, chat shop, slightly older customers. And then we have a store on wheels, which is digitally enabled sales. So all these together, they contribute about 15% of the overall sales.
That's tremendous and substantial. Congratulations in building that. I'm sure it will only grow and lead to addition of customers. So congratulations, Anand, for being in the Pitch CMO list. And I'm sure you'll continue to do well.
All right, Anand, now that you can see me, I hope you can see me right now. I have my up and out for you, and I want you to just kind of hit me with this power that team is giving you right now to go ahead and lead the coming 21. So here we go. And you and your team, congratulations.
Thank you.
And keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now let's have a look at the next winner at the Pitch CMO Awards 2021. Now.
Antara Kundu, Marketing Head, Asia Sound, The Body Shop. The Body Shop's purpose is to exist to fight for a fairer and more beautiful world.
Well, congratulations to Antara Kundu, Marketing Head, Asia South, The Body Shop. I am sure she's as delighted as I'm calling her name because she has given our country and the people of our country so much more. And I would love to hear from her. How is she feeling right now? Andra, how are you feeling right now?
Hi, Miten. Hi, everyone. Great. So great to be here. Thank you so much to Exchange for Media, Pitch and Impact, Dr. Batra, Miten, everyone on the team who's made this happen virtually in difficult circumstances after a tough year that we've all been through. It's a great delight and it's a great honor to accept this, particularly on behalf of the team that I represent. We're a business that has a long 4-decade history of putting purpose as at the center of everything we do. And we really feel that with COVID, what's happened is that brands like ours have really had the opportunity to step up and make a difference. And it's great to see consumers and industry people such as yourself also kind of recognize that. So it's been a tough year, but it's been a good year. So it's a great way to cap it off. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
And Andra, I want to tell you that when I started my career in -- one of the first researches I did was on Body Shop's entry in India. So
wow, that's lovely.
Yeah, and
that's great to hear.
I did just a conversation with the executive director at Imami, and he talked about how health and nutrition and natural ingredients in everything have become center stage. When we talk of Ayurveda also takes natural ingredients. Now, Body Shop is again built on that purpose. So tell me, in the last 12 months, this movement to, bringing more organic products has only got hastened. So you're rooted in that, your core is that, but what have you done to enhance it?
Actually, that's really thought-provoking. Thank you. Yes, you're very right. The brands like the Body Shop is the original ethical natural beauty brand in the world, right? It has over 40 years of heritage of creating natural inspired products, which also happen to be good for people and the planet together. So when we talk about planet, profits, and people together, it's a brand that has done it exceptionally well over the last 40 years. What we've seen in the last 1 year is the key part of that equation has changed, which is the customer, where we as Indians, we have this long beauty tradition of, looking at natural ingredients and trusting natural ingredients. Now, consumers are also concerned about what are you doing as a business? What are you standing for? Who are you standing for? And are you really giving back? I think it's a factor of us all having spent 1 year in isolation. We've realized what the value of human connection is. We've realized how interdependent we all are on each other. So really calling out the benefits of natural products by itself is a great place to start, but it's a starting point only. And we have to be seen as responsible brands to be doing much more than that. And that's what really consumers are resonating with.
Fantastic. All the best,
Thank you so
Antra,
much.
and continue to do well.
Thank you so much.
And Antra, as you know it, what we end the entire thing is with it. If you can give me a fist, and yes, thank you so much. And
thanks a lot.
You and the entire team, and all the very best for
thank you so much.
Many more decades. For sure, it's only going to help our planet and people in all sense. Thank you again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to move on to the next awardee. So all eyes on screen, and let's see who the next winner is.
Anuja Mishra, Head of Marketing, Personal Care and Hygiene, Godrej Consumer Products Limited. Godrej's purpose is bringing the goodness of health and beauty to consumers in emerging markets.
Congratulations to Anuja Mishra, Head of Marketing, Personal Care and Hygiene, Godrej Consumer Products Limited. And Anuja, congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you so much, Miten. It's absolutely an honor for me and my team. And I'm deeply grateful, Dr. Batra, Exchange for Media, Impact, and the Pitch teams and the entire set of teams. Everyone's been talking about the phenomenal work I think that you all are bringing up, in these times, keeping the industry connected and I think, creating a platform for all of us to learn. I definitely do want to take a moment, here to thank my organization where, Godrej Consumer, where purpose and, goodness for the community is a way of life. My team of rock stars, I think they're the ones, who brought everything to life. And I think my colleagues and, and my mentors, this is really my first year at GCPL, and I kind of entered, at a time which was just kind of 3 months short of COVID. This has definitely been a very challenging year, but I would definitely say it's been the most enriching year for all of us as we look back. We would have not learned as much in the last 20 years. So it's, I think with all humility, grateful for the year that's gone by. Thank you.
Congratulations, Anuja. And again, you're the second MDI to be in the list, and that's only incidental.
Yes.
And that makes me even more proud. So congratulations. I just want to ask, the last 12 months, what is that one change that has happened in the last 12 months in your way of thinking and how you're building brands that will get accentuated post-corona?
So I think, Dr. Batra, a couple of things, a few things that we decided to actually stay on with, right? Where we said that keeping the consumer first becomes even more important. So how do you get digitally savvy to ensure that you're listening to consumers, staying connected with consumers? I think that's been something that we definitely stayed anchored on. The one thing that's kind of, in a way, resurfaced during Corona is that saying authentic as a brand, across platforms, and we're today living in a world of, multiple channels, an omni-channel world. Staying authentic as a brand is so much more important, especially when the competitive landscape is extremely intense. Consumers are getting bombarded with a lot of information across. How do you, ensure that you're sort of, sustainable in both in your thinking and your promise and proposition, and also the products that you're bringing out. So I think one of the pieces that's definitely been a huge learning for me that I want to take forward is ensuring that the products are relevant, but that they're environmentally sustainable, because the consumer's realization of that, and that awareness has definitely gone up.
Thank you so much, Anuja.
Thank
You're
you.
absolutely right. And wish you luck, and I'm sure you'll continue to do well.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you again. Before you go, you know the drill, right? You have to give me this high punch power fest that we are all here for the Pitch CMO Award. So are you ready? Let's go. 3, 2, 1, and
go.
All right. Thank you, Anuja. Congratulations to you again and to the entire team. All right. Let's go on and see who is our next winner now.
Anurita Chopra, Area Marketing Lead, ISC, Oral Health and ISC Lead for Digital, Media, Insights and Analytics, GSK Consumer Healthcare. Sensodyne is dedicated to creating a future where every life is sensitivity free.
Well. Congratulations to Anurita Chopra, of course, the Area Marketing Lead, ISC Oral Health and ISC Lead for Digital Media, Insights and Analytics for GSK. Well, unfortunately, she could not make with us right now live, but what we have is a very special message from her right now. So can we have the message, please?
Thank you, Pitch, and the jury for this honor. It's been a long association with Pitch as a jury member, as a speaker, and now as an awardee, and therefore this award is triply special. It's really nice to be recognized for the work that we do on Sensodyne at GSK Consumer Healthcare, and it's really nice also to acknowledge that we are making a difference in people's lives. All the best to all the marketers, and thanks again for this award. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, Anurita, there with the award. Of course, so much more. Now, from here on, we will take this much more faster, quicker, because all of our awardees are waiting and they want to come quickly, and because we have very limited time from their end. So we're going to keep the questions out and go straight forward into the award and the winner directly. So here we go. Let's see who the next winner is right away.
Arun Narayan, Vice President, Category, Marketing and Retail, Tanishq, Titan Company Limited. At Titan, they create elevating experiences for the people they touch and significantly impact the world we work in. They will do this through a pioneering spirit and a caring, value-driven culture that fosters innovation, drives performance, and ensures the highest global standards in everything they do.
Well, a big congratulations to Arun Narayan, Vice President, Category, Marketing and Retail for Tanishq. And sir, congratulations to you. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you, Mithun. Thank you for all those kind words, and thank you everyone at Exchange for Media Group. Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's truly an honor, and in a year like this, a recognition such as this is extra special. And I think, like Dr. Batra said, it was a year that none of us could have been prepared for. A year which needed us to dig really deep and not only cope but also adapt and innovate, be more resilient, and look at new ways of meaningful connections with consumers. And for a brand like ours, which is not only a product brand but also a retail brand, that meant a lot of meaningful physical connections with customers as well. And it was not just about brand communication, but also how the brand actually behaved and actually related to consumers across the various 250 odd towns that we are present in. So very unusual year, but a year that I think we should all be grateful for. Many of us are much more privileged to be not in the direct line of impact. And I think that's one word that we'd like to take away, a year of high level of gratitude. And like everyone before me, I think, Dr. Batra, this is really a tribute to some good work that my team has done through the year. And really a big shout out to them. And like everyone has said before me, I merely collected or represent them to collect this recognition. So thank you very much. I think it means a lot. And it means a lot to have such platforms continuing through the year, despite it being virtual. And kudos to you all for keeping that going. It's something special, and I take this back with a lot of humility. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Mr. Arun Narayan, and I'm sure you'll continue to live up to the purpose that your organization and your brand has. Congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you, Dr. Batra.
Thank you, congratulations. Let's quickly move on to the next awardee, and let's have a look at the next awardee on the screen.
Chetna Soni, Associate Director, PNG. As a force for female growth, Whisper believes in empowering girls and women to unleash their confidence and ensure nothing comes in the way of achieving their dreams.
Congratulations to Chetna Soni, Associate Director, PNG. And tell me how you're feeling right now. Chetna, are you with us?
Yes, thank you so much, Mithun. Super happy to be receiving this honor. I want to start by thanking the Exchange for Media, Impact and Pitch teams for organizing this event and bringing all of us together today. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go for it, Chetna. Go for it.
Okay. I've said this before. I really strongly believe that purpose is not a marketing concept. It's really something that is embedded at the core of how we do business. And it's very humbling to see that belief being recognized here today. I accept this on behalf of my Whisper team and my extended partners who really epitomize this belief every single day. Very happy to be doing this, and I will pass on the award to them. And I'm really looking forward to the industry, more brands and companies coming together to be a force for good and a force for good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Chetna. Keep doing fantastic work.
Thank you, Dr. Batra.
All right. Thank you again, Chetna Soni, and keep up the great work as always. And all the luck to you for the coming year. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next one very quickly. Our next awardee. And let's see who is the next awardee for Pitch CMO Awards 2021. Here we go.
Deva Ghosha, Vice President and Head of Marketing, Voltas Limited. Voltas' commitment to maintain high professional standards, dedicate efforts to create a healthy environment, and provide sustainable engineering solutions is realized by a relentless persistence to constantly challenge technology.
Congratulations to Deba Ghoshal, Vice President and Head of Marketing, Voltas Limited. I'm sure he is very delighted and very happy. Let's hear it from him. Sir, how are you feeling right now?
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mithun. And thank you, Anurag. Really wonderful to be here. Thank you so much for considering us for this award. I think it's a great privilege to be here accepting this award on behalf of Voltas. And it was great to see Voltas on the screen and its brand promise very well articulated by you guys. I think this whole thing goes to the team, as everybody said, and it's not me, it's the entire team which pulled up whatever we pulled up in the last 1 year. Year was extremely challenging, and a bunch of smart minds and brains worked continuously at Voltas and quickly turned around things to deliver some great results across segments, across businesses, across markets. And that was the biggest learning for us, that how we could do things in an incredible year gone by. 2021 will be a year for us in terms of data, digital, and determination. And that's what will drive us. And we look forward to continuous support of all our partners in our pursuit towards business continuity. Thank you once again.
Congratulations, Deba.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Congratulations again to Deba. And with this, let's move on to the next awardee. And let's see who the next awardee here at Pitch CMO Awards 2021.
Hitu Chawla, Chief Marketing Officer, Microsoft India. Microsoft's mission is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more.
Well, congratulations to Hitu Chawla, Chief Marketing Officer, Microsoft India. Are you with Hitu? If yes, congratulations to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Exchange for Media, Pitch, Mira, everyone behind this honor. I would say last year has truly tested us as marketers, making us navigate the uncertainty without any pitch stops. And I would say we've all learned. We've all learned new ways of reaching out to customers, predicting their behavior. We've learned to talk less, listen more, focus less on us and our offerings and truly more on their customer needs. So I would say this is a year which has made us write a new playbook and get to the root of what marketing is. So I would want to really congratulate and call out the spirit in every marketer who's demonstrated that resilience to adapt and to learn and grow. क्योंकि हम truly रुकना नहीं जानते हैं. So thank you once again. I'm humbled on behalf of my team to accept this. Thank you.
Congratulations to continue to do the work, and thank you for recognizing others and saluting the spirit that they brought to their work over the last 12 months. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you. And thank you.
Yes, of course. All right, let's move on to the next one very quickly. Our next awardee on the screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, let's see who has got the next CMO.
Inderpreet Singh, Associate Director, Marketing, Beverages, Meals, Candies and Gums, Mondelez, India. All leaders' mission is Taiyari Jeet Ki. Prepare to win.
Congratulations to Inderpreet Singh and the entire team of Mondelez India for the great work they've done. And of course, he is with us right now. Congratulations. How are you feeling right now, Inderpreet?
Feeling absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much, Mithun. Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Exchange for Media, Pitch and Impact, for acknowledging and recognizing the good work that's happening at Mondelez. It's a lot to do with also partner agencies, Ogilvy India, Wavemaker, to actually bring this work to life. I humbly accept this award on behalf of all the good marketing work and the marketeers at Mondelez. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Mr. Inderpreet Singh. Continue to do good work, and I'm sure the year will be even better for you.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a great evening ahead and let your team celebrate right now. With that note, let's move on quickly to the next awardee and let's see who is our next awardee coming up on the screen right now.
Jayan Mehta, Senior General Manager, Planning and Marketing, Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation Limited, Amul. Amul's logo symbolizes 4 hands, one each of the farmer, processor, marketer, and customer, making it clear that the purpose of the brand is to work together with all constituents of the business.
Congratulations to Jayan Mehta and that team. Well, Jayan Mehta, Senior General Manager, Planning and Marketing for Amul. Kudos to you and your team. And we have a sweet message from Jayan Mehta for all of us right now.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Anurag Batra and Pitch for this honor. I'm deeply humbled to accept it on behalf of the team that manages the $7 billion brand owned by 3.6 million farmers of Gujarat. Amul, established in 1946, has demonstrated that purpose to its farmers and producers and consumers is above everything else. And I'm happy to have spent 3 decades of my career here in a professional setup, which has always believed that giving the tools of development in the hands of the farmers has been a very, very successful strategy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to you and your entire team. And let's move forward and see who is our next winner. Yes, they want you to clap.
Karan Kumar, Senior Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer, DLF Limited. Brand DLF stands for uncompromising commitment towards customer centricity and responsive product development. Innovations in design and execution, backed by quality assurance, have guided the brand in its journey over the past 7 decades in its mission of providing real estate development, management, and associated services of the highest caliber.
A big congratulations to Karan Kumar, Senior VP and CMO, GLF Limited. I'm sure he's with us right now. Congratulations to you, Karan, and the entire team for putting out great work in the year 2020.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's a privilege. It's been a pleasure to be on this platform on behalf of my team. Thank you so much to Dr. Anurag Batra and the entire team that put this together. As one of my fellow platform sharers said a little while back, I think anything you get as a recognition for the efforts that have happened in the year gone by are special. We've done our bit. We've tried to reach out to our consumers, making products as relevant as we could for them. So this is a great recognition. I congratulate all fellow winners, all fellow colleagues who've been mentioned in this list as well. Great humility. I accept the award and recognition on behalf of my immediate and extended teams. So thank you once again, and really appreciate this privilege. Thank you, Dr. Batra, one more time for putting together such a beautiful and credible platform. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Karan. Continue to do well.
Thank you, Dr. Batra.
Thank you. Congratulations again. Let's move forward quickly to the next awardee. Please welcome our next awardee on your screen right now. Let's have a look at our next awardee very quickly. Let's quickly have a look at the next page.
Krishna Rao Buddha, Senior Category Head, Marketing, Parle Products Private Limited. Parle's customers being the king, they will strive to exceed their expectations by pursuing world-class standards in our people, products, processes, and performance. Encouraging innovations and nurturing intellectual capital, they seek quantum growth to lead in the domestic market and enhance their global presence. They will follow ethical and fair business practices while fulfilling employees' expectations and maintaining respect for all fellow human beings.
Congratulations to Krishna Rao as both the Senior Category Head of Products Private Limited, and kudos to the entire team. Sir, how are you doing?
Absolutely fine, absolutely elated. Thank you so much, Mithun. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. It is absolute honor to be a part of this elite list. I congratulate to one and all for this wonderful award. I also take this opportunity to thank Parle and its management to have entrusted upon me to lead its iconic brands. So actually, it would not have been possible. My entire team is an absolute energy powerhouse. It would not really have been possible without their support and without their creative genius. And of course, our extended creative partners who really helped us achieve what we have been able to achieve. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Mr. Krishna.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Let's move forward to the next award, and let's see who the next awardee is now.
If it's people's policy, shouldn't the people have a say in it? It's been 15 years. Why is my city still underwater? Why should it be hard to withdraw my hard-earned money? Why do I have to run to 5 hospitals to find a bed? How many of us have to be raped before they start caring? Have humans lost their humanity? This night curfew has been on for 26 years. Will this lockdown ever end? The questions on your mind are the ones we ask. The most important voice of the nation finally gets heard. Your voice, your views, your news. Mirror now, you first.
लाभले आम्हास भाग्य बोलतो मराठी ऐकतो मराठी जगण्याचे रंग मराठी कलर्स मराठी मराठी मनोरंजनाची नवी ओळख बनलेली आपली एकमेव कलर्स मराठी वाहिनी.
भिवू नकोस, मी तुझ्या पाठीशी आहे.
भक्तीपासून श्रद्धेपर्यंत, संस्कारांपासून संस्कृतीपर्यंत,
तुझ्या संग दिवस
प्रेमापासून नात्यांपर्यंत
आणि हा माझा चंद्र.
महाराष्ट्राच्या घराघरात पोहोचलेली वाहिनी. जगण्याचे रंग मराठी. कलर्स मराठी. लाभले आम्हास भा.
Well, a big thank you to our partners again. And now let's quickly get into knowing who is our next awardee. And all eyes on screen, we're presenting to you the Pitch Award 2021. Here we go. Well, let's quickly see who's the next winner.
Manasi Narasimhan, Vice President and Head, Marketing and Communications, South Asia, MasterCard. MasterCard's mission is every day, everywhere, to use their technology and expertise to make payments safe, simple, and smart.
South Asia, MasterCard. Well, she has shared a video message to all of us. Let's have a look at that now.
Hi, I'd really like to thank Impact Magazine for this excellent award. These are extremely uncertain, unprecedented times for mankind as a whole. And I think this is a recognition of the excellent work MasterCard has done as a brand globally as well as here in India. This pandemic has, of course, seen a step change in the use of digital payments. But as a brand, we firmly believe that it is our duty and responsibility at this time to serve and not just seek to sell. There have been certain encouraging signs in terms of the use of contactless payments, where 81% of Indians have said they intend to continue using contactless even after life returns to normal. Likewise for e-commerce payments. But we believe it is our purpose and our mission to educate users of digital payments, especially those who are using it for the first time in India, about the safety and efficacy of this challenge. Being a purpose-driven brand is a crucial differentiator, especially now when the world is facing a tumultuous time. So it gives me enormous pride and a sense of humility to accept this honor on behalf of the excellent work that MasterCard is doing at these times.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to you and the entire team. Keep up the great work and scale higher every single day. With that note, let's get to see who is our next Pitch CMO awardee 2021. Here we go.
Mansoor Ali, Chief Sales and Marketing Officer, Hamdard Laboratories, India. Hamdard Laboratories' mission is to create sustained consumer delight through innovative product launches in the food category and to capture consumer mindshare and market share through these innovations. To ensure capabilities in all channels of sale, to reach their desired consumer audience, and to use technology and digital marketing to reach out to trade and consumers, to build a sustainable, environment-friendly business for the future by investing in their own agribusiness initiatives, and to continue their foray into investing in education, skill development, and healthcare services through charity, which is part of their DNA.
Congratulations to Mansoor Ali, Chief Sales and Marketing Officer, Hamdard Laboratories India Food Division. And I'm sure he's very delighted and he's with us right now. Hello, how are you feeling right now, Mansoor?
I'm feeling very good, Mithun. Thanks a lot. I'd like to thank Exchange for Media. I'd like to thank Impact, Pitch, and Dr. Batra. It's great being here, and thanks for appreciating all the wonderful work that has happened. I'd just like to say that all of us marketeers, everyone here in this group, has always tried to keep the consumer in the center. And in this past year, the consumer has actually moved around so much, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, that we've just tried to chase the consumer, try to understand where they are, what their habits have been. So it's really been tough. And especially when you're also trying to transform a heritage brand and trying to build bridges with the youth and trying to do new things in terms of product extensions. I think the year past has been good for us. We've managed to put a lot of product in the market, done a lot of good communication, and we hope to continue that and build the bridges that we want to. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mansoor. Well done. And, Hamdard's brands have been part of every household. So clearly, whether it's Ruafza or other brands, clearly they played a role in our journey. And I'm sure they'll continue to play a role. So congratulations, all the best.
Thanks, Anurag. Thanks, everyone.
Absolutely. Congratulations to the team there of Hamdard. Well, with that note, ladies and gentlemen, now let's get into sync. Who is our next awardee here at Pitch CMO Awards 2021?
Nikhil Chand, Director, Food and Chocolates and Confectionery, Nestle India. Nestle Confectionery's mission is winning consumers' heart and trust with great tasting, responsible brands, and Maggie's vision is to be the brand that enables all Indians create magic in their kitchen and in their lives.
A big congratulations to Nikhil Chand and entire team. How are you feeling, Nikhil? Tell me. I'm sure you're delighted right now.
Delighted, top of the world, and humbled. All of them together. But thank you, Dr. Batra, for organizing this. We speak a lot about purpose, but real purpose in marketing is what you're doing to ensure that all of us are recognized and we have energy and motivation and drive to keep doing more of the same. And thank you for that. And thank you, Mithun, for an awesome evening after a long day I'm sure you had.
Yes, absolutely. And congratulations to you again. And I'm sure there's so much more coming up in the coming year. Isn't that true?
There's a lot more excitement. There's a lot more new things. There's a lot more of old and new formats. And I genuinely believe that one of the core tenets of marketing is purpose. And what our consumers aspire for is that on every single day. And food can be a very, very important and interesting force of good. There's no more pleasure than a hot bowl of Maggie or a little Kit Kat after a long day.
I totally agree with that. In fact, I'm having it right now, so it's okay.
What bigger purpose can you have than a smile on a face, right, Mithun? If you smile, that's the cheer.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for this recognition.
I have something to say.
Congratulations, Nikhil. You're very gracious. Thank you for being kind and gracious. I followed your journey right from out of IIM Ahmedabad. And, one of the things about you is I've seen you gone for continuous education. And, really one thing that COVID has taught us that we need to learn and unlearn even faster with the last 12 months. So clearly, congratulations to you. And I'm sure you'll continue to do this.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, Nikhil. Keep up the great work. Yay. All right. Let's move on and welcome the next awardee, ladies and gentlemen. All eyes as we present to you our next awardee, number 21.
Pankaj Sharma, Director, Consumer Products Division, L'Oreal India. L'Oreal's sense of purpose is to create the beauty that moves the world.
A big congratulations to Pankaj Sharma, Director, Consumer Product Division, L'Oreal India. And I am waiting to hear from him. How excited is he right now? Pankaj?
Thank you, Mithun. Thank you, Dr. Batra. And Mithun, I must say your passion and your energy is really infectious. Since morning, you're on it, and I haven't seen a single drop, in your energy.
It's because of great people like you who are doing so much that I'm trying to just match up small steps at a time.
No, it's really motivating, and thank you again, Dr. Batra, for for all the work which you are doing. And I take this on the behalf of my team, because you would know that beauty would be the last category during pandemic which would cross the mind. So team had really put all the work and all the efforts on the brands, creating meaningful brands and connections with the consumers. So thank you.
Congratulations, Pankaj, for staying true to your purpose and building a brand and business in these tough times. Congratulations, and I'm sure you will continue to do well.
Thank you, Mr. Batra.
Yet again, congratulations, Pankaj, and the entire team as well. And now let's move forward and know who is our next awardee. Yay, let's celebrate.
Ravi Desai, Director, Mass and Brand Marketing International, Amazon. Amazon's mission is to be Earth's most customer-centric company. Their vision is, with just a mobile phone, customers are able to find, discover, and buy anything. And anyone motivated is enabled to serve customers globally at scale.
Congratulations, Ravi Desai, Director, Mass and Brand Marketing International for Amazon. How are you feeling right now, Ravi? Come on. I want to hear you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Mithun. Thanks, Dr. Batra. Thank you to Exchange for Media and Pitch. Truly an honor, humbled, accepting this award on behalf of the extended team. I think, the tens of thousands of delivery associates who have actually kept the service levels even higher than earlier, right through the entire year. I accept the award on their behalf. And almost 7 lakh sellers who continue to be connected with the marketplace of Amazon India, making us India's Apni Dukaan. So thank you so much for the honor. Really humbling.
Thank you. Congratulations, Ravi, and keep up the great work. And I'm sure the entire team of Amazon will be delighted to know this entire thing. And I'm sure you are very happy right now. With that, Dr. Anurag Batra, anything that you would like to add?
Congratulations, Ravi. You really created this category, and you created it at a scale, and you have competition from various formats and other large players in this. So to be able to innovate regularly and at the scale at which you've done, clearly our salutations and kudos to you. And I'm sure you'll continue to innovate. So congratulations, Ravi.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Just getting started with our journey in India, still day one.
I like the thought, Ravi. Very good. It's just journey starting right now. Long way to go. And I'm sure every day is going to be a new day for you. And it's going to be a day that you celebrate and have a great time. With that, let's go on and let's see who is the next winner. So ladies and gentlemen, all my friends out there, let's have a look at the next awardee here at the Pitch CMO Awards 2021.
Ritu Gupta, Country Marketing Director, Dell Technologies. Dell Technologies is committed to transforming businesses, shaping the future of innovation. They are a diverse team of unique perspectives, united in their purpose, strategy, and culture. Their ambition drives them to harness the power of technology that can drive human progress, and that remains their mission in everything they do.
Well, a big congratulations to Ritu Gupta, Country Marketing Director, Dell Technologies India. How are you feeling, Ritu?
Absolutely elated, Mithun. And thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Pitch. Thank you, Exchange for Media. And thank you, Impact.
And thank you, Mithun. I think I completely agree with what Pankaj said. Your enthusiasm and your energy levels are absolutely enviable. You have been holding forth since afternoon. I haven't seen even the slightest drop. So it's commendable, and it's not easy doing that virtually. It's a different piece with a live audience, but it's not easy doing that virtually. And thank you so much for maintaining that. Um, Great, very happy to accept this award on behalf of my team. It's a recognition and a celebration of our purpose, which is to create technology that drives human progress. And I'm very, very humbled to accept it on behalf of the entire extended team at Dell Technologies. Thank you so much. 2020 was not an easy year for anyone. And hopefully it's been an era, it's been a year which has literally opened our eyes up to the marvels of technology and where technology can help, in our day-to-day lives as much as staying connected with loved ones. So we are hoping that we will continue to live up to the vision that the country had, that the company has in terms of, making sure that we are moving to a space where we would all want to live in. And that's how we would want to look at ourselves. Thank you again. Thank you so much. Truly
Thank
humble.
you again, and congratulations to you again, entire team. Keep up the great work, and I'm sure there's much more and much more and much more coming in the year 2021 and more. Right?
Thank you.
Congratulations, Ritu. Continue the good work, and I'm sure you'll do even better in the coming year.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you so much.
Okay, now let's see what is up next. Well, we got a very sweet message that's coming along right now from one of our winners. So let's have the message live and loud right now.
Rama Paul, Vice President Marketing and Marketing Services, ABP Network. ABP Network shows a bold determination to create an informed and open society. They believe that an informed and open society is an empowered society, and that it is their moral obligation to deliver impartial information for greater good of the nation. They are bold storytellers, leading the way and engaging their public with groundbreaking content. They add drama to rationality and meaning to facts. Their daring spirit drives them to persevere, and they put it into everything they do. It is part of their heritage, and they continue to build on it.
Congratulations to Rama Paul, the great work, the entire team there. Kudos to you, and keep up the great work as always. With that, let's see who is our next awardee up next right away.
Ruchika Malhan Verma, Chief Marketing Officer, Future Generali India Insurance Company Limited. Future Generali's brand purpose is to be a lifetime partner for their customers by combining expertise with a human touch. They are a brand that leads with innovation, simplicity, and empathy.
A big congratulations to Ruchika Verma, Chief Marketing Officer, Future Generali India Insurance Company Limited. And I'm sure she's here with us, very happy, very excited, and delighted to know as the awardee. Hi, how are you doing, Ruchika? And congratulations to you.
Thank you so much, Mithun. Having a great time and drawing my energy from you.
I think it's become more of me right now, but I'm sure I will not take away that from you. You won this, and completely you have stood by, and in the year 2020 you have stood tall in terms of bringing the creativity and new innovations. I want to hear from you how you're feeling right now.
Thank you so much, Mithun. Thank you so much, Exchange for Media, Impact Pitch, Dr. Batra, for this coveted award. It's an absolute privilege and an honor to receive this accolade, especially given the backdrop of one of the toughest years known to this generation. I'm only accepting this award on behalf of my organization and my team. In fact, this award is a sum total of all the efforts that my team has put through over the last 1 year. In the backdrop of COVID-19, we redoubled our efforts of really listening to our customers, and we tried to respond with adaptability, agility, innovation, and empathy. And I think that has led us a few steps closer to achieving our brand purpose of being a lifetime partner for our customers. I would just like to end by saying, I'm extremely humbled and honored to be in such august company of such sharp marketing minds. My huge congratulations to all the winners here. And, I hope our tribe of best CMOs keep growing and keeps achieving.
Thanks, Ruchika. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to you and your team again, and keep up the great work. And as I said, great minds at your place. Yes, it's only going to grow bigger and better. So all the best to you and the team, and thank you so much again. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the next awardee here at the Pitch CMOs Awards.
Sapna Chadda, Senior Director of Marketing, Southeast Asia and India, Google. Google's mission is making the internet helpful for 1 billion Indians and empowering India to become a leading digital economy.
A big congratulations to Sapna Chadda, Senior Director of Marketing, Southeast Asia and India, Google. How are you feeling right now, Sapna? I can't wait to hear from you. Sapna, you with us? Well, I think Sapna is not here, but what we have is we have a message from her right now. Let's have a look at the message.
Mithun, hi. I think Sapna has dropped off. She was online, but I think she's dropped off. We don't have a message. Let's see if she can join in again. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you so much again. So nevertheless, can we have a big round of applause for Sapna and team for the great work? And let's see who is our next awardee up next.
Shashank Srivastava, Executive Director, Maruti Suzuki. Maruti Suzuki is a leader in Indian automobile industry, creating customer delight and stakeholders' wealth, eventually becoming pride of India.
Well, a big congratulations to Shashank Srivastava as Director of Maruti Suzuki. And how are you feeling right now, Shashank?
Yeah, I'm very happy and thank you very much for this recognition. It's an honor, it's a privilege. I received this award with humility on behalf of our team at Maruti Suzuki. Thank you once again, Dr. Batra and the entire team at E4M for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Congratulations and keep up the great innovation year by year. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, and now let's have a look at the next awardee. Before you here, we present to you our 29th awardee here at Pitch CMO.
Shashwat Sharma, Chief Marketing Officer, India and South Asia, Bharti Airtel. Airtel's mission is hunger to win customers for life.
Well, a big congratulations to Sashwat Sharma and the entire team. And he's here representing Bharti Airtel as Chief Marketing Officer, India and South Asia. How are you feeling right now, Sashwat?
Thanks, Mithun. Thank you, Dr. Batra. It's been an awesome evening, this great congregation of marketing leaders of the industry. And thank you so much for this recognition. I'm feeling absolutely elated and really humbled. All I want to say is that I think in a technology and service brand, the purpose is really driving pan-organization customer obsession. And really, that's what we are trying to do at Airtel. The brand and purpose that is built and lived by each of and every one of our customers facing teams is what builds our brand over time. And I think I just want to really call out all our front-end workers who have really risen to the challenges of the last 1 year in India across, and as India has been moving online. And also to our teams who have constantly innovated in this year, I think to the changing needs of the customers. And I just happen to have the privilege of picking this recognition up on their behalf. So big kudos to Team Airtel. Thank you.
Absolutely. Congratulations again, and keep up the great work, Ashwat. And I personally love Bharti Airtel. So yes, that's a message from me to you and as well, the entire team. Thank you again. And kudos to the entire team, as you said earlier. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the next awardee on your screen right now. Number 31. Here we go.
Sapangeet Rajwant, Head, Marketing and Digital, Hindi Mass Entertainment, Wycom 18.
A big congratulations to the entire team. And of course, Sapangeet, are you with us? Hi, how are you doing? I think she's not with us right now.
Mithun, Sapangeet isn't there.
All right, congratulations to her anyways, and to the entire team. Let's move forward and understand who is our next winner, and on your screen now.
Siddharth Shakdher, Chief Marketing Officer and Executive Vice President, Disney Plus Hotstar. Walt Disney's mission is to entertain, inform, and inspire people around the globe through the power of unparalleled storytelling, reflecting the iconic brands, creative minds, and innovative technologies that make theirs the world's premier entertainment company.
Well, a big congratulations to Siddharth and the entire team. And I'm so delighted to have him with us right now. Siddharth, congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you, Mithun. I'm delighted. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, E4M team, for recognizing the work we've been doing at Disney Plus Hotstar. And on behalf of my team and the agency partner DDB Mudra, I'm delighted to accept the recognition. At Hotstar, this award is also a reflection of the fact that in every country that Disney Plus is launched in, it's launched with a brand name Disney Plus. It's only in India that they have recognized and agreed with us on the power of the brand of Hotstar. And only in India have they launched Disney Plus Hotstar as a brand. And I think this award, in short, this award talks to a lot of that. And our belief has always been that, we are a reflection of the changing society of India, the changing India, in fact. And with every piece of marketing communication that we do, it's a very single-minded focus on, are we telling the story of a changing consumer? So and entertainment is very personal, right? People evolve, people go on journeys with their entertainment, and people discover personalities. And we need to tell that story. And that's what we focused on.
Absolutely.
And the other thing is, with the pandemic, category benefits, for us, mobility is a category benefit. And that mobility got taken out of the equation for the pandemic with everybody sitting at home. So it actually went to really quickly, it went to establishing higher order benefits. And the competition was with actually the incumbent was the fixed screen in your home, the television, right? So very quickly, it went from a category benefit to actually a higher order benefit, which was experience. And that's what this pandemic has really accelerated our learning on that front in terms of moving from category drivers onto more experience and emotional, connected, and meaningful and relevant drivers for the consumer. So thank you for recognizing all of that.
Thank you again. And I'm sure, as you mentioned right now, India is the only country where, it is not Disney Plus, but Disney Plus Hotstar. And that talks about it, how big it is and how connected we are to the consumers overall. And thank you so much for that. And kudos to you and your entire team for the great work. And I'm sure this year is going to be a very, very busy day for you and the entire team as well. So all the best for that, and keep giving us creativity and great stuff as you always do.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the next. And what is next? It's a big thank you to our partners. Let's have a look at the AV of our partners, please.
If it's people's policy, shouldn't the people have a say in it? It's been 15 years. Why is my city still underwater? Why should it be hard to withdraw my hard-earned money? Why do I have to run to 5 hospitals to find a bed? How many of us have to be raped before they start caring? Have humans lost their humanity? This night curfew has been on for 26 years. Will this lockdown ever end? The questions on your mind are the ones we ask. The most important voice of the nation finally gets heard. Your voice, your views, your news. Mirror Now, you first.
All right, a big thank you to our partners one more time. Mirror Now, of course, Colors Marathi, and Zozo Day. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's see who the next winner is. All eyes on screen as we present to you our next pitch CMO award. Yay! Let's see who the next winner is.
Sujatha V. Kumar, Head of Marketing, India and South Asia, Visa. Visa's mission is to connect the world through the most innovative, reliable, and secure payments network, enabling individuals, businesses, and economies to thrive.
Congratulations to Sujatha V. Kumar, Head of Marketing India and South Asia for Visa. And kudos to you, Sujatha. How are you feeling right now?
Really great. Thank you. It's wonderful to be here. I'd like to thank Exchange for Media, Dr. Batra, and everyone in the team. You've been really wonderful interacting with you through this entire process. Last year has been a real change for marketers. Each one of us has had to understand the consumer's new normal. What are the insights? How does our brand stay relevant to them and actually serve a purpose? And I think that's what me and my team have focused on through the year. As brand Visa, as you know, we've had to move from almost like a cash to a cashless payment system in the last year. And that's what we've tried to do, make lives easier for consumers and done that with a purpose. So it's an honor, like I said, to receive this. I received this on behalf of my team and everyone at Visa. Thank you once again. And I'd like to congratulate everyone else who's won as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to you and your team. And keep up the innovation. After all, that is endless. So all the best to you again and your team, and thank you so much again for joining us here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into knowing who is our next winner now.
Sujit Ganguly, Head, Corporate Brand and Communications Group, ICICI Bank. ICICI Bank's vision is to be the trusted financial services provider of choice for their customers, thereby creating sustainable value for stakeholders.
A big congratulations to Sujit Ganguly, Head Corporate Brand and Communications Group, ICICI Bank. Sujit, congratulations. How are you feeling right now? Sujit, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you, but I'm unable to start the video. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Sujit. Yes, I can see you as well.
Yeah. Thank you, Nitin. Thanks, Pitch. Thanks to the Exchange Media E2M Group. Special thanks to Dr. Batra for this honor. It's really humbling to get this award. Thank you all once again. While I've been given this award, and big thanks to you, but I think I'd like to dedicate this award to the 1 lakh employees at ICICI Bank who have managed to keep the branches open, keep all our services going, despite the entire situation in the last 1 year. All the days our branches have been open, except of course the weekly holidays. Our motto has been to provide the best possible service, both in the branches as well as digitally, so that our customers remain happy and they don't feel harassed and impacted, at least on the banking front. And we are proud that we've been able to give it. And actually this honor should be dedicated to all of them. And a special thanks to my marketing team and the agencies who generate all the good work. I'm only the recipient of this award, but they deserve more credit than me. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sujit, and congratulations to you. And yes, your 1 lakh members as well, who are standing to help the entire world, entire India, and do the great work. So yes, kudos to you and your team, and keep up the great work, Sujit.
Thanks, Nitin. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much again, ladies and gentlemen. Let's quickly have a look at the next awardee, Pitch Awards. Here we go.
Sweta Agrawal, Chief Marketing Officer, State Bank of India. It's their constant aim at SBI to create products and solutions for their customers to help them meet their goals and requirements. They are also committed to serve their customers at the remotest part of the country to provide seamless banking services to them. By imbibing state-of-the-art technology in all their services, they are confident they will continue to offer a convenient and delightful banking experience to not only customers residing in India, but also overseas.
A big congratulations to Sweta Agrawal, Chief Marketing Officer, State Bank of India. Sweta, congratulations.
Thank you, Nitin. It is a great honor to receive this award. Firstly, I would like to congratulate you all the winners, because the last 1 year has been a very teething years for everyone, and pandemic has really defined the way the marketing needs to be approached. So I would like to thank Exchange for Media and special Dr. Batra for felicitating this, and I'm accepting this award on behalf of the entire team and the agencies whose determination and strive has reached us to this level. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Congratulations, Sweta. I completely missed out meeting you. I do met you, a couple of your team members in Mumbai, but good to see you virtually right now. And kudos to you and your team for the great work you've been doing.
Done. Thanks. Thanks a lot again.
Thanks, Sweta. All right, ladies and gentlemen, all eyes. Let's see who is our next Pitch CMO awardee 21.
Tina Mistry, Director Marketing, Abbott's nutrition business, India. Pediasure's purpose is to maximize child's full growth potential and ensures mission is to provide adults with the strength, energy and immunity through specialized nutrition solutions. They live a non-stop life and cherish every precious moments of their life.
Congratulations to Tina Mistry, Director Marketing, Abbott Nutrition Business India. I'm sure BKC and the entire tower of Abbott must be jumping with joy. Tina, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great, and thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Batra, and to the entire Exchange for Media team for this privilege. I think it's been wonderful, the energy and, keeping us going. I hope you had some Ensure before this. But it's really great. And I think this platform and all the work that Exchange for Media is doing in curating, platforms that are so useful. A big thank you to you guys. Again, I mean, it's a real honor to take this on, I think, on behalf of Abbott, the organization, the nutrition division, as well as my entire marketing team and our agency teams. It's really inspiring and rewarding to be working for Abbott Nutrition, because at the end of the day, the purpose in terms of really making a difference and helping, save lives right from infancy to adulthood is what we kind of traverse. And I think what's also heartening is to see, in this great community of CMOs, how the role of the brand really is, the purpose of the brand has taken center stage in our lives and how we do marketing today. And it's great to see that transformation. So congratulations to the entire team today who's taking these awards, and, look forward to seeing how we continue to build brands and build businesses with purpose being center stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to you, Tina, again, and keep up the great work and the innovation for Abbott going and growing stronger. Thank you so much again, and have a great year 21 for you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now let's see who is our next pitch CMO award. Here we
go. Vishal Kaur, Vice President, Beverages, PepsiCo India. PepsiCo's vision is to create more smiles with every sip and bite. Their mission is to be the global leader in convenient foods and beverages by winning with purpose.
A big congratulations to you, Vishal, Kaur, and entire team. Well, indeed, celebrating 2020 में इतने सारे creative ads आए हैं, commercials आए हैं, and it's only growing stronger with Pepsi and Co. So you tell me how you're feeling right now and how's the year been?
I think thank you, Mithun. I'm feeling good, and I think thank you and thanks Exchange for Media, Dr. Batra, and the jury. I have the easy job of just showing up and accepting the award, but I think we all know. There is a very strong and committed and exceptionally talented team at PepsiCo, at our agency partners, our bottling partners, whose work actually makes us look so good. So a big thank you to all of you. As you heard in the AV, our mission at PepsiCo is to create more smiles with every sip and every bite.
Absolutely.
While 2020 was a challenging year. But I think we all know we had some fun, and obviously got some hope with our campaigns in the lives of our consumers, especially through our digital forward play. In fact, if you see, there are more than 700 million internet users in India. And I think over the next 5 years, internet will be like electricity. In fact, it will empower every Indian household. And so this is a unique opportunity for our brands to build an even deeper connect with our consumers. And in fact, you will see that getting reflected in our strategy and our campaigns. So keep watching this space. And a big thank you to you once again, and also many congrats to all the winners. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishal, and all the best for the year 2021. यार कभी हमें भी मौका दो कि हम भी कभी ad में आ जाए यार, इतना पीते हैं.
जरूर, बिल्कुल. We are looking for the new face, so maybe we can looking at your energy, you can do that.
Not as big as Salman Khan, but Vishal, come on. Thank you again, Vishal. And
no, we have other brands as well. We have an energy brand like Sting. Thank you.
And see, you have the energy right here.
Absolutely. You're the right face for it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. I'm going to expect a call from my team very soon, Vishal. Okay.
Thank you, Mithun. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much. And all the best to you and your entire team for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's move on to the last and final awardee for the Pitch CMO Awards 2021. Here we go.
Vivek Sharma, Chief Marketing Officer, Pidilite Industries Limited. Pidilite's mission is to be the high-performing, innovative Indian multinational where it is a pleasure to work.
Congratulations to Vivek Sharma, Chief Marketing Officer, Pidilite Industries Limited, and congratulations with a big cheer to you and the entire team. How are you feeling right now, Vivek? Tell me that.
Thank you. I'm feeling fine. And last but not the least, of course, with happiness and humility, I accept this recognition by Exchange for Media on behalf of Team Pidilite. As you know, Pidilite company is a house of brands like Fevicol, Dr. Fixit, Fevikwik, Fevicryl, and MC. So our mission and vision varies for each brand. For example, for Fevicol, it's about unbreakable bonds. For Fevikwik, we promote sustainability by making sure people repair and don't throw away objects and create more pollution. Fixit aims to create leak-free India, and Fevicryl tries to promote art and craft and creativity among children and adults as well. But overall, across the company, we work with our contractors, carpenters, plumbers, waterproofers, and our mission and vision across the company is to make their lives better by engaging with them socially, skilling them. For example, in COVID times, we ran special online training courses for them to make sure that they have on-site safe practices and to digitally drive leads and business to them. So we engage with them socially, professionally, and otherwise, and try to make their lives better.
And I think every day it's only bringing spark and smile to the millions of people across the country, across the world, in fact. So thank you so much again, Mr. Vivek, and kudos to you and your entire team. Keep up. बोलते हैं कि देश को आपने जोड़ के रखा है, and I'm sure it's only going to continue ahead for a long time. So yes, kudos to you and your entire team, and let us all celebrate this momentous occasion with your team together with Pitch CMO.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Anurag, and thank you, Exchange for Media team.
Yes, absolutely. And on behalf of Mr. Batra as well, I want to thank you and congratulate you all. Well, unfortunately, he had to log off with some uncertain reasons, but yes, he is sharing his wishes to every one of you. With that note, I want to thank each one of you and congratulations to all the awardees who's made this possible, larger than life, in fact, and you keep going and pushing yourself bigger and better. And no matter what comes, the enigma of human being is to be smart, and you hold the power. So go out there and only spark with every single thought. With this, a big thank you to our partners, Mirror Now, our presenting partner, You First, co-powered by Colors Marathi, Jagnache Rang Marathi, and our reward partner, Zozo Day, Build a Happy Workforce. A big thank you to all our team here, Exchange for Media, and of course, to a big thank you to Dr. Anurag Batra, and a big congratulations to all our winners, and a big thank you to all our presenters, our keynote speakers, and our moderators and our panelists. And all our audience, thank you for joining us. It was great having you all. Wishing you all a great 2021. And I'm hoping that things get better and back to normal, where we and I can meet you and indulge in conversation and only understand how we have transformed the innovation. My name is Mithun Upadhyay. I will see you when I see you. But for now, be safe, take care, and wear the mask. Thank you.
If it's people's policy, shouldn't the people have a say in it? It's been 15 years. Why is my city still underwater? Why should it be hard to withdraw my hard-earned money? Why do I have to run to 5 hospitals to find a bed? How many of us have to be raped before they start caring? Have humans lost their humanity? This night curfew has been on for 26 years. Will this lockdown ever end? The questions on your mind are the ones we ask. The most important voice of the nation finally gets heard. Your voice, your views, your news. Mirror now, you first.
लाभले आम्हास भाग्य, बोलतो मराठी, ऐकतो मराठी, जगण्याचे रंग मराठी, कलर्स मराठी, मराठी मनोरंजनाची नवी ओळख बनलेली आपली एकमेव कलर्स मराठी वाहिनी.
भिवू नकोस, मी तुझ्या पाठीशी आहे.
भक्तीपासून श्रद्धेपर्यंत, संस्कारांपासून संस्कृतीपर्यंत, प्रेमापासून नात्यांपर्यंत.
आणि हा माझा चंद्र.
महाराष्ट्राच्या घराघरात पोहोचलेली वाहिनी, जगण्याचे रंग मराठी, कलर्स मराठी.